Mays's excessive deference, particularly in his youth, to white authority, may not have sat well with every African American, but he was still embraced by the black community. That was evident on August 8th, when the Amsterdam News, a black newspaper in New York, sponsored Willie Mays Day at the Polo Grounds. This was already Mays's second day, though his first in New York. It began with a parade through Harlem and ended with a ceremony on the field, with Mays telling the crowd, "All my life I've been dreaming and living for a day like this." He received plenty of goodies, a television, an air conditioner, jewelry, some cash, and, from a real estate agent, a plot of land in New Jersey. The ballpark ushers chipped in for a new portable record player. His teammates gave him a record cutter, which he could use to make his own acetate recordings. The sexy Rheingold girls, named for the beer, gave him some luggage. The Grace Del Marco models, wearing very tiny baseball uniforms, paraded with a sign, "Willie is our boy." The Chesterfield cover girl smiled sweetly. Black dignitaries were also on the field, all of whom were pleased to be seen with the man of the hour. There was a state senator, the borough president of Manhattan, some Broadway figures, and a newspaper columnist. Also in the gathering was Thurgood Marshall, a future Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, who at the time was a celebrated NAACP lawyer. He had represented the plaintiffs in Brown v. Board of Education, and less than 3 months earlier had won the case. In a group photograph at the Polo Grounds, Marshall, tall and strapping, wearing a dark suit and a serious expression, stands right next to the smiling Mays. The other men all have their arms at their sides, but Marshall's right hand is draped tightly across Mays's shoulder. Willie Mays knew nothing of Thurgood Marshall, but Thurgood Marshall knew all about Willie Mays. The Giants won the pennant on September 20th, the last Monday of the season, at Ebbets Field, and finished the season at 97-57, 5 games ahead of the Dodgers. In the clubhouse, amid the popping champagne corks and sprays of beer, Mays told a reporter, "I had a big lucky year, not a real good year, but you gotta have luck in this game." Mays's regular season, however, wasn't over. He'd had 3 hits in the clinching game, and now, for the first time, was in the batting lead. He had missed only 3 games and needed a rest, but with 2 Giants and a Dodger, Mays, Mueller, and Snyder, vying for the title, all hovering in the 340s, DeRocher thought it only fair that Mays and Mueller remain in the lineup for the remaining 6 games. The competition for Mays was partly for bragging rights. He began the year as New York's 3rd best center fielder. Mantle was having his best season of his young career, hitting .300, 27 homers, 102 RBIs. But it was easily exceeded by Mays's. Snyder was having a superb year and finished with 40 homers, 130 RBIs, and a .647 slugging percentage. If Snyder won the batting title, he could also claim the center field crown. For Don Mueller, the competition with Mays was far more personal. Though only 27, Mueller had been with the Giants for 7 years. He choked up high on the bat, allowing his deft left-handed stroke to spray balls to all fields, and earned him the nickname Mandrake the Magician. But he was one-dimensional. He couldn't hit the long ball, was a slow runner, and was a below-par fielder. DeRocher wanted him to hit more home runs, and each spring he would try to replace Mueller in right field. DeRocher and Mueller held each other in contempt, and the animosity intensified before the 1954 season, when DeRocher told Mueller to let Mays catch any ball he could in right field. The other outfielders accepted this directive. Monty Irvin, who had never fully regained his speed after breaking his ankle, gladly ceded balls to Mays. But Mueller was insulted by Mays's annexation of his territory. "He'd be miffed whenever a ball was just a little to his right, and I'd be calling for it," Mays said. Mueller also resented DeRocher's obvious favoritism. While the manager openly cheered on Mays, he all but ignored Mueller, except for an occasional unflattering remark about his fielding. Mays's giddy acclaim, combined with the fawning reporters who interviewed him each day, created inevitable jealousies. Several Giants, including Mueller, lived in the same hotel and would pick Mays apart over their morning coffee. One reporter described it. "Sure, Willie was a bouncing, bubbly boy when he was hitting," they'd say, "but he'd break down and cry when he was in a slump. Sure, he threw out a lot of runners with that booming arm of his, but his throws would sometimes come in so high that the cutoff man was helpless to stop a runner from taking an extra base. Sure, he knocked in a lot of runs, but when a hit was needed to pull out a game, he was just another guy with a bat in his hand." Roger Kahn said that by mid-season, there were resentments on the club so obvious that even the casual observer noticed, a coterie of detractors, small but bitter. Most of the Giants were grateful to have Mays. As Whitey Lockman, decades later, says, "Once you got to know how good he was and what he meant to the team, you couldn't really be jealous of Willie's fame. I wish I could have been that good, for God's sake. Nobody was." At the time, DeRocher kept insisting that Willie put money in all their pockets. But for Mueller, a batting title would avenge the slights and rebalance the credit for the team's success. Going into the final 4-game series against the Phillies, Mays led the race by 7 points and didn't slow down. He went 4 for 12 in his next 3 games, but Mueller went 7 for 13, and Snyder 4 for 7. Suddenly, on the last day of the season, Mueller held a 1/10 of a point edge on Snyder and 4/10 on Mays. Mueller was hitting 3.426. Snyder, who had led the race for most of the season, was at 3.425, and Mays 3.422. The odds favored Mueller or Snyder. The Giants were facing Robin Roberts, a right-hander who would lead the National League in wins, 23, complete games, 26, and strikeouts, 160. Mueller, a left-hander, would have the advantage over Mays. Since the pennant race was over, the Dodger manager, Walter Alston, had tried to preserve Snyder's narrow lead by sitting him against left-handed starters. For the final game, the Dodgers faced a Pittsburgh right-hander named Jake Thies, who had a 3-8 record, and Snyder was in the lineup. He went 0 for 3, as Thies gave up only 4 hits in the game. Snyder finished at 341. In Philadelphia, the Giants were keeping tabs on Snyder on a telephone in their dugout. New York's game went 11 innings, giving Mueller, batting third, and Mays, fifth, ample opportunity. Both players singled their first time up. Both made outs their second time. Third time up, Mueller flied out, but Mays tripled. Next time around, Mueller again flied out, but Mays doubled. His hits reflected the success of his batting approach over the past 2 months. His first was to left off an inside fastball, while his extra base hits came on outside curveballs slammed to right center. Mueller doubled in the 10th inning, and with 1 out, the Phillies intentionally walked Mays. He did not come to the plate again. Mueller made 1 more out in the 11th. Mays finished 3 for 4, Mueller 2 for 6. Final batting averages: Mays 3.451, Mueller 3.425. As predicted by DeRocher, Mays won the batting title, the Giants' first since Bill Terry hit .401 in 1930. On the train ride back to New York, Leo said, "I told you so." And at gatherings in the off-season, he introduced Mueller as the man who lost the hitting title to Willie Mays. With 41 home runs, second in the National League behind Gil Hodges, Mays was the first player in more than 30 years to lead the league in batting average and hit more than 40 long balls. He finished first in the league in triples, 13, and slugging percentage, .667, fifth in on-base percentage, .415, sixth in RBIs, 110, and 10th in doubles, 33. His most noteworthy achievement may have been in the outfield, where his 13 assists included 9 that were part of double plays, a phenomenal number. In comparison, the highest single-season total that strong-armed Carl Furillo ever had in this category, assists that were part of double plays, was 6. Neither Roberto Clemente nor Mickey Mantle nor Joe DiMaggio ever had more than 5. Duke Snider's best year, 3. Mays' final day of the 1954 season ended with a madcap evening in the celebrity vortex. He agreed to appear, wearing his home uniform, on both Ed Sullivan's Toast of the Town on CBS and the Colgate Comedy Hour with Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis on NBC. The shows appeared at the same time on Sunday nights, but Mays tried to accommodate both. When he and an associate of Art Flynn's arrived at the Sullivan studio at about 7:25 p.m., they realized that the Giants' uniform had been sent to the Colgate studio, so they had to take a cab from 57th and 8th to 53rd and Broadway, get the uniform, and race back. Mays appeared with Sullivan from 8:10 to 8:20. He then jumped back in the cab and made it to NBC in time to appear at 8:35. The next morning, Mays was a guest on the Today Show with Dave Garroway, and that evening, Steve Allen interviewed him on The Tonight Show. In many of these appearances, Mays' competition with his own teammate was the obvious angle. Ed Sullivan asked him what it was like to beat out another Giant. "If I hadn't won it," Mays said, "I would have wanted him to." The goodwill did not last long. The following day, the Giants were at the Polo Grounds for a team photograph, and Mueller walked past Mays as he was tying his shoes. "Hey, Willie," he asked, "is it true you're the best center fielder in baseball?" "The best right fielder, too," he said. He never looked up. After the photo, the Giants rode in 15 open cars down Broadway to City Hall, cheered by 500,000 fans beneath showers of ticker-tape confetti. The last 2 World Series had been between the Yankees and the Dodgers, but the Cleveland Indians won the American League pennant in 1954, so New York could rally around one team. Mayor Robert F. Wagner described the celebration as equal to the receptions for Eisenhower, Lindbergh, and MacArthur. Not everyone celebrated. New York City's council president, Abe Stark, was a Brooklyn fan. He took the microphone and cried, "Wait till next year." The crowd booed. Riding in the first car was Alvin Dark, because he was the team captain, and Willie Mays, because he was Willie Mays. According to the Sporting News, when the players were introduced individually after the parade, Willie drew the most applause. DeRocher addressed the crowd, and when he said, "Willie Mays is the greatest player I ever laid eyes on," he brought tears to his favorite player's eyes. Few people gave the Giants a chance against the Indians, who had just completed one of the finest regular seasons in baseball history. Their 111 wins was an American League record. The 1927 Yankees, often cited as the greatest team ever, had won 110. The Chicago Cubs' 116 victories in 1906 is the highest single-season total in a 154-game season. The Indians' winning percentage of .721 remains an American League record. Cleveland lost only 4 consecutive games once all season. Otherwise, the Indians never slumped, nor could they, as the Yankees won 103 games, which represented Casey Stengel's best record in his 12 seasons as their manager. The Indians were also heavily favored because the American League had been so dominant, winning 7 consecutive World Series, 6 by the Yankees and 1 by Cleveland in 1948. The Giants had won 97 games in 1954, but their past disappointments in the Fall Classic, 13 appearances and only 4 championships, hardened opinion against them. The Indians' strength lay in their starting pitchers, which included 3 future Hall of Famers, Bob Lemon, Early Wynn, and Bob Feller. The 4th starter was Mike Garcia. Collectively, they had 46 years of experience in the major leagues, and their combined ERA of 2.78 that year set an American League record. The number one starter was Lemon, who with Wynn tied for league best in victories, 23. Garcia had perhaps the most freakish statistic: 259 innings pitched, only 6 home runs allowed. The Giants' best pitcher that year, Johnny Antonelli, also pitched 259 innings and gave up 22 homers. The Indians could hit as well. Second baseman Bobby Avila, with a .341 average, was the American League batting champion. Outfielder Larry Doby led the league in home runs with 32. Third baseman Al Rosen had won the MVP in the previous season and finished the year with a .300 average and 102 RBIs. If the Indians won the World Series decisively, as expected, they would be remembered as one of the best teams in history. The Giants, however, were not intimidated. Because both teams trained in Arizona, they had played 21 exhibition games together. The Giants had won more than they lost, believed they had the edge defensively, were better on the bases, and saw no reason to be unnerved. Willie Mays also thought Cleveland drank too much. The series again featured the advantages of racial and ethnic diversity. The Giants had, in addition to Mays, Irvin, and Thompson, pitcher Ruben Gomez, born in Puerto Rico, starting in Game 3. The Indians, meanwhile, had 2 African Americans in the starting lineup, outfielders Larry Doby and Al Smith, plus a black reserve, Dave Polk. Avila was born in Mexico, and Mike Garcia was of Mexican descent. Mays had hit poorly in the 1951 postseason. He did not carry the performance of one game or one series into the next, so he added no extra pressure on himself for the '54 series. But unlike in his rookie season, he was now the centerpiece of the Giants' attack. He would bat fourth, and he knew he'd have to perform far better if the Giants were to have a chance. The first 2 contests were at the Polo Grounds, Game 1 on September 29th. In the coming decades, the World Series would begin almost a month later, in the frigid night air before fans huddled in parkas, ski caps, and mittens. But in 1954, the game started in the hazy autumn sunshine, with men in sports coats and ties, women in dresses and pearls. Today, a gentle breeze drifted through the park, and the grass was moist with dew. The Polo Grounds were swept, scrubbed, and decked in bunting, a dowager in finery. The capacity crowd of 52,751 sat shoulder to shoulder. Lorraine Day with Spencer Tracy, the wives of Lou Gehrig and John McGraw, Jackie Gleason, Don Amici, Danny Kaye, and Perry Como, who would sing the national anthem, the white shoe bankers, the well-connected politicians, and the great swarm of humanity that brought with them, in Don DeLillo's words, the body heat of a great city. As the teams warmed up, a band with a female vocalist stationed in center field played Say Hey. Mays himself posed for photographs, laughing and smiling, with his fellow batting champion Avila. The Herald Tribune wrote, "The Polo Grounds was a place to see and to be seen and call friendly greetings. But as the game approached, everyone grew hushed with expectations." Right-hander Sal Maglie started the game for the Giants. His career had appeared over the previous season, undone by a back injury. But he went to a chiropractor and was fitted with a rubber lift 1/8 of an inch thick, which he put in the heel of one shoe. "My pelvis is tilted," Maglie explained. "The lift evens up my legs." A rebalanced Maglie went 14-6 in '54 and posted a 3.26 ERA. Mays liked Maglie because he had a penchant for throwing high inside fastballs, designed to move batters off the plate, as well as to protect his own hitters. His tight pitches, plus his menacing stare and heavy beard, one writer called him God's gift to Gillette, contributed to his nickname, the Barber. Stand too close to the plate, and he'll shave you. The first batter of the World Series was Al Smith, and Maglie hit him in the back. Avila followed with a single, which was booted by Mueller, allowing Smith to go to third. After the next 2 batters were retired, Vic Wertz boomed a triple to right, scoring the game's first 2 runs and beginning the most memorable day of Wertz's career. NBC was televising the game, and viewers who had never seen Mays in action got their first glimpse of his abilities in the 3rd inning. With Bob Lemon pitching, the Giants had already scored a run and had a man on first when Mays came to the plate. He walked, making it first and second. The next batter, Hank Thompson, hit a sharp ground ball to the right side. Mays had to freeze until the ball passed him. Then he took off for second. Despite the delay, Mays skittered around the diamond for third. Right fielder Dave Philly had a strong arm. He had 22 assists one year, and his throw was right on target. But Mays narrowly beat it with a hook slide just as his hat flew off. With the score tied at 2, Magley and Lemon settled into a pitcher's duel, the Indians getting the better chances. The problem for Magley was Wertz. After his triple, he singled to left in the 4th, and in the 6th, ripped another hit to right. Mueller tried to throw behind Wertz at first, but missed everyone for an error. Wertz ended up at second with 1 out, but the Indians stranded him. By the 7th, the game had already lasted nearly 2 hours, long for that era, and the sun hovered over the grandstand behind first base, casting shadows past the right field foul line. It was still warm, the morning haze long since burned off. The Indians went down in order in the 7th, and the Giants failed to score as well, with Mays, unable to read Lemon, making the final out. The score remained 2-2, Cleveland shut out since the 1st. There was little doubt that the next team to score would win. The first hitter in the 8th, Larry Doby, was nursing a sore shoulder, but he was still the Indians' most dangerous threat. Magley may have been too fine with him, or maybe just tired, but he walked Doby, his first freebie of the game. The next hitter, Al Rosen, batting cleanup, hit a ground ball sharply to the left side. Shortstop Alvin Dark ranged to his right and stuck out his bare hand, but could not field the ball cleanly. 2 on, nobody out, and Vic Wertz was the batter. He was in many ways a prototype of the stodgy long ball era. Muscular men not long in grace nor noted for acceleration, but men who commanded large salaries for occasional home runs, according to Bill James. Wertz was 6 feet tall and 186 pounds, a big man for his day, with a burly torso, quick wrists, and a chaw of tobacco in his mouth. By 1954, he had been a 3-time All-Star with the Detroit Tigers, and may have been the most grateful player in the World Series. He had begun the season with the Orioles, and was traded to the Indians after 29 games. The Orioles lost 100 times, and finished 57 games out of first place. Wertz was an outfielder, but Cleveland had no openings in the outfield. Rescued from baseball purgatory, he would have been satisfied pinch hitting, but Indian manager Al Lopez had other ideas. He was without a quality first baseman, so he plugged in his brawny newcomer. Defensively, Wertz was barely adequate, but he gave the Indians another potent bat in the middle of the lineup. The Giants wished he had stayed in purgatory. New York had a good read on all the Indians, thanks to spring training, but they had never seen the left-handed hitting Wertz. His 3 hits, all smoked, had come off a high fastball, a slider down and away, and an outside fastball. DeRocher was not going to let Magley face Wertz again, so he dispatched his coach, Freddie Fitzsimmons, to the mound to change pitchers. Magley, tall and brooding, took his long walk across the outfield to the clubhouse, and was replaced by Don Little, a southpaw not quite 5'10", with a narrow, pallid face and quick motion. He had come with Johnny Antonelli in the Bobby Thompson trade, and had performed admirably as a spot starter and reliever, with 9 wins and a 3.04 ERA. His best pitch was his curveball. Mays knew that, so he was cheating in. Hitters tended to pound Little's curveballs into the ground, and Mays wanted to cut down the runner at the plate on a single. He was shading him to right, and assumed that Wertz, like most hitters, would be swinging at the reliever's first pitch. Wirtz indeed swung, but missed, and Little was soon ahead in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wirtz guessed he would see a high, tight fastball, which is what most lefties threw him with that count, drive him off the plate to set up the curveball. Little threw his fastball, but aimed it poorly. The ball stayed over the plate, almost at the shoulders. Wirtz extended his thick arms, rotated his wrists, and hit the ball squarely. Ball game, thought Roger Kahn, who was standing in the lower deck between third and home. Wirtz thought so too, as he watched his blazing line drive sail just to the right of second base. He put his head down and began pumping his stubby legs, confident he would end up on second or third, or if the center fielder misplayed it, all the way back at home. Alvin Dark spun to his left. At shortstop, his first reaction on any ball hit straight away was to spin and look over his left shoulder at the center fielder. In his 14 years in the majors, Mays was the only center fielder who would be in full stride the moment he peered over his shoulder. All other fielders were still picking up speed. Now Dark saw Mays at full speed and thought, 2 runs. The ball's distance wasn't the only problem. Mays had no angle on it. The ball was winging directly over his head, which is one of the toughest catches in baseball. Al Rosen, nearing second base, was certain he would score. Monty Irvin sprinted over from left field to prepare for the carom off the wall, hoping to deter an inside-the-park home run. Little jogged, head down, toward the third baseline to back up any errant throws to third or home. The Giants in the dugout stood on the top step. Leo DeRocher retained hope, believing that any ball that stayed in the yard could be caught by Mays. He just wasn't certain if the outfield was big enough. Arnold Haino, sitting in the right field bleachers, later wrote that the ball was hit about as hard as I have ever seen a ball hit. But he was not immediately perturbed, because it was hit to the deepest part of the Polo Grounds, Mays's territory. He had seen other center fielders catch majestic drives in those distant recesses. Then I looked at Willie, Haino wrote, and alarm raced through me, peril flaring against my heart. To my utter astonishment, the young Giant center fielder, the inimitable Mays, most skilled of outfielders, unique for his ability to scent the length and direction of any drive and then turn and move to the final destination of the ball, Mays was turned full head around, head down, running as hard as he could, straight toward the runway between the 2 bleacher sections. I knew then that I had underestimated, badly underestimated, the length of Wirtz's blow. Watching this powerful tracer 40 feet above Mays's head, Haino reached a quick, mournful conclusion. It will beat him to the wall. Rosen had pushed ahead and reached second base, but Doby, himself a center fielder, had hesitated and begun to retreat to second. He realized the ball could be caught, and if so, he would still have time to tag up and score. Mays, barreling toward the bleacher wall, looked over his left shoulder, slowing a bit, then continued with his head straight, arms thrashing, legs churning. The center field wall at its deepest is 483 feet. This area is an alcove, created by a gap in the center field bleachers, and in the alcove are the stairs that lead to the 2 clubhouses. The bleachers themselves did not have markers on them. Their distance has been estimated from 450 to 460 feet. Wirtz's drive was not the farthest to have been hit to center field in the Polo Grounds. At least 1 ball had been hit into the bleachers, and 2 others had been caught at the foot of the clubhouse stairs. What made Wirtz's hit so startling was its low, tailing trajectory. No ball, it seemed, had ever traveled so far on such a low arc. The bleacher wall was 8.5 feet high, concrete with no padding, but the image on television made it appear that Mays was running toward something much bigger. To create a dark green background for hitters, large screens were attached to the top of the concrete wall closest to the alcove. On television, the wall and the screen were indistinguishable. so it looked as if Mays was just running toward an impenetrable barrier. He ran past the farthest edge of the outfield grass, veering slightly to his right, as his spikes touched the narrow cinder strip near the base of the wall. At the last moment, he looked up, extended his arms like a wide receiver, and opened his Rawlings model HH glove. The ball fell gently inside. He had 10 feet to spare. Jack Brickhouse, the usually understated announcer who was calling the game for NBC, conveyed his surprise in his call. "There's a long drive, way back at center field, way back, it is a... Oh my, caught by Mays! Willie Mays just brought this crowd to its feet with a catch, which must have been an optical illusion to a lot of people, boy!" The film clip shows a fan slapping his forehead, mouthing the words, "Oh my God." But the play wasn't over. Doby, seeing Mays' catch, completed his retreat to second, touched the bag, and took off for third. With Mays on the fringe, his momentum carrying him away from the plate, Doby, a fast runner, could score by advancing 2 bases. But Mays whirled and threw like some olden statue of a Greek javelin hurler, his head twisted away to the left as his right arm swept out and around, Haino wrote. His hat flew off in perfect sync with the corkscrew motion, and it was the throw of a giant, the throw of a howitzer made human arriving at second base, just as Doby was pulling into third and as Rosen was scampering back to first. Second base umpire Jocko Conlon saw the ball coming in and said to himself, "This has to be the best throw anybody could ever make." Television viewers at the time, and the millions who watched the film clip in years to come, couldn't admire the throw. It had been hurled out of the frame. But they saw something just as good. Mays from the ground, propped up by his arms, hatless, clean cut, his eyes squinting, scanning, trying to determine if his catch and throw had restored order to the infield. It had, for Doby stopped at third. Rosen later said, "Normally an outfielder has to make 2 or 3 more steps, but not Willie." Vic Wertz never saw the catch. In all the crazy movements of base runners and cutoff men, and amid the gasps and cheers of the fans, he had passed the retreating Rosen, and finally at second base, saw the incoming throw and realized what had happened. He looked at Mays in disbelief, returned to the dugout, cursed, and kicked the water cooler. No one thought about the historical significance of the catch. All it meant was that the Indians were now on first and third with 1 out. Cleveland manager Al Lopez sent up right-handed pinch hitter Hank Majeski, so DeRocher countered with right-hander Marv Grissom, a screwball pitcher. Little was done after 1 hitter. On his way off the mound, he said something to Grissom, which was reported as, "I got my man." Little's son Craig later said that his father would never have made such a comment on the field, but said it to DeRocher in the clubhouse. Lopez then pinch hit Dale Mitchell, who walked to load the bases. Another pinch hitter, Dave Pope, now had a chance to render Mays' catch meaningless, but he struck out. The next batter, catcher Jim Hegan, pulled a fly ball into left field, where the short fence and an overhanging facade allowed cheap home runs. Irvin ran to the 315-foot marker, and a grand slam appeared imminent, but the ball dropped into his glove. Haino swore that the slight breeze had developed a backbone and pushed the ball back into play. As Irvin jogged off the field with Mays, Irvin said, "That was a hell of a catch, Roomy. I didn't think you'd make it." Mays said, "I had it all the way." The game continued, but neither team could push a run across. Extra innings followed, and Wertz led off the 10th. Grissom, still in the game, threw several screwballs low and away, forcing Wertz to foul them down the left field line. But the next screwball got too much of the plate, and Wertz shot it into left center between the outfielders, down for extra bases. Mays raced to cut the ball off as it scooted toward the wall, Irvin had no chance for it. Mays had to decide. Should he try to intercept the ball before it reached the wall and possibly hold Wirtz to a long double? A strong throw would still be needed. Or should he play it off the wall for a triple? If he tried to cut it off and missed, he would be out of position to retrieve it. And Wirtz, given the deep alleys and angled wall that would kick the ball toward center, would circle the bases. Mays gambled. He ran straight across the outfield, homed in on the ball, bent down, and scooped and hurled it in one flawless motion to third base, where Hank Thompson caught it on the fly one step before the bag. At least this time, Wirtz could watch Mays. He later recalled, Willie came running in and grabbed it off the grass as he was skidding to the ground, and stopped him at second, a 400-foot double. Mays later said that the play was as good, if not even better, than the catch, because it required an instant calculation. Could he or couldn't he reach the ball? And Wirtz himself said, I think Willie may have made a better play on me in the 10th. Haino wrote, At this point I think the Indians quit. It is not fair to say they quit in the 8th when Mays made his catch. They still had clawed away, stopping the Giants in the 8th and 9th, and they opened the 10th, or at least Wirtz had, full of vinegar. But when Mays again indicated he was not Mays, but Superman, they must have known they were through. Wirtz was through, replaced by a pinch runner, who was sacrificed to third. But the next hitter struck out. Next at bat was Bob Lemon, who was allowed to swing even though he had already pitched 9 innings in the heat. He was, however, a solid hitter, swinging left-handed, and he smacked a line drive right to the first baseman for the final out. In the bottom of the 10th, Mays was due up second. The Indians had a new catcher, Mickey Grasso, a 34-year-old career minor leaguer who had been in only 4 major league games that year. The usual backup catcher, Hal Narragon, had played in 46 games, but he was only 25, and Lopez wanted more experience behind the plate. Mays, watching Grasso warm up Lemon, noticed that his return throws were weak, and after the practice pitches, he only lobbed the ball to second base. Mays figured Grasso for a sore arm, so he asked DeRocher for the green light to steal if he reached first. Mays was not yet a good base stealer. He had only 8 for the year and was thrown out 5 times. But DeRocher said yes. With 1 out, Mays came to the plate. He was 0 for 3 with a walk and hadn't hit the ball hard all day. But Lemon, perhaps tiring in the 3rd hour of the game, walked him. On first, Mays took a lead and broke with the first pitch. He didn't get a good jump, breaking well after Lemon had committed himself to throw. Hank Thompson took the pitch. Grasso jumped from his squat, grabbed the ball from his mitt, and threw it so low that it skipped 15 feet in front of second base. Mays slid in safely. With Mays in scoring position, the Indians intentionally walked Thompson to set up a double play. The next hitter was Irvin, but DeRocher pinch-hit James Dusty Rhodes, one of the more colorful players on the team. The Alabaman was well qualified to be one of Stoneham's drinking buddies. His father, Rhodes would explain, was a corn farmer. He used to raise 200 gallons. Rhodes was a lousy outfielder and knew it. Asked what position he played, he would say, "Me and Willie play left field." But Rhodes earned his keep at the plate, batting .341 with 15 home runs as a spot starter and pinch hitter. The first pitch from Lemon, Rhodes popped a fly ball down the right field line. Second baseman Avila ran after it, but the ball, aided by the wind, drifted toward the wall. Dave Pope gave chase and reached the track. Would so cheap a hit make it to the wall? Would it win the game? The fielder leapt. The ball fell into the first row of the stands above a sign marked 257 feet. The home run traveled 200 feet less than Wirtz's mighty clout. Mays, tagging up at second, saw umpire Larry Knapp signal the homer, and he began jumping and clapping in glee. he suddenly realized that Thompson was right on his heels, running hard, apparently unaware of Knapp's signal. The ball had bounced off a fan's chest and rolled back onto the field. Mays, like a traffic cop, began madly signaling to Thompson, while watching that both Thompson and Rhodes touched all the bases. Everyone made it around the diamond, and the Giants won 5-2. In the clubhouse, Lopez said, "It was the longest out and the shortest homer of the year." Mays's catch was the talk of the game. Joe DiMaggio, who watched it from the press box, said what made it remarkable was Mays's courage in coming so close to the wall, refusing to slow down until he grabbed the ball. He called the catch greater than Al Gianfrido's in the 1947 series, referring to the Dodger left fielder's brilliant grab of a DiMaggio hit deep in the corner at Yankee Stadium. A reporter asked DeRocher if it was the greatest catch he'd ever seen, and DeRocher used the question to make it clear, however crudely, that Mays was not a one-catch wonder. "What the fuck are you talking about? Willie makes fucking catches like that every day. Do you keep your fucking eyes closed in the press box?" When Lopez heard DeRocher's comments, he grew indignant, saying, "I've been playing ball since I was a kid. I've been around the major leagues for 30 years. That was the greatest catch I've ever seen. Just the catch, mind you. Now put it all together. The catch, the throw, the pressure on the kid. I'd say that was the best play anybody ever made in baseball." Al Rosen later said, "Nobody else could have made that play at that venue at that time. It was a catch for the ages." Not every Indian was so generous. Bob Feller said bitterly, "We knew Willie had it all the way. He was a great actor." Larry Doby, who would have scored had he anticipated the play at the outset, said that he would have made the catch as well, and without making it look so hard. Several months later, DeRocher claimed that Mays said after the game, "I don't rank 'em, I just catch 'em." These words cannot be found in a sampling of game stories, and Mays contends he never said them. In post-game interviews, he did convey a combination of confidence and humility. "I had the ball all the way," he said. "There was nothing too hard about that one." Did that save the game? Well, maybe it did. But what about my hitting? I wasn't any help up there at the plate. He did, of course, contribute at the plate, with 2 walks, a run scored, and a pivotal stolen base. But he dwelled on his need to improve. The game's aftermath included one other noteworthy moment. To get to the Giants' clubhouse, reporters and photographers had to walk past the steps that led to the showers. After Game 1, Mays ambled out of the steamy room with his towel draped around his waist. The photographers yelled for him, "Wait, look at the cameras, smile!" Willie at first appeared dazed by the deafening gibberish, but just before the cameras snapped, he dropped his white cover. The bulbs flashed, and Mays, naked, laughed uproariously in his high-pitched squeal. Mays loved a good prank, but all Robert Creamer, with Sports Illustrated, could think was, "This was the most perfectly sculpted, most beautiful human being I've ever seen, like a Roman god." Mays's glistening skin wasn't really black or even brown. It was a mottled gray-brown. It looked like marble, Creamer recalls. With careful modesty, Mays retrieved his towel. The photographers pleaded with him to cooperate, and just as they prepared to snap their next round of pictures, he dropped his towel again. He was having fun. Finally, Mays showed them mercy and allowed the photograph to be taken with the towel around his waist. What became of the other negatives is unknown. That picture, Creamer says, would be worth $1 million today. The catch has a rich but complicated legacy. Mays's claim that he had it all the way is not false modesty. He had a fielding tick in which he would tap his glove when he knew he would catch a ball, and the replay shows him doing just that on his sprint to the wall. Mays also says that he didn't have to contend with other variables that cause mayhem in the outfield. He didn't have to worry about colliding with other players. He didn't have a difficult sky, strong winds, or rain. He didn't have wet grass or a slippery ball. He didn't have to jump over a wall, against ivy, or around a batting cage. It was a pure play, and he made it. Mays regrets that his greatest plays, such as his Morgan catch at the base of the wall at Ebbets Field, were not preserved on film, so his signature catch is actually something less than his best work. What made the catch legendary, he says, was not the catch, but the atmospherics. It was on television before 23 million viewers at a decisive moment in a World Series game. It bothers Mays when he hears that he threw the ball back by instinct. Most people, he believes, miss the artistry of the play, unaware of the many elements, including the ball's sound against the bat, that had to be synthesized in a few fleeting seconds. As he later recalled it, "I'm playing a shallow center field. It's the 8th inning, score is tied, and I don't want Larry Doby scoring from second base. One run could be the ball game. The ball game could be the series, you never know. Wirtz hits it, a solid sound. I learn a lot from the sound of the ball on the bat, always did. I could tell from the sound whether to come in or go back. This time I'm going back, a long way back. But there is never any doubt in my mind I am going to catch this ball. I turn and run for the bleachers, but I got it. Maybe you didn't know that, but I knew it. Soon as it got hit, I knew I'd catch this ball." But that wasn't the problem. The problem was Larry Doby on second base. On a deep fly to center field at the Polo Grounds, a runner could score all the way from second. I've done that myself, and more than once. So if I make the catch, which I will, and Larry scores from second, they still get the run that puts them ahead. All the time I'm running back, I'm thinking, Willie, you've got to get this ball back to the infield. I run 50 or 75 yards, right to the warning track, and I take the ball a little over my left shoulder. Suppose I stop and turn and throw. I will get nothing on the ball, no momentum going into my throw. What I have to do is this. After I make the catch, turn. Put all my momentum into that turn. To keep my momentum, to get it working for me, I have to turn very hard and short and throw the ball from exactly the point that I caught it. The momentum goes into my turn and up through my legs and into my throw. That's what I did. I got my momentum and my legs into that throw. Larry Doby ran to third but couldn't score. Al Rosen didn't even advance from first. All the while I'm running back, I was planning how to get off that throw. Then some of them wrote, he made that throw by instinct. Television defined the catch as Mays's iconic image, and the grainy film footage, run endlessly on ESPN and other sports channels, as well as internet sites, has become Mays's most tangible connection to future generations. The black and white photographs, showing Mays in 4 frames, have been reproduced countless times in books and magazines to the same effect. It's appropriate that a film clip or an image, not a statistic, defines him. Unlike other great players, who are associated with numbers, 56, 409, 61, 714, 755, Mays holds no record with historical resonance. His brilliance was in how he played the game, and the catch evokes the awe and wonder of those skills. Ironically, the film clip does not capture its true magnificence. For all of Mays's efforts to downplay the catch's value, virtually all who saw it recognized its greatness. But the scratchy kinescope replay makes it appear as if Mays simply ran back and caught the ball, not unlike any ESPN web gem shown every night of the season. There is no depth perception in the footage, no sense of how hard and low the ball was hit, or how far and fast Mays had to run. Bob Costas said, "It was more than just a great catch. It was a catch no one had ever seen before. When the ball left Vic Wirtz's bat in the massive Polo Grounds, where it was headed, where Mays was standing, there was only one possibility. Could he get to it before it was an inside-the-park home run? Could he hold it to a triple? Catching it was out of the question. He turned and ran to a place where no one can go to get that ball, starting where he started when the ball hit as it was hit. So it was more than just a great acrobatic play. It was a play that until that point was outside the realm of possibility. The catch didn't surprise Mays's cousin, Loretta, who watched it on television at Fairfield Industrial High School. E.J. Oliver had brought the students together to watch Willie play in the World Series. They cheered their hero when he grabbed the ball, but Loretta had seen it before. When Willie would wash dishes, Loretta says, he would throw them up and reach out for them and dive and catch them. That's where he got that catch from. The rest of the World Series was anticlimactic. No other game could match the drama or length of the first contest. Game 2 opened well for the Indians, with leadoff hitter Al Smith swinging for a home run on the first pitch. But it was Cleveland's only run. Vic Wertz had another good day, on base 3 times with a single and 2 walks. And Johnny Antonelli would repeatedly find himself in jams. The Indians stranded 13 on 8 hits. The Giants could muster only 4 safeties off early win. But once again, DeRocher made the right move in pinch-hitting Dusty Rhodes for Monty Irvin in the 5th inning. Rhodes delivered the game-tying hit, driving in Mays, who had walked. The go-ahead run scored on a force-out, and Rhodes provided an insurance run with a homer in the 7th. The Giants prevailed 3-1. There were no days off in the 1954 World Series. The teams completed Game 2 at the Polo Grounds, were bussed over to the airport, flew to Cleveland, and were ready for Game 3 the next day. The Indians were hoping that a hometown crowd of 71,555 would turn their luck, but the game was never in doubt. Mays saw to that. On the flight to Cleveland, DeRocher told him that he had reverted to his previous batting stance and was again trying to pull the ball, which accounted for his lack of production. He instructed Mays to resume the style that had served him well down the stretch. In the first inning of Game 3, Mays got his first hit and RBI on a single to right field, then scored another run in the 3rd. Incredibly, in the 3rd inning, Rhodes again pinch hit for Irvin, and he again delivered, this time a 2-run single. The Giants laid down sacrifice bunts and ran the bases aggressively, while Mays went 3 for 5 and drove in 2 runs. 2 of his hits were to right field. The Indians, meanwhile, committed 2 errors in a listless performance. The only player with a pulse seemed to be Wertz, who hit a home run. With Ruben Gomez pitching, the Giants won 6-2. Cleveland's 4th pitcher was Bob Feller, who at 35 was still formidable. Pitching once a week, he was 13-3 with a 3.09 ERA. But he was no longer the ace. Facing a deciding Game 4, Lopez came back with Lemon, even though he'd only had 2 days off after throwing 10 innings in New York. The Giants weren't worried. Before the game, they ordered a repainting of their plane's fuselage, from National League pennant winners 1954 to World Champions 1954. Lopez's move backfired. The Giants riddled Lemon for 6 runs and 7 hits in 4 innings, and they led 7-0 before any Indian crossed the plate. Irvin finally played the entire game and got 2 hits and drove in 2 runs. The Giants executed 3 sacrifice bunts and 2 sacrifice flies, and DeRocher deftly juggled his pitchers. Don Little, who relieved in Game 1, started Game 4 and pitched into the 7th, and Johnny Antonelli, who started Game 2, relieved in Game 4 and pitched the final inning and 2/3. Mays went 1 for 4 with a double, an RBI, and a run scored. The Giants won 7-4. Vic Wertz went 2 for 4. The Giants' championship was one of the greatest upsets in World Series history. The 1906 Chicago Cubs, who won 116 games, also blew the championship, but at least they won 2 World Series games. The Giants' sweep was stunning. 2 of the Indians' best hitters, Doby and Rosen, played with injuries, but that alone could not really explain their futility. Lopez offered one possibility. "Losing the first game hurt us the most," he said. "We had so many chances when a hit or a long fly would have scored someone. Willie Mays made that great catch on Wirtz's drive. And after that, we never were the same." This view became part of the Willie Mays mystique, that his catch had crushed the spirit of the mighty Indians, that his supernatural skills had crippled their resistance. The perception of invincibility loomed among the Cleveland faithful. In the fourth game, after Mays had caught the third out of an inning, he threw to the plate on the mistaken belief that there were only 2 outs. The Cleveland Press sportswriter Frank Gibbons leapt to his feet and screamed, "We finally found his weakness! He can't count!" Mays himself accepts that the catch was the turning point, but he offers a more pragmatic explanation for its influence. "If Cleveland had won Game 1, then they come back with Feller in Game 4 and Lemon in Game 5, he says. A different series. There were many victors. After 18 years as owner, Horace Stoneham finally won a World Series, vindicating him as worthy of his inheritance. It was a triumph for Leo DeRocher, his first championship in 15 years as manager, placing him in the record books with John McGraw. Dusty Rhodes was the storybook hitting star. Johnny Antonelli picked up 1 win on a complete game and 1 save. The city of New York preserved its baseball dominance. The faded Polo Grounds reclaimed its glory. The oddest loser was Vic Wirtz, who was 8 for 16 in the series, with 2 doubles, a triple, and a home run. He was, at the time, only the 10th player in World Series history to play every game and hit 500 or better. Many great hitting performances have been forgotten, but Wirtz suffered a greater perversion. No one remembers his stupendous hitting. All they remember is his out. But infamy had its benefits. After the series, the American League sent Wirtz the film footage of the games, and he played the catch when he gave speeches around the country. After he retired in 1963, he opened a beer distributorship in the Detroit area, but he could never escape Willie Mays. He told the Sporting News in 1973, "Even now, wherever I go, I'd say 90% of the people who recognize me ask me about the catch. It really has given me a name. Heck, if the ball had gone over Willie's head, I might have gotten an inside-the-park home run, and it would have given me 5 for 5 in a World Series game. But who'd have remembered? It really wouldn't have meant a hell of a lot." Mays himself, after a slow start, hit well enough in a series dominated by pitching. He went 4 for 14, .285, and drove in 3 runs. But of the 11 innings in which the Giants scored, he was on base in 8 of them. Other Giants may have chafed at the fuss surrounding a single play in a single game, but ultimately the catch made the 1954 World Series. 5 decades later, how many people can even name the teams in, say, the 1957 series? But fans know that the Giants won in '54 because of Mays's mad dash to straightaway center. The catch began the Willie Mays brand. Few sports images have been reproduced as often or have as much iconic appeal as number 24's reaching out and corralling the ball. To this day, when a kid on a sandlot or a big leaguer under the lights reaches over his shoulder for a ball on the dead run, the cry is heard, "A Willie Mays catch!" No explanation is needed. The footage of the catch helped shape Mays's legacy by placing him in a particular time and place. In Ken Burns's epic documentary, Baseball, highlights are shown from the 1955 World Series, which was noteworthy only because it was the one series won by the Brooklyn Dodgers. But the film is in color, which creates a startling contrast to the black and white highlights from 1954. In a single year, baseball seemed to have moved from one era to the next, from the old and hidebound to the glitzy and modern. The transition to the modern era of baseball occurred over many years and had no clear demarcation. But Mays played the bulk of his career in what's been considered the modern era, defined by the expansion of the leagues, the inroads of television, and jet travel. Yet the catch came from the age of black and white images, a very different era, when professional athletes were part of their communities, when teams were tied to their cities, when all-stars performed for meager wages, when ushers gave their hero a portable record player, and when World Series games began in the warm autumn sunshine. Willie Mays, in film, if not in reality, will always be of that era. In 1954, Mays won the MVP, making him the only player to win the award in his first full season. 24 sports writers voted, 16 giving him first-place ballots, though some voters were curiously unimpressed. Mays received 1 5th, 1 6th, and 1 7th place vote. A black player had now won the National League MVP in 4 of 6 straight years. Mays was named the Sporting News #1 Player of the Year and was named Baseball Player of the Year by the Los Angeles Times. He received the B'nai B'rith Sports Lodge Award and was named New York's most popular player by the Catholic Youth Organization. He was honored at separate dinners by the Boston baseball writers and the Metropolitan baseball writers in New York. He won the Ray Hickok $10,000 diamond-studded belt as Professional Athlete of the Year, and he won the Associated Press's Male Athlete of the Year, though it clearly reflected the AP's preference for fellow Americans. Mays beat Roger Bannister, the English trackman who broke the 4-minute mile barrier, a truly historic feat. The Sporting News, showing its bias for baseball and Americans, selected the catch as the year's greatest sports thrill, with Bannister's Miracle Mile second. Mays received some 70 awards for his 1954 season. He was now readily compared to some of the greatest center fielders in history, including Tris Speaker, Joe DiMaggio, and Terry Moore. Dan Daniel wrote in the Sporting News, "I doubt very much if they ever before had so pronounced a standout player of the year as Mays made himself for 1954. The complete Mays story is not to be sought in the averages. He became the most talked-about player in years, the most everyday spectacular cynosure, the arm, the swing, the speed, the pennant producer." But these tributes also included the seeds of a downfall, as many celebrated Mays for his youth and innocence. According to Sport, the Willie Mays that exists for fans is part Prince Valiant, part the dead giant heroes of the past, and part Peter Pan. After the World Series, Arthur Daly of the New York Times wrote, "The only thing which could possibly prevent Willie the Wonder from becoming the biggest box office attraction since Babe Ruth would be for him to lose his simplicity and his little boy's outlook on life." Those were the expectations and the burdens. No matter how many home runs and catches and thrills he would offer in the future, some would begrudge him an unavoidable sin. Willie Mays would never be 23 again. Chapter 13. Ole Mira. Willie Mays was exhausted. He had played about 175 games, including the exhibition season and the World Series, in 7 months. Virtually everyone in the major leagues played hard, but Mays competed with a boundless intensity. Roger Angell said Mays was more into the game than any player he'd ever seen. Always alert mentally, he positioned players from center field, studied pitchers, dissected the practice throws of opposing fielders, tried to anticipate the next bounce or ricochet, and agonized over letting down the fans. Physically, he covered the gaps, bowled over catchers, slammed into fences, and hit the dirt hard to avoid fastballs at his head. He even warmed up with greater purpose. Before the first game of the World Series, The outfielders were making practice throws in their usual perfunctory manner. Then it was Mays's turn. As Arnold Haino described it, his first throw to third base was on a low line that never bounced, striking the infielder's glove 2 inches to the inside of the bag. A magnificent throw, Haino marveled. Then he realized that a third baseman prefers that throw on the outside of the bag, so it doesn't collide with the sliding runner. Mays's next bullet painted the outer edge of third base on a fly. Mays then threw 2 home without a bounce. The first, waist high, directly over the plate. The second, slightly lower, hit the catcher's mitt ankle high, the tip of the glove resting on home plate. I do not believe I ever saw a more impressive display in my baseball life, Haino said. Mays appeared superhuman. Baseball simply meant more to him. The Sporting News wrote in 1958, Mays attacks a ball game, any game, one that doesn't count as well as one that figures importantly in the standings, as if history for the ages depended on that score. He vibrates with urgency. Of course, that can be called showmanship, but that only stems from his aggressiveness. He actually registers belligerence towards a simple grounder directed his way. He handles it like a panzer sortie sweeping a flank. It's an enemy. It's got to be wiped out. Anytime Willie faces a critical situation at bat, with a glove, or on the bases, the spectator has to get the idea that this one play represents the difference between dawn over Olympus and Stygian gloom. It does to Willie. Mays aptly described his approach one spring training when a fan asked him if players worked as hard in an exhibition game as in the regular season. I don't know about other players, Mays said. I only know about myself. Well, do you? Mays nodded slowly. Yes, I do. Don't make no difference about what kind of game it is. I always work as hard as I can. He pondered the thought. That's the onlyest way, he concluded. I even know how to play ball. That passion was always part of his appeal, but it also contributed to his fatigue. Even as a teenager, he'd collapse on the field from exhaustion in front of his father, and he would again, more than once, as a professional. Instead of resting during the season, or even afterward, he pushed himself to play more, or, as in 1954, was prodded to stay on the field. After the season, Mays could have made decent money with endorsements and appearances. He was even offered part of a nightclub act in Las Vegas. But the Giants, fearing predators as well as temptations, wanted him out of New York, and certainly not in Las Vegas. Mays was never a man about town, but he wasn't a choir boy either. Frank Forbes said that his biggest challenge was keeping the young women away from Willie, and keeping Willie away from the young women. That was evident during the 1954 season, when a pregnant woman approached Mays with the claim that he was the father of her baby and demanded money for child support. Mays vehemently denied the claim. When the baby was born in early October, the woman's lawyer demanded a cash payment. Mays sought assistance from the Giants, and all parties agreed that a blood test would be used to determine if Mays was the father. Conducted by Dr. Philip Levine, a pioneering researcher whose discovery of the Rh factor in human blood was used to identify paternity, the test confirmed that Mays was not the father. The incident was kept out of the newspapers, but Stoneham was eager to remove his star as far as possible from harm's way. He asked Mays to play winter ball in Puerto Rico, where he would still be in the Giants' orbit. Giant coach Herman Franks was managing the Santurce Cangrejeros, Crabbers, in San Juan. Stoneham also wanted to return a favor to Pedrin Soria, who had founded the Crabbers in the 1930s and had helped deliver Ruben Gomez, a native of Puerto Rico, to the Giants in 1953. Over the years, Soria had recruited several standout black players from America, including Josh Gibson, Roy Campanella, and Ray Dandridge, who were all embraced by Puerto Rico's delirious baseball fans. Soria had never lured a player of Mays's skill or status. In fact, no Major League MVP had ever played in Puerto Rico. With attendance sagging, Soria knew that Mays would electrify the island. He just needed Stoneham and Franks to convince him. Franks made a practical appeal. He said that he already had a very good team, which included Gomez, Negro League star Bob Thurman, future All-Star George Crowe, and Don Zimmer, who had been a rookie shortstop for Brooklyn. Franks said he had one other player of note, a young Puerto Rican who had just completed his first year in the Dodger farm system, Roberto Clemente. Mays told Franks that he was tired, but Franks said that this team, if he joined it, could win the Caribbean World Series, which would mean more money for all. When Mays agreed, the announcement surprised Puerto Rico's baseball fans, some of whom made wagers on whether he would actually arrive. On the morning of October 16th, about 1,000 people showed up at San Juan's Isla Grande airport, either to greet Mays or collect on their bets. Mays had fallen asleep while the Clipper was taxiing on the runway in New York. Despite a passing hurricane, he did not wake up until the plane landed in San Juan in a gray drizzle at 6:45 a.m. He couldn't believe the crowd. That day, Mays agreed to a contract that would pay him $1,000 a month. He signed it with a pen and also marked it with his fingerprint. Santurce played at Sixto Escobar Stadium, and at his first game, Mays met the team's bat boy, an 18-year-old named Orlando Cepeda, whose father, Pedro Cepeda, was one of the island's most prominent players. Neither Mays nor Cepeda could have imagined that in just a few years they would be teammates. At the time, Cepeda literally stood in awe before games as he positioned himself near the pitcher's mound to take throws from the outfield, Mays in center, Clemente in right or left. Mays played an unintentional, though significant, role in Clemente's career. In 1954, Clemente was 19 years old and attracting attention from 5 major league teams, including the Dodgers and the Giants. He wanted to play in New York, where he had friends and relatives in the city's large Puerto Rican community. The Giants believed he needed at least 1 year in the minors, so they would not exceed the $6,000 bonus limit, which would require keeping him on the major league roster for his first 2 years. The Dodgers concurred that he needed more experience, but still offered a $10,000 bonus. Clemente accepted and was sent to the Dodgers' top farm club in Montreal. As a result, he was left unprotected in the Rule 5 draft of minor league players. Over 2 rounds that ran from the club with the worst record to the one with the best, any big league team can select any unprotected minor league player, which that winter included Clemente. The Pittsburgh Pirates chose him as their first draft pick. Why did the Dodgers sign Clemente if they were not going to protect him? They feared the Giants were going to sign him. "We didn't want the Giants to have Willie Mays and Clemente in the same outfield and be the big attraction in New York," Dodger executive Buzzy Bavasi said later. "It was a cheap deal for us, any way you figure it." Mays and Clemente played together on numerous All-Star teams, but the only time they played together on a continuous basis was on Santurce. Clemente respected Mays, but idolized another Black Giants outfielder, Monty Irvin, who had played in the Puerto Rican Winter League in 1945. While Mays and Clemente were never close, they pushed each other as Santurce teammates, and were the backbone of a team that also included future Major League catcher Valmy Thomas, Buster Clarkson, who had played in the Negro Leagues and the Big Leagues, Bob Thurman, a talented Negro League player who would reach the majors at the end of his career, and aging Puerto Rican stars Luis Olmo and Pepe Lucas St. Clair. "I always said that was the greatest Winter League team ever assembled," Don Zimmer later said. "Can you imagine Mays, Clemente, and Thurman in the outfield? And Orlando Cepeda just hanging around, a big kid just stumbling all over himself because he was growing so fast." Mays hadn't picked up a bat in more than 2 weeks, and Franks offered to use him only as a pinch hitter at the outset. But Mays said he was ready to play, striking out in his first 2 at-bats, then rapping 2 hits. Before the game, Franks was asked if DeRocher had given him any instructions on handling Mays, and Franks looked surprised. "Instructions? What could you tell Willie? He doesn't drink and he doesn't smoke, and he loves to sleep, so you don't have to worry about him being out of shape. Maybe he shouldn't go after that first pitch so often, but that's the way he is. Maybe his throwing might be more disciplined, but his one idea is to get the ball and fire it home as quickly as possible. If Willie lets a fellow get an extra base once in a while because of his throws, it's nothing compared to the extra bases he takes away from him. Mays played well, hitting safely in his first 5 games. The first pitcher to shut him down was a Dodger left-hander named Tom Lasorda, who gained fame as the Dodgers' garrulous manager from 1976 to 1996. But he liked to talk even as a young pitcher in Puerto Rico, telling people that he had discovered Mays's weakness. He swung on the first pitch, which led to easy outs on balls outside the strike zone. Mays was a free swinger who often cut on the first offering, but that didn't make him a soft out. After 13 games without a home run, Mays finally got one. The pitcher? Tom Lasorda. Mays then homered in 4 consecutive contests. After 39 games over 2 months, Mays was leading the league in hitting with a .423 average, and he had 28 RBIs. The fans loved him, initially singing out, "Ole mira," the Spanish equivalent of "say hey," but in time they chanted "say hey" whenever he came to bat. His desire to excel seemed to always shine through. One night in Caguas, a Santurce pitcher who was going to throw batting practice had no one to warm up with. Mays grabbed a catcher's mitt and took the preliminary tosses, then threw a strike to second base to nail an imaginary runner. Branch Rickey Jr., whose father signed Jackie Robinson, was now working for his father as the farm system director of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Watching Mays from the stands, he said, "Look at that boy. He just can't wait to get things started. I've always maintained you can learn more about a ball player by watching him 2 days in the winter leagues than you can by watching him for 2 weeks in the States. Down here you can tell who likes to play." Off the field it wasn't as easy. Mays lived in a 3-room apartment across the street from the ballpark, and the ever-present Frank Forbes, who helped Mays settle in, noticed that his first few days were difficult. He had a real nice apartment, but he just couldn't get over the fact that when he came home at night, there was nobody there to say hello to him, Forbes said. Mays felt adrift. The night after his first game, he appeared on a television show with a bilingual host, and the next day he discovered that the show was sponsored by a milk company. He was mortified, as he was already committed to a competitor in the States. Mays took loyalty to an extreme, even to a dairy products firm, and he was so distressed that he wouldn't pose for any pictures for days, for fear they would be used commercially. He spoke no Spanish and had no interest in it. Regardless of language, he was careful about talking to strangers, was cautious with teammates, and missed New York. Franks permitted some trips home as long as the team was in first place. "Perhaps to some people it seemed I had changed, that I wasn't as easygoing as I had been," he later said. Actually, he was just growing up. Fortunately, one of his teammates was an old friend from the Birmingham Black Barons, Bill Greason. They lived in the same apartment building, and Greason's wife cooked for them. Mays sometimes ventured into town, sampling local dishes at restaurants and going to movies, grateful that the soundtrack was in English. He once joined his teammates for a pig roast at Soria's Beach House. A photograph, published in Collier's, shows the stylistic difference between Mays and his peers. A half-dozen players and coaches, including Soria, are standing around the pig on the spit. The men are wearing wrinkled button-ups and baggy slacks, a portrait of disheveled disinterest. Mays is wearing khaki pants, perfectly creased with pleats, cuffs, and a matching belt, plus a fitted blue-gray short-sleeve shirt with a white collar and white trim. Even at a Puerto Rican pig roast, he looked like $1 million. Mays's time with Santurce appeared to come to an ugly end in one of the more bizarre incidents of his career. On January 11th, Mays got into a fight with Ruben Gomez, his teammate on the Crabbers, as well as the Giants, creating a furor in both San Juan and New York. The New York Times ran a 2-column story about it, and the headline and subhead merited 5 lines. It all began when Mays was waiting to hit for batting practice, and Gomez, according to the Times, jumped in front of him. Mays and Gomez argued over the hitting order, so Gomez decided to sit on the plate and refused to budge. Gomez, a wiry right-hander, had a temper. As a Giant, he once hit Braves first baseman Joe Adcock in the arm with a pitch. By the time Adcock decided to charge the mound, the ball had been returned to Gomez, so he fired it again at the onrushing batter, hitting him in the thigh. The Braves then chased Gomez into his dugout, where he picked up an ice pick, which was used on hot days. Gomez yelled at Adcock and threatened to give him a second navel. Umpire Jocko Conlon tried to intervene. "Give me the ice pick," Conlon told him. "If you don't give it to me, you'll be suspended for life, and you have children, Reuben." In Puerto Rico, with Gomez sitting on home plate, Mays stood a few feet to the side and wouldn't move either. He told the pitcher, Milton Relat, to start throwing. Relat's first pitch was a fastball at Mays's head. Now Mays began screaming at Relat, who, like Gomez, was Puerto Rican. Mays wasn't a bully, but he never backed down either. From Fairfield to Newport News, he got into scraps with guys bigger than he. So when Relat threw his next pitch, Mays caught it with his bare hand and fired it back, hitting Relat in the shoulder. Relat cursed him in Spanish, and Mays began walking toward the mound. Then Gomez, bat in hand, stood up and joined the fray. He later said he was trying to stop the fight. But Mays thought Gomez was trying to defend his fellow Puerto Rican, so Gomez and Mays ended up wrestling, with Mays knocking him down with a punch. Herman Franks and George Crowe finally broke it up, but when Gomez headed off the field, he threw several bats at Mays, and Mays threw them right back. When Franks told Mays to take it easy, Mays asked, "Are you on the Puerto Rican side?" In the locker room, Mays told Franks that he was leaving. He had recently told a television interviewer that he had played baseball without any rest since March 1st, and was too tired to last the rest of the winter. Soria met with Mays and Franks and called Stoneham, and a compromise was reached. Mays could go to New York in a few days, so long as he returned for the playoffs in February. Gomez, having won Game 3 of the World Series, was a national hero in his own right. So when Mays came to bat the following day, he was booed. He had rarely been jeered, certainly never by hometown fans, and he felt he had done nothing to warrant the sudden disfavor. But he didn't show his anger or hurt. When he got to the plate, he hit a triple and came home on an outfielder's error. All was forgiven. Mays and Gomez reconciled and were good friends for many years. And when the season ended 2 weeks later, Mays led the league in hitting with a .395 average, and despite missing games, he also led it in total bases, triples, and slugging percentage. Clemente was also spectacular, hitting .344 and leading the league in hits, 94, and runs scored, 65. Santurce made it to the Caribbean World Series in Caracas, Venezuela, where the modern University City Stadium was jammed with 40,000 rabid fans to watch a 4-team round-robin of flag winners in Cuba, Panama, Puerto Rico, and Venezuela. But the main attraction was Mays. As shown by a headline in El Nacional, "You just have to see him." But just as he struggled offensively at the start of the World Series, Mays made outs in his first 12 at-bats in Caracas. Unlike the crowds back home, these fans were unforgiving, and the Venezuelan fanaticos booed him lustily. Mays had now played in more than 220 games in less than a year, and his grim face showed tension and weariness. But in Santurce's third game, with the score tied at 2, Mays came to the plate in the 11th inning with Clemente on base. He dug in, took a huge swing, and watched his miseries sail over the fence for the game winner. Moments later, after leaping on home plate, he rode high on his teammates' shoulders, his arms raised in joy. The homer, according to Peter J. Bjarkman, an authority on Latin American baseball, remains one of the most dramatic clouts in Caribbean Series history. Mays then went on a rampage, collecting 11 hits in 13 at-bats, including 2 home runs and 2 triples. His .440 average and 9 RBIs were tops in the series. The smile returned, his spirits lifted. Caracas was his. Santurce won its 3rd straight World Series, cementing Soria's relationship with the Giants, which would bear fruit in years to come. Mays said that the next year he wasn't going to play winter baseball in the Caribbean. The demands were too great, and a winning share of the series was only $450. But Mays had proven that his stardom was not confined to the United States or to those who spoke English, and he would play in Latin America again. He never learned Spanish, but neither baseball nor Willie Mays ever needed translation. Chapter 14. A New Archetype. Willie Mays entered the big leagues after it had experienced two very different eras of play since the turn of the century, the dead ball era and the live ball, and opinions were sharply divided on which was superior. Each style had its own specialists, slap-hitting speedsters or slugging behemoths, and each approach had its own baseball icon as its leader. But Willie Mays created a category unto himself. The game's dead ball era prevailed in the 1900s and 1910s, and was the heyday of scientific baseball. It emphasized speed and strategy, with teams relying on steals, double steals, bunts, squeeze plays, and the hit and run. Anything to advance a runner one base to push across a deciding tally. The era marked the apogee of the stolen base. Between 1909 and 1916, the league leaders stole more than 70 bases a year. In 1915, almost 2.7 bases were swiped per game. Even when small ball came back in vogue in the 1970s and 1980s, the big leagues never saw more than 1.7 bases stolen per game in a season. The dead ball era's slap and dash style in part reflected the game's deep animus toward home runs, which were seen as selfish, unproductive, almost immoral. Big swings led to strikeouts, so home run hitters seemed to place individual glory ahead of the team. The baseball statistics in Sunday sports sections included batting averages, sacrifices, and stolen bases, but not homers, whose leaders sometimes would not break into double digits. The glory and the contracts went to those who excelled in scientific baseball, and its foremost practitioner was Ty Cobb, whose career average of .366 from 1905 to 1928 made him the dominant player of his time. Books and magazines promoted his skills, how to read opponents, how to deceive them, how to draw them out of position with fake bunts, steals, or place hitting. From 1907 to 1917, he led the American League in stolen bases 5 times, including a record 96 in 1915. For his career, he stole home 50 times. The small ball era began to fade with baseball's discovery that the home run was actually a crowd pleaser. If you hit it damn far, they will come. The nuances of scientific baseball could not compete with the brute strength, virile showmanship, and instant gratification of the round tripper. And the bellwether of brawn, of course, was Babe Ruth. His breakout season as a hitter was 1919, when his 29 homers more than doubled those of the league leader in 1917. In 1920, when Ruth hit 54, the American League smacked 396 homers, compared to 96 in 1918. Offense in general flourished. In 1921, 15 players had 100 or more RBIs. Before then, it was rare for 2 or 3 players to reach that milestone. The live ball era had arrived. Many believed the balls really were more alive because they supposedly were more tightly wound. Major League Baseball outlawed spitballs and other trick pitches, and were more willing to replace scuffed balls with new ones. These moves were driven in part by tragedy. In 1920, Cleveland shortstop Ray Chapman was killed when he was struck in the head by a spitball. Hitters clearly needed more protection, which dovetailed with the game's new free-swinging ethos. More offense meant more excitement and more fans. And in Babe Ruth, baseball had the perfect outsized personality to match the era's outsized home runs. Ruth and the muscle men who followed recalibrated how baseball was played. The stolen base was once seen as a necessary skill for all players, but it was now deemed a foolish gambit that only specialists should attempt. Why risk getting thrown out when the hitter could plate 2 runs with one mighty swing? The entire risk-reward ratio of scientific baseball, bunting, hitting behind runners, the hit and run, had been shredded. Leonard Coppett wrote, "The emphasis shifted from maximum advance to maximum men on. It became more important to have as many men as possible safely on base when the home run did come up than to risk losing some of them for the sake of an extra base. It would be a double loss. Not only would a runner be wiped out, but another out would be recorded, which might keep a home run hitter from getting another swipe later in the game." Baseball purists, led by Ty Cobb, were scandalized, but they could not put the Ruthian genie back in the bottle. In 1929, the number of home runs per game eclipsed the number of stolen bases per game, and by the middle 1930s, most big leaguers had little experience in swiping bases. Baseball had speed merchants, but stealing was for niche players, and certainly not for the great ones. Joe DiMaggio was fast, but he never stole more than 6 bases in 1 year. Stan Musial never more than 9. Ted Williams, 4. None was known for daring base running. In 1950, the stolen base was at its nadir, with only about half a base stolen per game, and baseball, in Bill James's view, resembled a ticking time bomb. Get a man on base and wait for a home run. But the live ball era had also ended. The narrow focus on the long ball, at the expense of speed and strategy, had caused run production to decline. In 1922, the National League hit 520 home runs and scored 6,194 runs. By 1956, home runs had increased by 130% to 1,219, but scoring had declined by 15% to 5,275. Runs fell in part because stolen bases had declined by 51%, from 765 to 371. The American League numbers, while not as dramatic, reflect the same trend. Jackie Robinson was the first of the pioneering black players who pushed the action. Roger Kahn said the most exciting play he ever saw was Robinson in a rundown, and Robinson's theft of home in the 1955 World Series was a signature moment in his career and a radiant signal of how the game was changing. The black players' most obvious influence was their dominance in stealing bases. In his rookie season, Robinson topped all National League players with 29 steals. 2 years later, in 1949, his 37 steals were the most in the National League in 19 years. The Braves' Sam the Jet Jethro and Bill Bruton were not great hitters, but Jethro led the league in steals in 1950 and 1951, while Bruton took the honor from 1953 to 1955. In the American League, Minnie Minoso won the base-stealing crown his first 3 years in the majors, from 1951 to 1953. Baseball's integration also brought in a new group of power hitters, including Larry Doby, Roy Campanella, and Monty Irvin. African Americans could not be typecast, but they did tend to fall into the traditional categories, speedster and slugger, that Ty Cobb and Babe Ruth had represented. Willie Mays changed all that. A new archetype, he blended both styles, possessing the skills of the 2 greatest players in baseball history. His first 2 full seasons, 1951 and 1952 combined, plus 1954, established his long ball credentials, but he stole only 19 bases in 29 attempts. 1955 brought forth the full range of his talents. He hit 51 home runs, making him the youngest to surpass 50, and only the 7th player overall to reach that milestone. He also stole 24 bases in only 30 attempts, finishing 2 behind the league leader. Since 1900, only 4 other players had hit 20 homers and stolen 20 bases in the same year. The following season, 1956, Mays reached a new milestone, topping the league with 40 steals, the highest since 1929. It was also Mays's career best. He was only thrown out 10 times, and he stole third base 13 times in 13 attempts. He also stroked 36 homers, becoming the first player in the league's 80-year history to reach 30 and 30 in homers and steals. The closest player to reach that plateau had been Mays himself the previous year, with 51 and 24. In fact, no National League player had ever reached 30 in both categories, even in different seasons. Mays would lead the major leagues in stolen bases for 3 consecutive years, 1956 to 1958, while hitting more than 30 homers in each of those seasons, except the last, when he had 29. In 1957, Mays also led the league in triples, 20, and became the 4th player in league history to hit 20 or more homers, doubles, and triples in one season. He was so strong, Bill Rigney recalled, that the ball sounded a little different than it sounded off of any other bat. In St. Louis, Mays hit the light tower behind the scoreboard, and he said to me, "I hit that ball so hard it scared me." His breathtaking power made his base running all the more surprising. Mays says he did not begin stealing bases to break new ground in baseball or to prove any points. He did so because the Giants' offense was in decline, age and injury having caught up with some of their best players. Mays felt he had to contribute more, as he showed on May 6, 1956, his 25th birthday. The Giants played in St. Louis against a hard-throwing left-hander named Wilmer Vinegar-Bend Mizell. Mays led off the second with a single, but did not get a good read on Mizell's move. He made no attempt to run and was erased on a double play. Mays studied the pitcher from the bench. Left-handers were tougher to decipher, but he thought they all had one vulnerability. Their eyes signaled their intentions. He also found a tip-off in Mizell's delivery. With a speedy runner on first base, Mizell assumed, like most pitchers, that his fastball would give his catcher a better chance on an attempted steal. But Mays saw that Mizell kicked his right leg higher on a fastball, making that the ideal pitch on which to run. Mays's next time at bat, in the 4th, resulted in a walk, and he took a new measure of the pitcher. This time, he got a running jump and stole second, and on the next pitch, he stole third. In the 6th, Mays walked again, but knew the element of surprise was gone. It didn't matter. He stole second, and could feel the angry, frustrated stares of both Mizell and the catcher, Bill Sarney. In the 9th, with the Giants losing by 1, Mays led off with a single. Mizell tried to hold him with several throws, but Mays ran on the first pitch and beat the peg. 4 steals in one game. He considered stealing third, though with none out, the attempt would have carried undue risk. He scored anyway when the next hitter doubled him home. Informed after the game that he had fallen 1 stolen base short of the single-game record, Mays said, "If I knew I was near a record, I could have taken third base easy." The Giants won 5-4. Mays proved that a player could steal bases without sacrificing power, but he never saw those skills as contradictory. They were for him the fulfillment of his father's dictum that the more things he excelled in, the longer he'd play. His base-stealing skills had developed in the Negro Leagues out of necessity. There, most squads had fewer than 20 members, so versatility was required, and pinch runners were an unaffordable luxury. What seemed natural or obvious to Mays seemed heedless to others. Why would a long ball hitter who had already been compared to Babe Ruth risk injury by stealing bases? Hard slides caused many injuries, some irreparable. After Monty Irvin broke his ankle sliding into third base, he was never the same. Though Mickey Mantle was probably faster than Mays early in his career, the most bases he ever stole was 21, and he broke into double digits only 6 times in his career. Some of Mays's friends urged similar caution. Roy Campanella, after his own career was cut short by a car accident in 1958, tried to counsel Mays. "Willie runs too much," he said in his autobiography. "He's foolish. Every once in a while during the winter he visits me in the liquor store in Harlem. We go down in the basement and we talk. I told Willie, 'You know, every time you steal a base, you're gambling on your career.' I used to talk and talk. I tell him, 'Look, Willie, you don't get paid for stealing bases. You get paid for hitting the ball over the fence.' You know what Willie answers? Nothing. He just sits there and doesn't say a word. Finally, I'd give up. What's the use? He's not going to change. He just plays one way. He don't know any other way." Stolen bases were the easiest way to quantify Mays's running skills. but he also accumulated extra bases through speed, cunning, and force of will. In this area, more than any other, he imported the Negro League philosophy of daring, exuberance, and pugnacity. Opening day 1955, the Giants played the Pirates, and in the 8th inning, Mays was on second base with the score tied. The hitter rapped a ground ball to shortstop Dick Grote, who lobbed the ball to first base. Mays was moving on contact and never slowed down. When he saw Grote's languid throw, he steamed toward home plate. The first baseman's peg beat him to the plate. Catcher Dan Kravitz applied the tag, and umpire Larry Getz called him out. But Mays had slammed into Kravitz with 180 pounds of rage, and the ball came out. He scored the winning run. Baseball is a game of predictable calculations, but Mays seemed to run the bases with a completely different algorithm. He would go from first to third on an infield out, or would score from first base on a hit-and-run single. Modern baseball has seen only 2 occasions in which a man scored from first base on a single to left. Both times, it was Mays. Once when he was 24, again when he was 30. He once scored from first base on a bunt without a fielding error. Willie McCovey, a left-handed power hitter, bunted the ball down the third base line. With the fielders pulled to the right side, the ball rolled into short left field. Mays never stopped, and McCovey got a double. Mays would dance off the bag, taunt pitchers, try to draw throws. On a typical play in 1961, the Sporting News described what happened when Mays on first headed for second on a single. Mays rounded second, feinted an all-out run into third, then feinted back toward second, and provoked a throw to second by Wally Moon. As soon as Moon lifted his arm to make the fatal mistake of throwing behind Willie, Mays lit out for third and made it sliding. Mays took responsibility for his own ventures. He says he never watched the third base coach, but learned to round third base backwards by observing Jackie Robinson. His self-reliance was evident on the base paths or in the field. He could look at a fly ball just once to determine its flight path. If runners were on base, he could then keep an eye on them. Mays didn't want to depend on his teammates to tell him what to do. While he made his own decisions, they were grounded in preparation. Mays would sit in the dugout during pregame warm-ups and watch opposing fielders throw the ball. He never kept a notebook, but he thought he knew the strength and accuracy of every arm in the field. The same keen vision that helped him track long flies allowed him to see, while at full speed on the bases, the alignment of the ball, the outfielder, and the cutoff man. If a ball was hit in the corner or the gap, he saw, in Bob Costas's words, the geometric possibilities of the play. Mays ran with his head on a swivel, absorbing information and recalibrating the risks. He tried to exploit any lapse, no matter how slight. If the cutoff man dropped his throwing arm after receiving the ball, or if an outfielder lobbed a ball into the infield, those were green lights to advance another base. One outfielder, stunned at the sight of Mays bolting for home plate, was simply paralyzed, which allowed the man on first to reach second. Mays was also a runner who wouldn't take no for an answer. In a 1961 game against Cincinnati, the Giants had the bases loaded with the score tied and Mays on third. The hitter grounded the ball to the first baseman, who touched the bag for the second out, then threw home. Bad move. The catcher was a 26-year-old Nebraskan named Jerry Zimmerman, who had played only a dozen games in the big leagues. Because the force play was no longer in order, he was going to have to tag the human wrecking ball that was bearing down on him. Zimmerman exploded upon contact, Charles Einstein wrote. The ball, the glove, the mask, and several pieces of Zimmerman appeared to disassemble in mid-air, like the cat in a Looney Tunes cartoon. By the time things fell back to earth, Mays had scored, a teammate had scored, and a third Giant was on third base, whence he would score a moment later. Mays's creativity on the base paths was boundless. On one play at home plate against the Dodgers, Roy Campanella was already holding the ball, so Mays went airborne. I was kind of using his head as a fulcrum or something, he said, and actually kind of ran up one side of him and down the other, and his hand with the ball kept aiming for me, but never did touch me. The umpire saw it differently, or maybe didn't see it at all, and ruled Mays out. DeRocher stormed out of the dugout and tried to recreate Mays's acrobatics. The ump wasn't buying it. "You're telling me he did the impossible," he said. "He did. Well, I ain't fixin' to believe it." Mays also did things defensively that no one had ever seen before. Giant coach Tommy Henrich said, "I've seen him go up in the air trying for a catch with his left hand, miss it, then turn in the air and pick the ball off the wall with his right hand, all set for the throw. How anybody could have that kind of coordination, I don't know, but Willie has it." Mays borrowed from other sports. As a kid, he watched newsreels of Don Hutson, the Alabama All-American who played wide receiver for the Green Bay Packers. He saw how Hutson would twist his body while catching a pass to elude defenders, or how quickly Hutson could stop and reverse direction. So Mays practiced the same thing. On deep flies, he would twist his body to avoid slamming into the fence, or would run full tilt toward the wall and try to stop right before impact. The moves further separated him from his peers. And then there was his arm. Umpire Jocko Conlon said Mays was the only player I ever saw who could run hard one way and throw hard the other. In a game in St. Louis, with the Giants leading by a run and the Cardinals hitting with a man on first, the batter drove the ball to the outfield fence. Bill Rigney recalled, "Those two rabbits started running, and it appeared the Cards would tie the score, but do you know what happened? The moment Willie got his hand on the ball, they stopped and started looking for a base. It was just like musical chairs when the music stopped, and it won us the game." Joe DiMaggio said Mays had the greatest arm he ever saw, and some throws seemed to defy credibility. In 1955, in a game at the Polo Grounds, the Braves' Billy Bruton was on third with no one out. A fly ball came to Mays about 320 feet from home plate. Bruton was the fastest man in the league, so when the ball was caught, he assumed he would score easily. He took off from third and crossed the plate standing up. Only problem was, the moment he touched the plate, catcher Wes Westrom's glove came down hard on his shoulder, the ball in his mitt. How Mays had gotten the ball home so quickly, no one quite knew. It might have been the greatest throw of his career, and it caught home plate umpire Art Gore by surprise. He shook his head, as if to clear it, and then made a very odd call. "Just safe." Either you're out, or you're safe. But just safe? That suggests an uncertainty, a disbelief in what you've seen. His best catches seem to be guided by some divine spirit. Whitey Lockman in 2001 recalled Mays' making a barehanded catch in Pittsburgh off Roberto Clemente. "A line drive," Lockman said. He stuck up his hand. "Remember the play that Kevin Mitchell made a few years ago? It was better than that. Mitchell's was a foul ball, a fly ball in the left field corner. But Mays's was a shot off Clemente's bat in left center. I mean, it was going, and Mays was racing with his back to everything, and reached up with his right hand and caught it. I thought, oh my God, that's not human." Mays's mental data book on opposing players was its own kind of weapon. In later years, teams used computers to develop sophisticated profiles on players and to create comprehensive scouting books. But Mays committed everything to memory, and he shared his insights with teammates. Joey Amalfitano, for example, was a 21-year-old bench warmer in 1955 when he entered a game in Cincinnati to replace an injured player. He got his first hit of his career. Then he was to lead off the 10th inning against Jerry Staley. Mays called him back to the bat rack and told him that Staley would make him hit a curveball, so be ready. Amalfitano stepped into the batter's box and took the first pitch, a sinker, for a strike. The next pitch was a curveball, and he hit it off the left center field wall for a double. Mays later knocked him in for the winning run. "I didn't play much those first couple of years," Amalfitano says, "but Willie would always sit next to me when the Giants were hitting and tell me things about the pitchers." Ty Cobb noticed Mays' base-running gifts. After he retired, he continued to follow the game, and in 1957, as paraphrased by the Sporting News, he described Mays as a brilliant base stealer who could lead the revival of the running style that he, Cobb, had perfected. That Cobb saw Mays as a possible heir was fitting. While Mays's power often led to comparisons of him with Ruth, he more closely resembled Cobb in style and aggressiveness, if not in personality. Tom Stanton wrote of Cobb, "He was the game's premier warrior, fiercest competitor, smartest hitter, most ingenious player, strongest drawing card, highest paid performer, and brightest base path terror, and an inspiration to boys throughout the nation." The same could have been written of Mays. By combining the best of Cobb and Ruth, Willie Mays forged his own era by creating a new standard, the five-tool player. Mays had never heard the phrase until it was applied to him, but it became part of the lexicon, used to describe multi-talented contemporaries like Hank Aaron, Roberto Clemente, and Frank Robinson. Just as Cobb and Ruth were the exemplars of their eras, Mays was the paragon of his. Chapter 15. Jackie, Willie, and All Deliberate Speed. During spring training of 1955, Sports Illustrated wanted Willie Mays on its cover, an obvious choice given his previous season. What wasn't so obvious was who was photographed with him: Leo DeRocher and his wife, Lorraine Day. DeRocher's celebrity was at its zenith, but the arrangement was still unusual, for the magazine had no story about the three, just a baseball preview. Mays doesn't know how the alignment came about, but it's safe to assume that DeRocher, who reviewed most media requests for Mays, and did not mind the envy of others, was behind it. To be on the front of a national magazine with an elegant actress who was his wife, and the country's most dynamic athlete who was his devoted subaltern, was impressive. Lorraine Day adored Mays. In her memoir, she said that while she interviewed many athletes on her television show, the favorite of all is Willie Mays, who suffers tortures on the air, and yet wins the heart of everybody. On this day, the trio stood on the grass at Phoenix Municipal Stadium, the green outfield fence in the background. Mays and DeRocher wore their home white uniforms, with black letters and orange trim, while Day wore a high-collared patterned dress with a hemline below the knees. Her feet, in open high-heeled shoes, looked dainty next to the massive black spikes of her companions. Her short auburn hair glistened in the sunlight. Her white earrings, red lipstick, and red nail polish accented her delicate features. She looked like a classy, middle-aged PTA mom, except instead of walking her children to the bus stop, she stood between Leo DeRocher and Willie Mays. Taking the picture was Hy Peskin, Sports Illustrated's first staff photographer, who produced some of the most memorable sports images in the 20th century. Joe DiMaggio completing a swing, Jim Brown glaring from the field, Ben Hogan swinging a one-iron. In 1953, Peskin had photographed Senator John Kennedy sailing with his fiancée, Jacqueline Bouvier. The picture appeared on the cover of Life and helped promote Kennedy as a national figure. Mays doesn't recall what Peskin said for that spring training photograph, but at some point, Day put one hand on her husband's shoulder and the other hand on Mays's. All three looked cheerful. Peskin clicked his camera, and Sports Illustrated put the image on its cover of April 11, 1955. The magazine was less than a year old. In time, it would publish groundbreaking stories on sports and race in America. But in 1955, it stayed clear of social issues and didn't use its cover for any agenda beyond showing a good photograph. Whether Peskin had any ulterior motives is unknown, but according to Robert Creamer, then a writer at the magazine, it wasn't until the letters came in that we knew of any controversy. Sports Illustrated had shattered a great taboo. A white woman was touching a black man, surely a first for the front of any mainstream national magazine. White supremacists had long raised the specter of predatory black savages deflowering helpless white women as grounds for segregation incarceration, and violent oppression. The volatile mix of race and sex had triggered devastating riots, rallied lynch mobs, and turned innocents into martyrs, such as Emmett Till, a 14-year-old African-American who that very year was murdered after he spoke to or whistled at a white woman in a small Mississippi town. The acquittal of 2 defendants would energize the nascent civil rights movement. In the mainstream media, the barrier between white women and black men could not be breached. But now Lorraine Day was placing her willful right hand on Willie Mays's muscular right shoulder, with pleasant smiles on both their faces. The image chipped away at the corrupt armature of Jim Crow, and Sports Illustrated's outraged readers sent their letters, some of which were published on April 25th. F. M. Odom of Shreveport, Louisiana. Up until now I have not found anything in particularly bad taste in SI. But by golly, when you print a picture on the cover in full color of a white woman embracing a Negro man, you make it evident that even in a magazine supposedly devoted to healthful and innocent sports, you have to engage in South-baiting. I care nothing about those 3 people as individuals, but I care a heck of a lot about the proof the pictures give that SI is part of the giant plan to flaunt all decency, so long as the conquered of 1865 can be reminded of their eternal defeat. Edward F. Webb of Nashville, Tennessee. To tell you that I was shocked at SI's cover would be putting it mildly. The informative note inside the magazine tells me that this is Mrs. Leo DeRocher, a white woman with her arm affectionately around the neck of Willie Mays, a Negro ball player. Let me say to you, sir, the most appalling blow ever struck at this country, the most disastrous thing that ever happened to the people of America, was the recent decision of the Supreme Court declaring segregation unconstitutional. T.B. Kelso of Fort Worth, Texas. Please cancel my subscription. This is an insult to every decent white woman everywhere. A.C. Dunn of New Orleans. Such disgusting racial propaganda is not fit for people who are trying to build a stronger nation based on racial integrity. Those letters generated their own responses, which were published on May 2nd. Norwood W. Pope of Jackson Heights, New York. I am embarrassed beyond words and infuriated to the point of battle concerning those letters from the good Americans in Tennessee, Louisiana, and Texas, who thought your cover was racial propaganda and an insult to white women. Willie Mays is an American baseball player, first, last, and always. He waves no flags. He stirs no trouble. His teammates like him. He has no axes to grind. He is the personification of liberty, initiative, democracy, and fair play. Willie is a top-notch baseball player. His only discriminations are against opposing pitchers. His only philosophy is to play good, clean baseball. A.P.L. Knott, Jr. of New Haven, Connecticut. I was shocked to see that such strong negative reactions to SI's April 11th cover should prevail in this great democratic country of ours. I am quite sure that when SI printed the cover, there was no intention of South-baiting, recollecting the Civil War, insulting any women, or spreading racial propaganda on the part of the editors, as these gentlemen claimed. Steve Kraesler of Long Beach, New York. I have never written to a magazine before, but I consider it my duty to do so at this time. I was disgusted at the letters concerning the cover of Willie Mays and Mrs. Leo DeRocher. I may be only 15 years old, but I have more common sense than any adult with those ideas. Though unintended, Sports Illustrated had prompted a conversation about race. What's noteworthy is not the vitriol of the Southern bigots, but the naivete of the Northern liberals, including the magazine's editors. They're shocked that these racist views were even held, let alone tightly embraced by others. Anyone reading the exchange would have gained insights into America's racial schism and recognized how fierce the opposition would be to integration. And what did Mays think? He thought the cover was cool and knew nothing of the controversy. The modern civil rights movement had no official beginning, but 2 events are usually cited as its launching point. The Brown v. Board of Education decision, handed down on May 17, 1954, and more than a year later, on December 1, 1955, in Montgomery, Alabama, Rosa Parks's refusal to give up her bus seat to a white passenger, which led to her arrest, but also mobilized blacks to boycott the city's buses. 1 year later, the law that required segregated busing was abolished. These victories catapulted the careers of Thurgood Marshall, who represented the petitioners in Brown, and Martin Luther King Jr., a young Montgomery pastor who led the bus boycott. As the scholar Charles Ogletree pointed out in All Deliberate Speed, Marshall and King had very different approaches to ending segregation. Marshall believed in change through the court system, or legal challenges, while King advocated nonviolent political protests, or extra-legal challenges. Both approaches were needed, for resistance to integration was pervasive. From President Eisenhower, who privately disagreed with Brown, and when he did speak out, emphasized that integration should happen slowly, to congressional members from the South, 90% of whom signed a Southern Manifesto, which vowed to reverse Brown, to the Supreme Court itself, which 1 year after Brown refused to rule that schools desegregate immediately, but should do so with all deliberate speed. Grassroots opposition was also intense, including the white citizens' councils in the South, which publicly renounced violence in favor of economic tactics, but still contributed to hostilities against blacks. In Birmingham, resistance to Brown quickly surfaced. Before the decision, the city commissioners had abolished the ordinance that had prohibited blacks and whites from sharing any recreational activity. The commission unanimously amended the law so blacks and whites could play spectator sports together, including baseball, which would have more easily allowed Willie Mays to play exhibitions in his hometown. But 2 weeks after Brown, Birmingham voters resegregated baseball, among other sports, by a margin of 3-1. Throughout the South, local and state legislatures asserted their right to block the federal government from dismantling Jim Crow, and by the end of 1956, Southern legislatures had approved of more than 100 new segregation statutes. The great milestones of Brown and the Montgomery boycott simply marked the beginning of a long struggle, and while Marshall and King would lead the battle in America's courtrooms and streets, there was a third assault on segregation, and it came from our national pastime. Racial attitudes don't change by judicial fiat or adamant protests, but they can be changed by events that challenge assumptions and biases, thus creating an opposing narrative to the outright lies embedded in white supremacy. Baseball created that opposing narrative, giving its black pioneers the perfect stage to defy and inspire. Tallulah Bankhead said in 1954, "The Negro stars have certainly done something for baseball, and baseball has done something for the Negroes, too. If nothing else, it's unbigoted some bigots." Baseball wasn't the only sport to play a role. Boxers contributed, specifically Joe Louis, who was not only a champion fighter, but a soft-spoken patriot. His defeat of the German Max Schmeling in 1938 and his fundraising for the U.S. war effort made him immensely popular with white fans. So too was Jesse Owens, whose 4 gold medals in the 1936 Olympics in Berlin discredited Hitler's racist ideology. But baseball, with its deep roots in America, was different. Raw ability was not enough. It's a team game that requires collaboration, intelligence, and finesse, attributes that Major League Baseball had in fact cited to justify its color barrier. In 1946, the National and American Leagues established a steering committee to evaluate integration, among other things, and concluded, "A Major League Baseball player must have something besides great natural ability. He must possess the technique, the coordination, the competitive attitude, and the discipline, which is usually acquired only after years of training in the minor leagues." Since blacks never had a chance to play in the minors, according to the report's circular logic, comparatively few young Negro players are being developed. Branch Rickey rejected this sophistry, promoting Jackie Robinson the next year, but the report's patronizing language reflected common attitudes. An influential 1925 report for the Army, for example, was blunter in its rationale for segregation. Because of their smaller cranium, lighter brain, and cowardly and immoral character, they were lower on the evolutionary scale. By the early 1950s, blacks had succeeded in business, law, academia, and the arts, as well as the military. But by virtue of baseball's popularity, it fell to its Negro pioneers to shatter racist stereotypes. And it's no insult to Thurgood Marshall or Martin Luther King to say that Jackie Robinson deserves a place in the pantheon of great civil rights leaders. King himself recognized this. 1 month before he was assassinated, he visited Don Newcombe and said at the dinner table, "Don, you and Jackie and Roy will never know how easy you made it to do my job." Willie Mays was often compared to Robinson, for good reason. They were America's two most prominent black athletes in the 1950s, and they were both fast, intense competitors who imported the Negro League style of aggressive play. They also shared certain habits, such as their shunning of tobacco and alcohol. But their backgrounds and personalities, as well as their views on social issues, could not have been more different. Everything about the young Mays, apprehensive, amicable, fearful of controversy, Robinson contradicted. 11 years older than Mays, Robinson grew up amid affluence in Pasadena, California, on a mostly white block in a working-class part of town. Even as a boy, he had a quick temper. He threw rocks at the father of a girl who called him nigger, and he channeled his anger through sports. He attended UCLA for 2 years, and though he didn't graduate, he was at least immersed in a world of inquiry and analysis. Unlike Mays, he could not abide blacks' second-class status, which led to repeated confrontations. After he was drafted, he refused to move to the back of a bus at Camp Hood, the Army base in Texas where he was stationed. He got into an argument and was arrested, though found not guilty in a military trial. Branch Rickey saw Robinson's defiance as a source of strength, which he would need to endure the slurs, the threats, and the isolation of baseball's great experiment. But after suppressing his emotions for 2 years with the Dodgers, Robinson's simmering rage could no longer be contained, causing friction with opponents, the National League, and his own club. Robinson was one of the few blacks who openly protested segregated housing during spring training. On his expense account, along with the usual items such as meals, rent, and transportation, he inserted humiliation, without specifying an amount, and suggested the Dodgers quantify the indignities he had suffered. His frequent confrontations with the umpires prompted one, Jock O'Conlon, to say that Robinson was the most difficult ballplayer I had to deal with. Jackie was one of those players who could never accept a decision. Almost every time he was called out on strikes or on a close play on the bases, there seemed to be a few words. Mays, by contrast, rarely argued with umpires, would greet them as he jogged to center field, and was never ejected from the game. Not once in 22 seasons. He says he couldn't help the team from the clubhouse. Nor did he publicly complain about segregated housing during spring training, though he eventually rebelled against the treatment. At some point, the Giants could all stay in the same hotel in Phoenix, but the blacks and Latins could not eat in the restaurant. So Mays, motivated more by the inconvenience than moral outrage, moved to another hotel that was owned by a friend. The public never knew. Where Robinson bitterly opposed discrimination, Mays turned segregation into a profit center. In St. Louis, for example, baseball teams stayed at the Chase Hotel, which banned black patrons. Robinson demanded that the Chase drop its racial barrier, and in 1954 the hotel finally relented on a limited basis. Blacks could sleep there, but could not use the dining room, the swimming pool, or loiter in the lobby. Mays didn't care about the Chase. He preferred staying in a black hotel. The Giants gave him the cash to cover the expenses for all the minority players, But the hotel waived their bill as long as they hung out in the dining room and bar. It was great publicity. And Mays divvied up the surplus cash among himself and the other band players. That ended once the chase was integrated. As Robinson's career continued, he became more public and more strident in his demands for racial progress, and he was met with a backlash. "I was a martyred hero to a lot of people who seemed to have sympathy for the underdog," he wrote in I Never Had It Made. "But the minute I began to answer, to argue, to protest, the minute I began to sound off, I became a swellhead, a wise guy, an uppity nigger." Robinson resented veteran black players like Larry Doby, Roy Campanella, and Monty Irvin for not speaking out with him, and his crusading spirit only intensified in retirement. Jimmy Cannon wrote that Robinson used anger as a Confederate, and Don Newcombe said, "He was the kind of man who had to make his presence felt. He sometimes overdid it. Like a boiler, he could not keep it all inside him." While that smoldering intensity was part of his greatness, Mays concealed all his hurts with his joyous veneer and his honest belief that he was fortunate to play the sport he cherished. Robinson's game was an act of politics. For Mays, it was one of love. Donald Honig said, "Robinson, by virtue of seething pride, unforgiving resentments, his belligerency, and his outspokenness, was always the symbol of racial progress and aspiration. For some blacks, the innocent, laughing young Mays seemed too close to stereotype. Where Robinson threatened the social order, Willie approximated a comfortable fit." Mays often had the ear of the most powerful people in the country. In July 1955, he was one of 32 sports leaders invited to the White House for a meeting with President Eisenhower on how to interest youngsters in competitive sports. Archie Moore, the boxer, gave such an inspiring talk on how to stop juvenile delinquency that Eisenhower suggested he run for Congress. Mays also had a platform. As the group prepared for a photograph on the White House lawn, reporters swarmed him. "What do you want to know, Katz?" he asked. "Sure, I go for this recreation business. We haven't got half enough parks for the kids in New York." Asked if he would give the president any suggestions, Mays said, "No, I don't go for that, but I'm with the program." Mays showed a bit more spunk in a brief conversation with Vice President Nixon, who gave Willie some advice on working through a recent slump. "Keep your spirit up, that's the main thing," Nixon said. "You have the natural ability. After a good year, you usually have a bad one to settle down a bit, and then you come up again." Mays respectfully disagreed. "I don't believe that," he told Nixon. "A good player's got to play good all the time." Mays's desire to please may have struck some as too close to stereotype, but the ease with which white America could embrace Mays was invaluable at a time when the slightest challenge to the status quo, witness the Sports Illustrated cover, sent tremors. Mays was a transformative player, but he shunned the language of transformation, or even triumph, and hewed to a non-threatening script of humility and respect. After the 1954 season, DeRocher launched one of his glowing riffs on Willie, claiming he could outrun, outthrow, and outfield Stan Musial, and he can out-hit him as well, and has so much power. This caused a stir. Musial had already won 3 MVPs and 6 batting championships, and he was still near the peak of his Hall of Fame career. For DeRocher to assert that a relative newcomer was his superior was heresy, the more so because Musial was a consummate gentleman who shied away from self-promotion. Several weeks after DeRocher's comments, Mays traveled to Rochester, New York, to accept the Ray Hickok Belt as the Professional Athlete of the Year. In a speech before 550 people, he bluntly contradicted his own manager. "I appreciate the nice things Leo said about me, but Musial has many great seasons in the records, while I am only starting," he said. "I hope I can become as great as Stan. I'd like to be able to win this award 3 more times. I'm lucky I'm young enough to try. But most of all, I'd like to hit like Stan Musial." By defending Musial's name and honor, Mays stole the show said Russ Hodges, who was in the crowd. Mays always knew his place. Mays felt good about his comments, in part because Musial was such a fine person. 1 or 2 years later, Mays found himself on a plane with Musial on the way to an all-star game. Several black players were in the rear playing cards, and Musial walked up to them and stood there. "I'm for playing the game," he told Mays. "Stan," he said, "you can't play with us. We're all black." "I want to play." So Musial sat down and joined them. Mays recalls, "That told me how classy he was, and I never forgot that." Willie Mays was rarely asked about civil rights in the 1950s. Both he and the movement were young. He was insulated from criticism. But when he was asked about it, he urged patience. "I'm from the South," he told the Saturday Evening Post in 1957. "I understand these things. It won't change overnight. The old generation can't ever change. You have to wait for the young generation. I think sports have helped a lot. I think sports will help even more." His critics later ridiculed his timidity, but ask any white youngster of that era who cheered for him, imitated him, or wept for him, and his contributions are undeniable. Bill Littlefield, for example, grew up in Montclair, New Jersey, and his passion for sports led to his career as host of National Public Radio's weekly show, Only a Game. As a kid, Bill was a Giants fan. He isn't sure why, but assumes it had to do with his undiluted love for Willie Mays. He was 6 years old when Willie won his first MVP. Bill saw occasional games at the Polo Grounds and on television, but he also followed Willie in the newspaper that his father brought home each night, and on his portable transistor radio, which he would take to his treehouse to listen to games. It wasn't sufficient for him to root for Willie. He had to be Willie. One Halloween, he dressed up in a Giants uniform with number 24 on the back, blacked out his face with burnt cork, and went to his school, which had only white students. He then stopped by his neighbor's house. "They had a black maid," Littlefield recalls. "I don't know what she thought, except she laughed until I thought she was going to fall down." He had no racial consciousness about Mays, or for that matter, the world around him. Bill had heard that Willie was looking for a house, so when he discovered the people next door were moving, he naturally thought it would be wonderful for Willie to move in next to him. "I thought he could help me out," he says. "I had no recognition at all that a black man couldn't just move into the neighborhood." All Bill knew about or cared about was his hero's special greatness on the field. It transcended race, team loyalty, even baseball itself. He later commented, "His achievement beyond excellence was that he seemed to perform with such joy that he conveyed the impression that he was meant to do what he was doing. When you were watching him, you were watching the confluence of talent, concentration, and enthusiasm that not only allowed the suspension of disbelief, because who could believe that anybody could do some of the things Willie Mays did, but that also encouraged the mad notion that a world where such grace was possible must be a pretty terrific place." To some of Mays's fans, his blackness added a new layer, a different dimension to the experience of watching him. Jim Bouton, for example, born in 1939, grew up in the blue-collar town of Rochelle Park, New Jersey. He pitched for the New York Yankees in the 1960s, but gained his greatest fame by writing Ball 4, his controversial memoir on the foibles of the major leagues. As a boy, he rooted for the Giants, and on special occasions he went to the Polo Grounds where he watched Willie Mays. "I saw him his rookie year, one of his first games, and he hit a line drive down the right field line, a triple. And boy, watching him fly around the bases, it was tremendously electrifying," Bouton recalls. "When he was on the bases, you had to lean forward in your seat. There was a feeling that at any moment there would be a burst of action." Mays's skin color was part of the mystique, he says. "He looked different than everyone else, and that difference thrilled us." Jim got to one game 3 hours early to get Mays's signature. When Mays got out of a taxi, he was mobbed by fans, but still signed their programs, including Jim's. And when Jim played stickball with his brother, he would imitate the batting stances of each giant, including their ticks in the batter's box. What was Willie's tick? Boughton pauses, then says, "He smiled." Mays didn't smile in the box, but to a kid, it must have seemed that way. Boughton reached the majors in 1962, but unlike most players of his era, he had gone to college and was far more aware of the world outside baseball. He believes Mays was a tremendous help in civil rights, citing his own experience as proof. He recalls no racial hostilities in his town. There were also no black people. His exposure to race came mainly through baseball, where he noticed that few blacks sat on the bench. They were the better players, Boughton says, and Willie was the best. There were a lot of kids like me, he says, who learned to love him before anybody told us we couldn't. Television magnified Mays's appeal, allowing, among others, a 10-year-old Southern white kid named Bill Clinton to become a fan. Born in Hope, Arkansas in 1946, Bill tried to be home on the Saturday afternoons when the Giants played on Game of the Week. "Willie was the greatest player playing," Clinton says. "I saw him make those plays, and I just loved it." Those experiences contributed to his own interest in the nexus of sports and race in America. In Arkansas, like the rest of the South, the integration of schools proceeded slowly, if at all. In 1957, President Eisenhower had to enlist the Arkansas National Guard and send in Army troops to allow 9 black students to enter Central High School in Little Rock. Clinton notes that opposition to civil rights was widespread, but many of those same opponents also followed Willie Mays. "Just watching him on TV, seeing what he did, and the way he treated people, it had an effect on people even if they weren't aware," he says. Most teenagers and children were too young to understand the intellectual basis for civil rights, too inexperienced to appreciate the great speeches or the spirited debates over integration. But Willie Mays, they watched, they understood, and they embraced. As president, Clinton became a golfing buddy of Mays's. But even as a kid, he says, he recognized that Mays was different from the other players. He had that personality that drew people to him, he says, and suggests that Mays did something important beyond the scorecard each time he took the field, something that helped pave the way for social change. When you see someone doing something you admire, like Willie Mays, the image of that makes a mockery of all forms of bigotry. By the time Mays reached the majors, one of the central fears about integration had already been dispelled: that black players would damage the value of a baseball franchise by alienating white fans. The experience of the Brooklyn Dodgers and Cleveland Indians had proven that false. Performance, not race, mattered. The year 1951 was critical for baseball's integration, in part because Branch Rickey and Bill Veeck, the executives with the Dodgers and the Indians who opened the door to blacks, went to the Pittsburgh Pirates and the St. Louis Browns, committing 2 more teams to the bandwagon. But Mays's arrival also accelerated integration. His popularity proved that black players were economic assets. Mays was baseball's biggest attraction. After watching him play, Dan Daniel of the New York World Telegram wrote, "We wonder how the magnates kept the Negro out so long." The Giants were to play an exhibition game on April 13, 1956, against the Washington Senators in the nation's capital. Mays was to be given the day off, but the Senators, citing large advance sales, appealed to him. Mays agreed to play, and the game drew 13,712. Washington had drawn 6,709 2 nights earlier in an exhibition game against the Dodgers. With a triple, a single, and a fine catch, Mays delivered as promised. Mays's broad appeal contributed to the pressures on those teams without black players. In September 1953, the Philadelphia Athletics and Chicago Cubs put African Americans on their rosters for the first time, with Ernie Banks joining the Cubs. On opening day 1954, the Pittsburgh Pirates, Cincinnati Reds, Washington Senators, and St. Louis Cardinals had their first black players. Over several months, the number of integrated teams had doubled to 12. The Yankees fell in line the following year, and by 1959, the remaining 3 teams, the Phillies, the Detroit Tigers, and the Red Sox, had purged the final vestiges of Jim Crow. Jackie Robinson often spoke highly of Mays as a ball player, but he had little respect for him personally. He didn't publicly criticize Mays until the 1960s, when the civil rights movement assumed more urgency, and Robinson denounced Mays's silence. In the 1950s, when they competed against each other, Robinson viewed Mays as a younger Campanella or Irvin or Doby, docile, uneducated blacks who accepted the corrupt status quo. Robinson saw Mays, according to Roger Kahn, as an Uncle Tom. The 2 men were going to be teammates, or so people thought, when in December 1956, the Dodgers announced that they had traded Robinson to the Giants. Robinson was 37 and had just completed his 10th year in the majors. The last 2 seasons saw his performance decline. He was slower, thicker in the waist, and prone to injury, but he could still contribute. Mays was excited about the trade. He craved mentors and believed that Robinson, still one of his heroes, could play that role. The Giants planned to make them roommates. No matter how much his physical skills had diminished, Robinson could surely teach Mays a few things about the game. The Giants, for their part, had no illusions about Robinson's eroding abilities. Chub Feeney later acknowledged that the principal motive behind the trade was the expected boost in attendance from the fans in Harlem. The trade never happened. Robinson promptly announced his retirement, taking a position at Chock-full-o'-Nuts instead. The Giants begged him to reconsider, but his playing days were over. Baseball pundits have speculated that Robinson quit because he didn't want to play second fiddle to Willie Mays, or perhaps because he didn't want to join the team that had always been his sworn enemy. Neither consideration likely played a role. Robinson, who had been feuding with Dodger management, had lined up his position at Chock-full-o'-Nuts before the trade was proposed. His health was likely a significant factor in his decision. In 1957, Robinson was diagnosed with diabetes, but he had probably suffered from high blood sugar for a while. His doctor, at the time of the diagnosis, said that for someone who'd played sports and didn't drink or smoke, he had never seen a body so badly deteriorated. One can only speculate what would have happened had Robinson and Mays been teammates as well as roommates for a year. What impact, if any, would either have had on the other? In fact, Mays says he and Robinson never had a significant encounter or even a meaningful conversation. Their worlds rarely overlapped, and Robinson remained a distant hero. It might have been for the best. Chapter 16. Willie Mays Doesn't Need Help from Anyone. As soon as spring training began in 1955, Willie Mays knew something was wrong. Leo DeRocher, instead of basking in his World Series triumph, seemed distracted. Stories were circulating that he and Horace Stoneham had had a falling out, which wasn't unusual. Those stories had been around for years. At best, their relationship had always been an uneasy partnership, forged out of mutual need, not respect. But an incident in the off-season had deepened the divide. DeRocher was given a testimonial dinner at the Hillcrest Country Club in Los Angeles, where his Hollywood friends, including George Burns, Jack Benny, Bob Hope, Frank Sinatra, and Milton Berle, auditioned their latest one-liners, and Danny Kaye served up an imitation of a besotted Horace Stoneham. Before Kaye began, he gathered the empty bottles, dishes, and utensils around him. Then he stood up, his shirt pulled out, his pants unzipped, his hair disheveled, and he went sprawling across the table, sending glasses, knives, and forks everywhere. He pulled himself up, teetered, screwed up his face, and asked, "Where can a guy take a piss?" Stoneham was not amused. Variety reviewed the performance approvingly, and the Sporting News said, "They'll be talking about it from Toots Shores to the Stork Club for weeks." DeRocher did nothing to soften Stoneham's fury when the owner heard that his manager had almost died laughing. The World Series was their doom, Stoneham and DeRocher each believing the other was assuming too much credit. Mays knew that DeRocher had talked about quitting baseball to work in television, and that Stoneham preferred members of the Giants family, retired players like Bill Terry and Mel Ott, to manage his clubs. Nonetheless, as Mays prepared for the season, he was no less dependent on DeRocher than he had been as a rookie. When he was playing winter ball in Puerto Rico, Stoneham visited him with a new contract. It called for $25,000, roughly double what Mays had started at in 1954, though he'd received bonus checks along the way. Before Mays signed it, he told Stoneham he needed to speak to the boss. "What do you mean, boss?" he asked. "I'm the boss." "No, I mean Mr. Leo," Mays said. Stoneham smiled and called DeRocher at his home in Los Angeles. After Mays spoke to him, Stoneham wanted to know what he had said. "He said you should give me $5,000 more," which Stoneham did. On another occasion, before the season began, Mays was picked up for speeding in Woodbury, New Jersey. In the courthouse, he saw a man with 4 kids who had also been nabbed. The man couldn't pay the $30 fine, so Mays, feeling sorry for the kids, paid it. The grateful father asked where to send a check. Mays shrugged. "Just send it care of the skipper, New York Giants," he said. "I'll get it." Mays had ties to other members of DeRocher's family. In addition to Lorraine Day, Leo and Lorraine's adopted son Chris was part of Mays's life. Chris, 6 years old in Willie's rookie season, watched games from the dugout, his right foot on the top step, just like his father. "I remember Willie was always very friendly and outgoing with me," Chris recalls. "He had time for me, whereas a lot of the players couldn't be bothered." Mays would get him gloves, bats, and autographed balls. "I knew Willie would do anything for me." When Chris traveled with the team, he sometimes stayed with Mays. At first, Willie thought he was babysitting for the boy, until he realized that the boy was probably there to babysit for him. They would read comic books, watch cartoons, go to movies, and just as Mays took white ball players in the Army to black neighborhoods, he would take Chris to black restaurants and homes for chitlings, black-eyed peas, and cornbread. His father laughed when he discovered his son's new interest in soul food. One time in Cincinnati, Willie and Chris were driving through town when a police officer pulled them over. Mays tried to explain who he was and why he had a white boy in his car. The officer called the hotel to confirm that DeRocher knew where his son was. Mays was allowed to drive on. As Chris saw it, Willie was like his older brother because his father treated Willie just like a son. "He kept Willie under his wing and made sure he didn't go astray," Chris says. "My father looking out for Willie is what made him a great ball player." They were one big happy family. "Life was never so sweet," Chris recalls, "as during those years." Mays couldn't imagine the family breaking up, but he also knew that 1955 was the final year of DeRocher's contract. The Giants were heavily favored to win another World Series, which was probably the only thing that could save DeRocher's job. The team, however, was aging, and with age came injuries and ailments. In 1955 alone, second baseman Davy Williams, suffering back pains, was diagnosed with spinal arthritis and had to retire after 82 games. His double-play partner, Al Dark, missed 40 games with a separated shoulder and a broken rib. Sal Maglie, at 38, was traded midway through the year to Cleveland. Johnny Antonelli had arm problems and was briefly suspended by DeRocher when he complained about getting pulled from a game. Hank Thompson was only 29, but his preference for alcohol caught up with him, and he was out of baseball the following year. Wes Westrom, at 32, lasted 3 more years, but would never play as many as 70 games in a season. And then there was Monty Irvin. The Giants thought that Irvin, at 36, had 1 more season in him, but he began the year slowly and was soon platooning. He was hitting .253 when the Giants played an exhibition game against their Minneapolis farm club. After the game, DeRocher approached him in the locker room. "Monty, you're not swinging the bat like you used to," he said. We're going to leave you here." Irvin was stunned. "It's just a matter of time before I hit my stride again," he said. DeRocher said no, and that was it. His career as a Giant was over. At least if DeRocher had told him before the trip, he could have packed his belongings. Instead, he had to send for his clothes. It was a heartless move against a man who had brought nothing but honor to the Giants. Irvin didn't sulk, but finished out the season with Minneapolis. In 75 games, he hit .352, with 14 home runs and 52 RBIs. The following year, he was signed by the Cubs, and in 111 games, he hit a respectable .271, smacked 15 homers, and drove in 50. Having proved that he could still play, he retired. Mays lost his roommate, his best friend on the team, and one of his principal protectors. Irvin described Mays as upset when he got the news of his demotion, but he remained philosophical for reporters. "I'll miss Monty," he told them. "He was like a father to me. Guess I'll be rooming by myself a while now. You gotta keep on laughing. That's the true champion, I guess. Takes the downs with the ups. There's an awful lot of front-runners in this world." Like any father, DeRocher sometimes had to discipline even his most gifted son. And in 1955, he benched Mays for the first time. While the year would be one of his best ever, Mays hit under .300 during the first 3 months. It was considered a disaster in light of the pundits' spring training expectations that he could hit .400. Mays always insisted he couldn't. When Mays, with a batting average of .279, came to the ballpark in Milwaukee on June 18th, his name was not in the lineup, and he thought DeRocher was playing a joke. He asked Freddie Fitzsimmons about it. The coach told him to talk to the manager. Earlier in the season, DeRocher had pulled Mays aside and urged him to try for home runs, the exact opposite of the advice he'd given him the previous year. But DeRocher told him the team didn't have enough power. Mays obliged, hitting 17 long balls and driving in 42 runs by the middle of June. But now he had only 3 hits in the last 7 games, had recently been picked off a base, and had run into a double play. DeRocher told reporters that Mays seemed to be confused. His misplays had followed some early lapses when he had missed cutoff men and thrown to the wrong base. So Mays silently watched the contest from the bench, a Giant loss that he later described as the longest game of his life. He was on the bench the next night as well, and the Giants lost again. DeRocher spoke to him after the game and chastised him, as he had in previous years, for trying to pull so many balls. Pitchers were throwing down and away, and Mays was getting himself out on weak ground balls to the left side. His average had fallen by almost 70 points from last year's. DeRocher's psychological gamesmanship with Mays always centered on building his confidence, cajoling and pleading, exhibiting more faith in Willie than Willie had in himself, convincing him of his own greatness. He told Mays he could drive the ball to the opposite field and still hit it out of the park. "If you hit the ball to right field, you'll become one of the greatest hitters of all time," he implored. "Okay, Mr. Leo, I'll go to right field," he said. "You better, or I'm not going to put you back in there." Mays kept hitting home runs to right and everywhere else, but he also experienced his single worst moment to date as a Giant. On August 19th, against the Dodgers in the Polo Grounds, Mays charged a base hit from center field, missed the ball, and failed to run after it. The hitter, Duke Snyder, circled the bases. Mays had committed errors or miscues before, but they usually occurred from excessive effort, trying to take one base too many, overthrowing an infielder, bumping into another outfielder. Never had he been guilty of indifference, of giving up. For the first time, the home crowd booed Willie Mays, and they booed loudly. After the game, he tried to justify his action. "In our field, if you miss it in center, it's gone," he said. "Why bother about it? You can't get anybody out if you miss it." His excuse was roundly criticized by reporters as well as DeRocher, all of whom noted that the failure to hustle could never be justified. He had committed not just a physical error, but a baseball sin. Suddenly Mays seemed not so fresh and naive. As the Sporting News lectured, Willie had better grow up. Mays discovered that every lapse was magnified. Several weeks before a June series in Cincinnati, he was asked to appear at an instructional clinic for kids. He said he would try to attend. The day the noon clinic began, the Giants had arrived late the previous night from Milwaukee, and Mays missed it. He said he had never confirmed his attendance. There was no written invitation or confirmation. But it was front-page news. Willie Mays had disappointed the children. Since Mays had arrived in New York, everything he did seemed to work out. But it couldn't last forever. Some financial setbacks occurred. He and Monty Irvin wanted to open a liquor store in Harlem, which Roy Campanella had done in 1951. Irvin approached a New York lawyer named Howard Cosell, who had assisted other athletes as well as actors to help them. After the 1954 season, Irvin and Mays used most of their World Series winnings, about $11,000 apiece, to purchase a liquor store in Brooklyn, with the intention of transferring the license to Harlem. But a licensing agent from the New York Liquor Authority was caught taking bribes, and all transfers were frozen. Irvin and Mays were saddled with a money-losing store, and the enterprise ended badly for all concerned. They never got the license for Harlem, and Irvin, after using additional money from his wife, said he lost between $25,000 and $30,000 on the business, which he sold in 1957. He says that Mays just walked away from it. Mays, however, in an appeal to the State Liquor Authority to reinstate his license, alleged that the store had been sold without his consent. The authority rejected his appeal, leaving him with nothing to show for his investment. Mays and Irvin remained friends, but it was their last business venture together. Even more costly for Mays were the fraudulent promises he received for commercial endorsements. Through his agent, Art Flynn, in 1955, he agreed to endorse a firm called the American Heritage Investment Company in Houston. He was to receive a base salary of $37,000 spread out over 5 years, plus 2% of gross premium income on a semi-annual basis from April 10, 1956, according to a letter from Flynn. But by the end of 1957, Mays had received nothing. Flynn had been snookered, and it apparently took him 2 years to realize it. In a letter dated November 27, 1957, to the company's Mr. J.B. Salas, Flynn wrote, "Inasmuch as you had not formed the company in February 1957 when you wrote, we would appreciate knowing if and when the company was formed." Alas, Flynn had gotten Mays a very lucrative business deal with a company that didn't exist. Mays says he has no recollection of that deal, but says that many arrangements fell through. His outside income, compared to that of most athletes, was not insignificant. In 1956, his earnings from royalties, testimonials, and TV appearances were $8,421, according to Flynn's records. That included 2 royalty checks from his ghost-written autobiography for $122.32 and $218.66, and $1,000 for attending a masquerade party for Wolf Productions. Those were respectable earnings in a year when the average take-home pay was $3,600, but a pittance compared to what New York's other marquee baseball player was making. In 1956, Mickey Mantle made $70,000 in endorsements. To be sure, he was at the height of his stardom, having won the MVP that year. But the disparity between him and Mays threw into sharp relief the different commercial opportunities for white and black athletes. Some of Mays's friends, including Irvin, believed that Mays was unhappy with the wide gap between his outside earnings and Mantle's, but Mays says he wasn't. He insists that the disparity in endorsements reflected the added commercial value that all Yankees were given. Race, he says, was not a factor. There probably was a Yankee premium, but race obviously played a role in shutting out Mays and all black players. In 1957, Hank Aaron won the MVP award and appeared in his 3rd consecutive All-Star game. but that didn't translate into endorsements. "I played in a small town in Milwaukee, but it was definitely related to race," Aaron says. "Willie got a few endorsements, but not as many as he should have." On one occasion in the 1950s, according to the Sporting News, a food outfit in Cincinnati wanted to use all-star squads from the National and American Leagues for an advertising campaign. When Frank Scott, the business representative of Major League Baseball's players, recommended 4 blacks on the National League team, including Mays, the reaction of the company's advertising manager was indeed unusual, he said. "He called up, shouting indignation. He demanded that I line up 4 white national replacements." Scott refused, and the deal was called off. That Mays publicly discounts race as a drag on his outside income is consistent with his refusal to ever cite race on any matter. He will never play that card. To do so is to invite controversy, to appear the victim, to arouse sympathy for a man who disdains pity. On some issues, Mays is so steadfast, so intractable, that his public and private views have probably merged. He undoubtedly believes that both he and Mantle got what they deserved. With DeRocher protecting him and providing for him, 1955 was Mays's last year of baseball innocence. Mays visited DeRocher at his mansion in Beverly Hills, where at elegant soirees, Leo introduced him to the biggest names in Hollywood: Lauren Bacall, Humphrey Bogart, Gary Cooper, Doris Day, Glenn Ford, and Jerry Lewis. Mays, at ease with his fellow entertainers, made a good impression. "Movieland," the Sporting News wrote, "seems as gone about Willie as fans everywhere he plays." Mays wasn't loved by everyone, particularly by those who resented his special treatment, but his generosity became almost as storied as his play. Irvin, while rooming with Mays in Cincinnati, once got a call from a man who asked to see Willie, who said to let him up. The visitor said that he had lost his job, needed a loan, and would pay it back. Mays gave him a bill. Afterward, he said to Irvin, "That's another 20 down the drain. So why did you give your money away?" "I used to play ball with him," Mays said. "He's all right." The Saturday Evening Post, in 1957, noted that Mays would carry up to $1,000 around in his pockets and hand money around almost upon request. His favorite restaurant was the Red Rooster in Harlem, and according to the Post, almost everybody at the Red Rooster, including the guy who sweeps up, has at least one of Willie's monogrammed sports shirts. Willie buys them in lots. To admire a Mays shirt is to get it hot off his back. When a Red Rooster manager complained that her watch didn't work, Willie whipped off his own and insisted that she take it, although it was a specially engraved watch that Look magazine had awarded him for being picked on its all-star team. Mays sent clothes back to his boyhood pals and money to his half-siblings. In 1952, when he was barnstorming through the South and was called to his draft board in Birmingham, his teammate and former manager, Piper Davis, entrusted him with money to deliver to his wife. When Davis finally returned to Birmingham, he discovered that Mays had given her more money than Davis had handed over. Mays was never quoted or cited in the Post story as a source for any of these anecdotes. Others spoke for him. "Willie is the greatest, just the greatest," said Jimmy Hall, the bartender. "He's just a big, generous, overgrown kid." The Red Rooster's owner, George Woods, himself a big Giants fan, called Mays the baby, a reference to his youth, not his maturity. Mays would always order a soft drink with 6 cherries, a straw, and a piece of lemon, and the bartender would tease him that the cherries would get him drunk. Woods roped off a table for Mays, but that could not keep the masses at bay. "Everybody seems to be after him," he said in 1955. "He can't sit down to eat before he's wanted on the phone. Some newspaper man wants an interview. His agent wants to see him. Somebody wants pictures. He's got to rush off for a TV show. It goes on that way all night. The fellow has little time to himself. How does he take it? Better than Babe Ruth. And I knew him, too." Desperate to meet Mays, Women from Bobby Soxers to dowagers went to the Red Rooster and watched the Giants game on a large television. Each passing inning, each out, would raise the excitement level. Finally, the game would end, and their golden boy would soon appear. "They start gathering early in the afternoon," Woods said. "They know Willie comes here for dinner, and these girls open up with me, hoping for seats that will provide a good vantage point of Mays having a meal." But the adulation didn't make him boastful. According to Woods, Mays always credited DeRocher or Dusty Rhodes for winning the World Series, and whenever anyone asked him about himself, his response was the same: "You gotta ask the other guys." Woods captured the essential paradox of Mays. He was the happy-go-lucky player people see doing amazing things in a ball game, but he was also a serious young man who keeps his business to himself. He loved the company, the attention, the noise, the sea of strangers and sycophants and starlets who engulfed him each night, yet he disclosed nothing about himself. His most aggressive admirers would literally rip pieces of clothing off his body. A young woman at the Polo Grounds once jumped over the wall and onto the field, driven, she said, by an irresistible urge to pat Willie Mays on the shoulder. The drop was 15 feet, and she was carried off the field with a broken leg. Mays protected his privacy with maddening efficiency. Woods once drove him to Richmond, Virginia, to be interviewed by a newspaper friend, but Mays would only talk about others. He was running true to form, Woods said. The interview didn't work. As Joe David Brown once wrote, "Willie volunteers about as much information as a brass Buddha." Mays thought nothing odd of his reticence. His father had been the same, a tactic to guard against misstatement, to protect himself. But Willie made a revealing comment to George Woods. One night, surrounded by young women, he confided, "They ain't kidding me. If I was just plain Joe Dokes, they wouldn't even bother to look at me." This insecurity is common for celebrities. Do they love me for what I do, or for who I really am? Most celebrities don't care as long as they reap the benefits of their fame. But Mays did care. He wanted to be liked and accepted. The irony is that he never allowed the public to get to know him. Instead, he maintained that shell of privacy, which only hardened over time. The Giants finished the 1955 season with a respectable record, 80-74, but they were never in the race. The Dodgers got off to a blazing start and finished 18.5 games ahead of New York. Mays' failure to hustle earlier in the season proved an aberration. On September 21st, the Giants played a meaningless doubleheader against the Pirates. Mays started both games, and in the first inning of the nightcap, he sprinted to the right center field bleacher wall, just beyond where he'd caught Vic Wertz's drive, trying to make a catch. He rarely crashed into walls, but in fact did just that, ending up on the ground for several minutes. He didn't catch the ball either. He was taken off the field on a stretcher, and at Presbyterian Medical Center, he was diagnosed with a severe hip bruise and strained ligaments in his back. The Giants had the next day off, but Mays was back in the lineup the following day. It was the final series of the year against the Phillies, the season ending with a Sunday doubleheader. Mays had 50 home runs, one behind Johnny Mize's single-season record for the Giants. In the first game, he faced Robin Roberts, whose good control helped him win games, but not without high home run totals, and in the first inning, Mays hit one out to tie Mize's record. During the second game, Mays was already beginning to think about his off-season barnstorming plans when DeRocher called him over. They went into a tunnel between the dugout and the stands and squeezed into a small bathroom for the players. DeRocher placed both his hands on Mays' shoulders. "I want to tell you something," he began. "You know I love you, so I'm prejudiced. But you're the best ball player I ever saw. There are other great ones, sure, but to me, you're the best ever. Having you on my team made everything worthwhile. I'm telling you this now, because I won't be back next season." Mays had known about the rumors, but couldn't comprehend it. "How can you leave?" he finally asked. He said he had only been back from the Army for 2 years, and they were just getting started. DeRocher said that Stoneham had made the change, and that Bill Rigney would be the new manager. "I already talked to Rigney about how to treat you," he said. "Besides, you know I'll always be looking out for you. If there's anything you ever want or need, all you have to do is call me." Mays had tears in his eyes. "But Mr. Leo, it's going to be different with you gone. You won't be here to help me." Then DeRocher told him something he would never forget. "Willie Mays doesn't need help from anyone," he said, then leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Mays later described it as his saddest moment in baseball. The Giants released a statement saying that DeRocher had resigned, but no one believed it. Because his contract had expired, he had nothing to resign from. He left the Polo Grounds gracefully, shaking hands with Stoneham for the photographers, praising all of his players, and discussing his new career with NBC. Some of the fans, perhaps the very ones who despised him when he first arrived 7 years earlier, yelled, "We want Leo!" It turned out that DeRocher was better at schmoozing with television stars than being one. Without his baseball uniform, he was just a short, balding white guy who was uncomfortable in front of the camera. He returned to baseball, first as a bench coach with the Dodgers in 1961, then in 1966 as the manager for the Cubs. That lasted 6 years with little success, after which he managed the Houston Astros for 2 more years. By the time he retired, he had managed in the major leagues in 5 different decades and had won more than 2,000 games, placing him 5th on the list for most wins. He is now 10th. DeRocher lived until 1991, but the Veterans Committee of the Baseball Hall of Fame waited until he was dead before electing him into the Hall in 1994. Whatever his shortcomings as a person, DeRocher's development of Mays stands as a monumental contribution to baseball. Mays believes that in 1951, every other manager in the big leagues would have sent him back to the minors. That's what any responsible manager would do with any young player in the throes of despair. Mickey Mantle, to take one example, was sent down as a rookie. Mays was so depressed he didn't even want to go to Minneapolis. He wanted to quit altogether. Had Mays returned to Minneapolis, his self-image shattered, his vulnerabilities exposed, the arc of his career would have been quite different. He was only 20, but he applied so much pressure to himself, took failure so hard, he would have required considerable time and nurturing to regain confidence. He also would have faced additional racial barriers, as black players were less likely to get second or third chances. Mays's hiatus from the majors could have been quite long. Without DeRocher, would Mays have fulfilled his potential as a big leaguer? Would he have retreated to the safety of the Negro Leagues, or, haunted by failure, stalled out as a career minor leaguer? Mays accepts those as real possibilities. When his career ended, he said, he probably wouldn't have made it without DeRocher. "Leo made me believe in myself. He forced me to. He wasn't only my manager. He was my friend. He put words in my mouth and ideas in my head." DeRocher shared that view. In 1958, he told the American Weekly, "If I had fined instead of fathered Willie Mays, he today might be one of the best ball players in Minneapolis." His handling of Mays had its critics. DeRocher, they said, pampered him in a way that led to his feeling entitled for the rest of his career. And DeRocher invoked troubling stereotypes of Mays as a helpless farmhand at the mercy of a benevolent plantation owner. Both views have some merit, though not with Mays, who bristles at the notion that DeRocher always treated him with kid gloves. DeRocher, Mays notes, did bench him for 2 games, but he never gushed over another player as he did Willie. Some of Mays's friends also believed DeRocher simply used him as a meal ticket. 1954 was his only World Series championship as a manager, but that sells him short. DeRocher's affection for Mays was real. As a desperate manager, it was Mays who helped him win the series. As an inveterate cynic, It was Mays who lifted his spirits and made him laugh, even in his darkest moods. Noted sport in 1954. Building a baseball myth is something Leo does well. His enthusiasms run hot and cold, and he has heaped extravagant praise on so many that you can never be sure how much of it he believes himself. Yet, you still get the feeling that Leo has a strong sentimental attachment to Willie. It is doubtful he has ever had the feeling before. As Roger Kahn says, to the extent that Leo Ernest DeRocher could love anyone not named Leo Ernest DeRocher, he loved Willie. The feeling was mutual, for Mays never trusted another manager, or maybe anyone, as much as he trusted DeRocher. His departure, Mays said, was a source of regret that would stay with me for the rest of my big league career. Mays now had to look to others for guidance, or maybe even himself. That prospect was frightening, and those around him noticed. It was a big change, said publicist Gary Schumacher. When Leo left, it was the end of Willie's carefree youth. Chapter 17. The End of an Era. She caught Willie's eye at the Red Rooster, a stunning, light-skinned black woman with high cheekbones, a fashionable dress, and perfectly tipped fingernails, a portrait of glamour and sophistication. Her name was Marguerite Wendell, though some press accounts identified her as Marguerite Wendell Kenny Chapman, a name that traced the contours of her personal life. Willie and Marguerite were introduced in May of 1955 by the famed composer Oscar Hammerstein II, a Red Rooster patron whose family had roots in Harlem. Mays called her shortly thereafter and asked her to a drive-in movie. They had several things in common. They both avoided alcohol and didn't care for large parties or big crowds. They both loved poodles. They both had a sense of style and a taste for luxury, and they both knew about the harsh glare of celebrity. But Marguerite was very different from her suitor. She was born and raised in St. Louis, studied domestic science in high school, and briefly worked as a cook for the vice president of Bell Telephone Company. But she had other interests. She moved to New York before she was 20, and in 1946 had a baby girl. She told Bill Kenny, the lead singer with the Ink Spots, a popular rhythm and blues group, that he was the father, and the couple married. Kenny, however, later concluded that he was not the father, and the couple divorced in 1949. In 1954, she married a wealthy Detroit doctor, Roland Chapman, but that marriage lasted less than a year. She was said to be 2 years older than Willie, though one report said she was over 30. At least to Willie's friends, the age difference seemed significant. Margie, as some called her, was part of Negro cafe society, knowledgeable about the entertainment business, comfortable in nightclubs, worldly, a woman who made an impression. She counted among her acquaintances the jazz greats Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, and Earl Father Hines. She was friends with the boxers Johnny Bratton and Joe Louis, who introduced her to her first husband. There were conflicting reports that she had been a New York model or a Chicago showgirl. Miles Davis, another friend, praised Marguerite as one of the hippest women I've ever met. A gossip magazine described her as America's leading dusky playgirl who commuted between New York and Los Angeles with the regularity of an airline host. But a big baseball fan she wasn't, though she admired Joe DiMaggio. He was Mr. Baseball to me, she said. Even after meeting Willie, she saw only 2 or 3 of his games that year. Oh, sure, I knew that 3 strikes meant you were out, and 4 balls meant that a man could take a base, she said. But that was all baseball meant to me, until Willie. Though he was famous, handsome, and single, Mays's personal life generated relatively few tabloid headlines. Race may have diminished interest, or perhaps there just wasn't much to write about. But his relationship with Marguerite Wendell received some notice. The Pittsburgh Courier, a black newspaper, wrote, "For many months there had been much newspaper and street corner speculation about whether or not the baseball phenom would wed the shapely divorcee. More and more they had been seen exclusively in each other's company. They weren't with each other exclusively. Mays's travels allowed Marguerite to date others, and he didn't like that. He got to the point, Monty Irvin says, where he liked what he had, and she would be seen with other men here or there, and she told him, "Willie, you don't have any rings on my fingers, so I can date whoever I want to." That really got to him. On Valentine's Day of 1956, 2 weeks before spring training, Willie and Marguerite, joined by several friends and relatives, drove to Elkton, Maryland to get married. Willie never formally proposed to Marguerite because he said, "I don't believe in that." But they went to the Elkton courthouse because they could obtain a marriage license there without delay. It was also the courthouse where Marguerite had married her first husband. Her marriage license with Willie said her second divorce had been on June 27th of the previous year. Mays drove his light green Cadillac too fast and was ticketed for speeding, adding $15 to the day's expenses, and providing fodder to news reports about his headlong rush to matrimony. When Willie and Marguerite returned, they were shocked to see her home surrounded by photographers, camera crews, and reporters. Someone had leaked the news. They were also surprised by the public's unfavorable reception of the marriage, as if his fans didn't want to see him grow up. According to the Saturday Evening Post, Willie suddenly felt the outside world snarl. One reporter went to their house and asked if they had to get married. Another reporter from a black publication was so caustic that Willie refused to let him in, prompting the charge that he was anti-Negro. In truth, most of Mays's friends urged him not to marry. He barely knew Marguerite, and she had traveled in very different circles than he had. When she visited Willie's friends and family in Fairfield, it felt as if she had come from a different planet. How else to explain her spandex outfits? "Marguerite came down and went out with my wife and me," Herman Boykin recalls. "She was okay, but she had covered some territory and knew about places he knew nothing about." Another friend, William Richardson, says, "Sometimes a country boy needs to be with a country girl." Horace Stoneham asked Roy Campanella to try to talk Mays out of the marriage. Campanella declined. The most vocal opposition came from Frank Forbes, who had long warned Willie about financial predators, and who saw his principal job as protecting him from seductresses. He wasn't the only one who believed that Willie's new wife was interested in his money, but he was the most adamant. Look at her track record: a singer, a doctor, and now a baseball player. But the warnings just strengthened Mays's resolve, and when he defied Forbes, the break between the two was so complete that they stopped talking to each other. Several days after the marriage, Roger Kahn, seeking an interview, visited Mays at his new home, the one Marguerite already owned in the East Elmhurst section of Queens. It was midday, and Marguerite received him. "A beautiful woman," Kahn wrote, who stared hard and knowing when she said hello. She told him that Willie had not come down yet. Kahn mounted the stairs and found Willie sitting in the center of a large bed, wearing pale ivory monogrammed pajamas. He rested against a red satin headboard, with a stylish tan telephone on his nightstand, and a booming 21-inch television near his feet. 3 trophies were lined across the top of the set. The largest, for winning the MVP, featured bright gilt figurines of ball players running, batting, and throwing. His closet door, slightly ajar, revealed a vast assortment of suits. "Man, I've been busy," Mays said, "but it's time for me to be settling down. I'm 24 years old." He still had that face-splitting smile and uniquely eager expression, though the faint outlines of jowls were now visible. The telephone didn't so much ring as toll softly, and the interview was interrupted by a caller who wanted to sign him for a newsreel. Mays asked if there was any money in it. He heard the response and told the caller to contact Art Flynn. After the call, Kahn told Mays there was no money in newsreels. Mays said he knew that. "But Art Flynn, he tells me if they use my picture for advertising, there should be something in it for me." I don't know, I just let him handle it for me, things like that. He retained a maddening innocence, particularly about business, including baseball. At one point, when talking about contracts, he said he disapproved of players who worried about salary. "You shouldn't fight about how much you're going to get," he said. "You love the game and practice it, and play it good, and you don't have to worry. The money, it'll come." The money did come to Mays, but most teams paid their players as little as possible. In 1955, Giant pitcher Johnny Antonelli won 14 games and posted a 3.33 ERA, but his salary was cut by 25%, from $28,000 to $21,000. The Giants said he could restore his lost wages by winning at least 20 games, as he had in 1954. He won 20 in 1956. Players also knew they would be discarded as soon as they lost their usefulness. During spring training of 1958, the wife of shortstop Eddie Brissoud suddenly took ill. 3 days later, she had surgery for a brain tumor. She died on the operating table. Brissoud took only 1 day off, he later said, in large part because there was no security in the major leagues at that point unless you were a star. They expected you back. Mays was protected from those pressures, and he bore no grudges against Stoneham for firing DeRocher. "I've been lucky," he told Kahn. "Mr. Stoneham is my friend. We never argue how much I'm going to get. Whatever he says is right is okay with me because he's my friend." Mays was too trusting. Within 2 years, he fired Art Flynn after concluding that he was spending Willie's money for his own purposes. Then there was Marguerite. As delicately as possible, Kahn mentioned the impression that his wife was trying to take his money, or as he wrote in Sport, it appeared that Willie is a child in the hands of a femme fatale. Surprisingly, Mays parried with a quick, candid answer. "Look," he said, "I don't know what's going to be for sure, but I think Marguerite can help me and I can help her, so we can help each other. Sure, they're going to talk about her and me. Same people was talking and writing columns last summer how I was going to marry this girl and that girl. Well, they was wrong then like they is wrong now. Oh, I don't know for sure, but I think I know, and I think it's going to work out." Then Mays pointed to his chest with a mixture of defiance and pride. "I'm the only guy," he said, "who knows what's in here." Marguerite, in an interview with the Pittsburgh Courier, defended herself. "They told me I was too old for Willie," she said. "They kept emphasizing that I had been married twice before. These things haven't meant anything to Willie and me. I've never before loved anybody but him, and he knows it. We don't need or like a lot of people around. In fact, we're both halfway antisocial." Not everyone who met the couple disapproved. Edward Lynn, who often wrote perceptively about Mays, said, "Mrs. Marguerite Mays seems to be a very charming, very sweet woman. The feeling of those who finally got to meet her was that Willie had done very well for himself." The marriage for Mays did not defy logic. Her beauty and the intimacy she offered was part of her appeal, but so too was her experience. She could show him a world, even around New York, that he had never seen. Her age, her travels, and her connections were an asset, not a liability. Leo was gone. Monty was gone. His Aunt Sarah and his mother had been gone for several years. Now so too were Frank Forbes and Mrs. Gooseby. His father was still with him. Willie had moved Cat Mays to New York in 1954, rented an apartment for him in Harlem, and found him a job as a security guard at a supermarket. Father and son were together again. But Cat, now in his 40s, no longer saw himself as a guardian or even a confidant. All his efforts, pushing young Willie to excel in sports, instructing him on how to behave, calling him in the minor leagues, were to prepare him to be a professional ball player. Now he was done. He stopped calling Willie after he joined the Giants in 1951, though he would receive updates from DeRocher. Even after he moved to Harlem, he rarely went to the Polo Grounds, but listened to the games on the radio. He still saw Willie regularly, but he didn't join him at the Red Rooster or on excursions into the city. Cat remained what he had always been, a loving father and a fount of goodwill, but a complete mystery. Willie has no memories of his celebrating any of his son's achievements, or of his communicating any of his feelings. It wasn't like that, Willie says. He didn't talk that way. There was a vacuum in Mays's life, and it was persuasively filled by Marguerite Wendell Kenny Chapman Mays. "He's the most wonderful human being I've ever known," she told a reporter. "If he were any better, I'm afraid he'd be a saint." Mays's life on the baseball field was about to change as well. Spring training of 1956 marked the first time he had put on a Giants uniform without DeRocher as his manager. That Bill Rigney struggled to connect with Mays at the beginning was probably inevitable. No one could replace DeRocher, but Rigney made a point of not even trying. Rigney was a good man, respected by players and reporters, the kind of company loyalist that Stoneham long favored as a manager. He grew up in California, the son of a tile setter, and he had to scrape his way to the majors. His rail-thin body, even as an adult, was often described as gaunt and frail. One writer said he was not much bigger than a eucalyptus sapling. His eyeglasses gave him a professorial look, and he turned gray prematurely. He began his professional career in the Pacific Coast League, 1 year playing all 180 games without missing an inning. He spent 6 years in the minors, 3 more in the military, and was 28 before he finally reached the majors with the Giants in 1946, the first big league game he ever saw, he played in. Rig, as they called him, joined the team as a middle infielder, known more for his bench jockeying than his physical skills. But no one questioned his courage. In one game when he was playing shortstop, Philly catcher Andy Semenick slid wide of the bag to break up a double play. Though he was 40 pounds lighter, Rigney tore off his glasses and swarmed his burly adversary. From the outset of his playing career, Rigney was labeled a future manager, and when he retired in 1953, he was promptly named manager of the Minneapolis club. In 1955, the Millers took first place in the American Association, and Rigney was named the league's manager of the year. In the final weeks of the season, Stoneham told him that he'd be managing the Giants the next year. Rigney and Mays overlapped in Willie's first 2 seasons in New York, and the new manager needed no lecture on his center fielder's abilities. But he knew that some players remained angry at DeRocher's favoritism of Mays. Rigney wanted to establish his own authority, to create a different culture, so he vowed to treat all the players the same. On the first day of spring training, he said, "Aside from center field, shortstop, and right field, every position is up for grabs. And if anyone can show me enough to move out Willie, Alvin Dark, or Don Mueller, even those spots may not be safe." Rigney declared that it was now a new era. Mays didn't think there was anything wrong with the old era, and thought that he never had to worry about his job. Rigney wanted to show that no player was above criticism, so the first time that Mays overthrew a cutoff man, Rigney stopped play to censure him. On another day, he benched Mays for a practice game. Sitting out of uniform in the stands, he saw Mays pacing in the dugout. "I don't think I could have made him sit down if I had been on the bench," he later said. "Even where I was sitting in left field, I was conscious of that glare he sent my way." DeRocher had reprimanded or corrected Mays aplenty, but had done so privately, and with a smile, or in a way that left Mays encouraged and motivated. Those subtleties were lost on Rigney. Mays found him remote and cheerless. Rigney's instincts weren't necessarily wrong. He needed to restore the morale of some of his neglected players, but not at the expense of the one Giant who was most sensitive to criticism. Besides, the notion that all the players should be treated the same was nonsense. As one Giants official said, "Rigney was out to prove that Willie was just one of 25 guys. You could see Willie looking at him out of the corner of his eye for a couple of kind words. But Rig never even had a smile for him. Well, Willie ain't one of 25. If it helps him to tell him how good he is, why not tell him how good he is? That's what I always thought leadership meant." Mays did not dispute that he needed compliments. "There is some general truth to that, particularly about me wanting to be praised, because it always seemed to me that when the fans cheered, I did better. he said. "I believe this is true of every ball player who's ever lived." Marguerite saw how upset Willie was, and after spring training, she called DeRocher, even though they had never met. Maybe he could help. DeRocher already knew of the problems. He had given Rigney a single piece of advice. "The one thing you must never do is holler at Willie," which Rigney did the first day. After Marguerite spoke to DeRocher, he called Willie and told him that Rigney's style might be different, but he appreciated him every bit as much. "Actually," he recalled, "I thought Rigney was being stupid, but I didn't tell that to Willie." Winning would have alleviated some of the managerial tensions, but the Giants were no longer a winning team. With few exceptions, their veterans were all past their prime. Hank Thompson missed half the year in part because of a beaning. It was his last season. Don Mueller's batting average slipped below 300 for the first time in 4 years. He finished at 269. There was little magic left in Dusty Rhodes's bat. The Giants had some talented players in the minors, but they needed more experience, and Stoneham was unwilling to bring in high-priced players for their immediate needs. As the losses piled up, familiar faces left the team. Alvin Dark and Whitey Lockman were traded. Sal Magley had been dispatched the previous year. Johnny Antonelli threw well, but would be the only starting pitcher with a winning record. A humiliating low point occurred when the Dodgers' Carl Erskine threw a no-hitter against the Giants on May 12th in a nationally televised game. It was Mays' first year in which the Giants lost more games than they won and finished in the second division. Attendance dwindled. Mays looked around one day and realized that with all the turnover, he barely knew half his teammates. They had been his family, and now many were gone. "You don't lose players that are part of a winning tradition, such as Dark and Lockman, without feeling an emptiness," he said. Tensions between Mays and Rigney came to a head just after the All-Star break. In a game in St. Louis, Mays hit a pop fly behind home plate and stood there, expecting the ball to be caught in foul territory. But the wind blew it back, and the catcher was in fair ground when he gloved it. When Mays returned to the dugout, Rigney said, "I'm fining you $100 for not running." Mays sulked, and after the game he approached Rigney and asked about the fine. "You know why," he said. Mays said it was a fluke. When was the last time he'd not run out a fair ball? He said he was guilty of misjudgment, not lack of effort. "That's just the way it's going to be," Rigney said. "No exceptions, you or anybody else." Mays was still steamed. He thought Rigney was trying too hard to manage him, giving him too many signs, too much instruction. DeRocher just let him play and then corrected him when bad habits formed. And he never fined Mays. He gave him money. The incident in St. Louis angered Mays so much that he called DeRocher, who told him there was nothing Willie could do but accept it. The season only got worse. The Giants won 8 out of 20 in July, due in part to one of the worst slumps of Mays' career. A reassessment was in order. Yes, Mays put up terrific numbers, but he was an unusually streaky hitter, and when he didn't hit, the Giants didn't win. DeRocher told reporters that all hitters are streak hitters. Rigney began touting rookie outfielder Jackie Brandt, a blond, baby-faced slugger acquired mid-season, as if he were the next Willie Mays. The real one simmered. The Giants finished in 6th place, 67 and 87, and 26 games behind the Dodgers, who won the pennant in the final weekend of the season. Mays was no longer the Giants' lucky charm, and while he led the league in stolen bases with 40, and was the first 30-30 National League player, he had 36 homers. His average fell to 296, the first time he had finished below 300 for a full season. Meanwhile, across the Harlem River, Mickey Mantle had enjoyed one of the greatest offensive years in baseball history. 353 average, 52 homers, 130 RBIs. Good for both the MVP and the Triple Crown. The Yankees beat the Dodgers in the World Series 4-3, with Mantle slugging 3 home runs. In the competition among Willie, Mickey, and the Duke, or just between Mays and Mantle, the Yankee won decisively. Reporters speculating on what caused Mays' mid-season slump, or his off year in general, cited two factors. He couldn't play without DeRocher, or he couldn't play as a married man. The speculation annoyed him. Mays did not concede that he had a bad year and felt underappreciated. He played in 152 games, 6 more than the team's next highest player, shortstop Darrell Spencer, who hit only .221 with 14 home runs. Why wasn't anyone complaining about him? Mays, however, did acknowledge that, in some ways, it was one of my most difficult seasons. Many professional athletes have lost money through financial fraud or crackpot business deals or poor investments. They've been misled, duped, cheated. They've paid the price for getting too rich, too young, too fast. Mays's financial problems overlapped some of these themes. There were unfulfilled promises, bad advice, loans not repaid, and lousy business ventures. But most of his economic difficulties were self-inflicted, and they began in New York. He always enjoyed spending money on creature comforts, the new cars, the $250 suits, the silk ties. As a kid, he saw that the most respected men in Fairfield drove the best automobiles, wore the finest clothes, and carried the most cash. As a young player, he saw DeRocher's profligate spending on homes, apparel, and furnishings as evidence of success and sophistication. He liked that, though if he had looked closer, he might also have seen DeRocher's huge debts. Now married, Mays had a wife who also enjoyed luxury. They bought a home at 502 West 168th Street in the Washington Heights section of Manhattan. The building, 3 stories high, but only 18 feet wide, had been rebuilt and refurbished until it looked like a dollhouse, wrote Dan Daniel. It's painted black in front with white trimmings. Inside are ornate furnishings the likes of which no ball player ever before had lived with. The dining room featured one wall covered with mirrors. A heavy chandelier with crystal-like diamonds hovered over the table, which had a thin glass top and curved marble legs. Heavy drapes marched across the wall. A large potted plant filled a corner. In the game room stood upside-down wine glasses with delicate stems, baskets of Italian wines, bar stools, and a velvet-smooth pool table. The bedroom had brocaded drapes and bedspreads, yet another ornate chandelier and another wall of mirrors. Mirrors were prominent in Mays's home throughout his life. The home was gorgeous, ostentatious, and unaffordable, and rumors that Mays was broke began to spread. In an interview with the Pittsburgh Courier, Marguerite insisted they were saving money, but the newspaper was skeptical. Among the things she speaks of is a lavish home, upon which was spent some $35,000 for furnishings and the services of contractors. The 3-story domicile is completely air-conditioned from top to bottom, and it might be stated rather candidly that Mrs. Mays did not satisfy her luxurious tastes in decor at a neighborhood hardware store. Mays was broke. He had gone to Stoneham for advances or loans on his future salary. Stoneham was generous to a fault, occasionally giving Mays $1,000 bonuses during the season. In 1955, Mays bought a Cadillac for $5,900 and billed the Giants, asking them to take it out of his salary. At the end of the season, Stoneham simply made a present of the car. By 1957, Mays's official salary was just under $50,000 a year, making him the highest-paid Giant in history. Still, Stoneham acquiesced to Mays's requests for advances, and by the early 1960s, Mays owed the Giants more than $65,000. He made no effort to pass the blame. He later acknowledged, "The problem wasn't bad investments in stocks or ventures. It was buying a new car bigger sooner than you had to, or 20 tailor-made suits instead of half a dozen you could buy off the rack, or paying retail for the most expensive pool table you ever saw, or getting married and throwing thousands into drapes and carpets and even wallpaper. That was me." Mays did not dig himself out of debt until the mid-1960s, and he was so consumed by his losses that money surpassed almost everything else as a source of worry. In 1957, the relationship between Rigney and Mays improved. They seemed to have recognized they were stuck with each other, so they might as well make the most of it. With 1 year under his belt, Rigney didn't have to prove his authority. At spring training, he stopped dwelling on Mays' shortcomings and made sure the young players were aware of his skills. When they hit it to him, he told his infielders, "Please go to a base. Don't confuse the issue by asking me why. Just be there. He knows." One of the players asked, "What does he know, Skip?" Rigney briefly pondered the question, then snapped, "I don't know what he knows, but Willie knows. So just get your ass to a base." According to Mays, Rigney stopped overmanaging him. "He told me to go out and play my game," he said. "Nothing more, nothing less." And I did. The two still had their disagreements. When Mays, battling a mid-season slump, was taking batting practice, Rigney tried to give him some advice. Mays loudly rejected it, saying he should be left alone while swinging. It was one of the few displays of temper by Mays as a Giant, the Sporting News reported, calling it a prima donna outburst. But Rigney finally understood that Mays responded to carrots, not sticks, and he embraced him almost as extravagantly as DeRocher had. "All I can say is that he is the greatest player I have ever seen, bar none," he told reporters in 1959. "When he's around, it makes me feel good just to walk into the locker room and start suiting up. I know then I have a chance." In an interview after he retired, Rigney said he eventually realized that Mays did not need a manager so much as a father figure. "He thought I didn't care about him," Rigney said. "Well, I did care about him." His style was simply different than DeRocher's. The problem was not that Mays didn't like the manager, but that he didn't know whether the manager liked him. Rigney acknowledged, "If I had to do it over again, I think I would have been a little more active in his life." The reconciliation between Mays and Rigney could not save the Giants in 1957. They lost 3 young players to the military draft: first baseman Bill White, who had 22 home runs in his rookie season the previous year, and 2 outfielders, rookie Willie Kirkland and Jackie Brandt. On the first day of spring training, the Giants' projected starting catcher Bill Sarney walked onto the field and dropped straight to the ground, suffering a heart attack at 29. He survived, but his playing career was over. The Giants had to wait another year before they could rebuild. Instead, they brought back former stars, Bobby Thompson from Milwaukee, Whitey Lockman from St. Louis, as if to revive a play that had long been shut down. Stoneham liked reuniting his Giant family, which was a noble sentiment. But nostalgia doesn't win games. On May 3rd, the Giants were in 6th place, and they stayed there the rest of the year. Rigney looked tortured, his gray hair now turning white, his body looking more emaciated, his cigarettes piling up in ashtrays, his ulcers worsening. A man who had not turned 40, but whose nickname, Old Bones, fit him well. His team had quit on him. After losses, wrote one reporter, the ball players dressed in silence or sat, heads down, eyes absently pointed either to a questionable future or a happier past. Men walked aimlessly about, barefoot, or sat reading their scant fan mail, or else they hurried to get out of the dank sepulchral clubhouse. The players said their lethargy mirrored the empty cavern in which they performed. "Playing before crowds of 1,200 in the Polo Grounds," Lockman said, "was like walking through a morgue." Mays didn't quit, and for that reason alone, 1957 may have been his finest year. He had more ground than ever to cover in the outfield. In right was plodding Don Mueller, who at 30 had slowed down even further, but was still a spring chicken compared to left fielder Hank Sauer. The heavy-legged slugger who arrived in the off-season was 40. And on the bases, Mays was never better. In a game against the Phillies on April 21st, he performed one of his most exhilarating excursions. With the score tied at 1 in the 9th, he came to bat with 1 out against Robin Roberts. He chopped the ball to short and slid under the wide throw. The ball bounced away, so Mays tried for second and slid in safely. He then stole third with another slide under the tag. Then, on a short hit to right, he slid safely home with the winning run. Mays had slid around the entire diamond. A month later, at Wrigley Field, he went from first to third on a ground out and then stole home. On several occasions, he scored from second on groundouts. Infielders began committing errors on hurried throws whenever Mays was on base, a valuable contribution, but impossible to record. He also executed one of his finest and most dangerous catches that year at Forbes Field in Pittsburgh. The center field fence was so far away, 462 feet, that the Pirates stationed an enclosed batting cage there because they figured no one could hit the ball that far. But against the Giants, Roberto Clemente did just that. Mays ran headlong to the cage, leapt, and caught the ball. "We thought from the bench, here's the end of Willie," pitcher Mike McCormick recalls. But he kept his feet the whole time. Young fans found in Mays a role model for their own aspirations. Most kids don't make it to the majors, but John Curtis did, and his dreams began when he walked into the Polo Grounds as a small boy from Long Island. Sitting in the upper deck, he saw that expansive green grass field and the perfect symmetry of the diamond. It was like seeing Oz for the first time. He watched in awe as the players took their warm-ups, aghast that even a pop fly, appearing so easy to handle on television, required so much skill and judgment to actually catch. And then Mays came out, and everything he did looked so easy. Loping across the field to catch fly balls, throwing perfect strikes to home plate from 300 feet, spraying line drives to all parts of the ballpark. And during the game, Curtis recalled, he was so colorful and so full of energy. He just seemed at that moment to symbolize what that whole game was about, the harnessing of immense talent. And from that moment on, I knew that that was what I wanted to do. If I was going to grow into a baseball player, I wanted to be someone with the authority and grace of Willie. Starting in 1970, Curtis played in the major leagues for 16 years, a respectable left-handed pitcher, lifetime ERA 3.96, praised as much for his verbal eloquence as his fastball. The fans showed their appreciation of Mays in 1957 by voting him as the All-Star center fielder. They tried to, anyway. He was leading the vote until the end, when the commissioner's office received a sudden groundswell of 550,000 ballots from Cincinnati. If counted, the starting team for the National League would have consisted of 7 players from Cincinnati, quite a showing for a fourth-place team. Only Stan Musial survived the ballot stuffing. The prospect of Gus Bell starting ahead of Willie Mays was too much to bear for Commissioner Ford C. Frick. He rejected the late Cincinnati votes, securing Mays' starting berth. The next year, he transferred voting responsibilities to the players, coaches, and managers. Not until 1970 would fans cast ballots again. In the All-Star game, Mays hit cleanup behind Aaron and Musial, and in 2 late-inning rallies, he delivered a single and a triple, with an RBI and 2 runs scored. But the American League won 6-5. From the beginning of spring training, speculation had intensified that both the Dodgers and the Giants would be leaving, raising the possibility that New York would be without a National League team. Over the past 5 years, the Braves, Browns, and Athletics had all moved to new cities, confirming a fundamental shift in the game. Baseball teams were no longer simply sources of community pride or family touchstones that connected the generations. They were hard financial assets to be leveraged, bargained, and maximized, capable of being moved around the country like pieces on a chessboard. But the asset itself, the baseball team, was only as valuable as its players, and by 1957, both the Dodgers and the Giants were declining teams, with only one megastar between them. With or without Willie Mays, baseball's transcontinental expansion would occur, but Mays was the source of New York's deepest sorrow, and California's greatest hope. The Dodgers, like the Giants, had an aging ballpark with inadequate parking for an increasingly suburban fan base that could now watch games on television. The difference was that the Dodgers were both popular and highly profitable. The Giants were neither. In 1956, the Giants drew 629,179 fans, dead last in the National League, and a decline of 46% since 1954. Not since 1943, during World War II, had so few people attended Giant games. In 1956 and 1957, only the Washington Senators drew fewer fans than the Giants. Unlike their money-losing years from 1948 to 1953, the Giants did squeak out profits, but they could not keep pace with their Gotham rivals. Between 1947 and 1956, the Giants earned $405,926. The Dodgers earned $3.5 million, and the Yankees $3.6 million. On the field and at the gate, the Giants were a woebegone third in a three-team town. They made money only because of their increasing media revenue, receiving $600,000 a year for their television rights. That income, combined with Stoneham's insistence in years past that the Giants would never leave New York, convinced some people that the team would stay but find another stadium. What everyone acknowledged was that the Giants would be out of the Polo Grounds by 1962 when the team's lease expired. While Stoneham made relatively few public statements, Dodger owner Walter O'Malley was more outspoken. For several years, he had demanded public support for a new domed stadium at the intersection of Flatbush and Atlantic Avenues in Brooklyn. At the same time, he'd been flirting with the city fathers of Los Angeles, who were pleading with him to move the Dodgers there. O'Malley sold Ebbets Field in 1956, and the following February, as spring training was to begin, he acquired the territorial rights to Los Angeles from the Chicago Cubs, which had a minor league team there. O'Malley continued to insist that he wanted to stay in New York, but he was laying the groundwork to move. By spring training, Stoneham had already decided to move the team to Minneapolis, and had begun enlarging his minor league stadium there. In March, O'Malley met with him to discuss the Dodgers' consideration of Los Angeles, and he asked Stoneham if he would consider San Francisco instead of Minneapolis. O'Malley knew that San Francisco was eager for a team, and it made more sense to transport two National League teams to California, and a historic rivalry at that, than one team. Stoneham initially said he wasn't interested, but it wasn't long before San Francisco Mayor George Christopher began taking secret weekend shuttles to New York to meet with Stoneham. "Getting a major league team into San Francisco," Christopher said, "is a crusade with us." He pledged that the city would build a new park with 40,000 to 50,000 seats. Parking lots and concession deals would be part of the package. The mayor predicted annual profits of $200,000 to $300,000 for the Giants. While O'Malley continued to stall and haggle, Stoneham was sold. In May, he called Russ Hodges into his office and asked, "Do you want to move to California?" He did. Stoneham said the Giants would be going to the West Coast, with or without the Dodgers. Had Stoneham wanted to stay in New York, he had one more valuable chip to play. In June, the St. Louis Cardinals made him a $1 million offer, $750,000 in cash plus several players, for Willie Mays. He seriously considered the deal, but didn't pull the trigger because of the club's pending transfer to San Francisco. Cardinal General Manager Frank Lane told the St. Louis Globe-Democrat that he made 4 separate offers for Mays, to no avail. Chub Feeney told Lane that if the Giants traded Mays and then moved to San Francisco, the people in that region would throw him into the San Francisco Bay. Only the formalities of the Giants' move remained. In May, the National League voted in favor of a resolution allowing the Dodgers and the Giants to leave New York, and on July 18th, Stoneham held a press conference at the Polo Grounds, overlooking the elevated railroad that had brought hundreds of thousands of fans to Giant games since 1890. "There is no longer any chance to survive here," he said. "I have been in this city 50 years, and am more sentimental about New York and the Giants than any of my board of directors. But I must recommend to them that we can no longer hold the Polo Grounds." New York City's council president, Abe Stark, condemned San Francisco's mayor as a pirate, but Stoneham blamed the fans. The Polo Grounds drew more than 20,000 fans only twice in the entire season. "We're sorry to disappoint the kids of New York," he said, "but we didn't see many of their parents out there at the Polo Grounds in recent years." On August 19th, in an 8-1 vote, the Giants board made the move official. though the vote was only for show. Stoneham could have overruled it. He and his sister, Mary Ofterhar, held a controlling interest in the National Exhibition Company, which owned the franchise. Stoneham, who received a salary of $70,000 a year, cited no personal responsibility for the team's hardship, but he was not blameless. For years, he failed to invest adequately in either his team or the stadium, nor had he pursued alternative stadium options. But between 1952 and 1956, the Giants were one of only 2 National League teams that paid dividends. As the principal shareholders in the Giants, Stoneham and his sister received the bulk of those payments. Horace's son Pete was also on the payroll. The one dissenting voice was that of Joan Whitney Payson, a 54-year-old heiress who had acquired a 9% stake in the Giants. She was American royalty. Her mother, Helen Hay Whitney, was the daughter of John Hay, who was an aide to President Lincoln and Secretary of State for President William McKinley. Her father, the industrialist Payne Whitney, was the son of William C. Whitney, Secretary of the Navy for President Grover Cleveland. Her brother, John Hay Jock Whitney, owned 4 newspapers, including the New York Herald Tribune and Newsday. In 1927, she inherited, along with her brother, her father's estate, with an estimated value of $239 million, the largest then recorded in the United States. She was one of America's richest women. Joan Payson loved horses, fine paintings, and miniature antique furniture, and she loved Willie Mays. A Giants fan since the age of 6, she was so enthralled with Mays that she not only watched him at the Polo Grounds, but would take the train to Philadelphia to watch him there. Desperate to keep him and the Giants in New York, she offered to buy the team from Stoneham. He refused. But Payson vowed, somehow, some way, to bring Mays back to New York. On October 8th, the Dodgers officially notified the National League of their intention to move to Los Angeles. In later years, the person who was most closely associated with the 2 teams leaving New York, and who remained the most vilified, was Walter O'Malley. Perhaps there was more sympathy for Stoneham because his plight in Harlem seemed beyond repair, or because the Giants were not as integrated into the community as the Dodgers were in Brooklyn. But Stoneham still broke the hearts of fans who couldn't believe that the Giants, one of the founding clubs of the National League, would leave the city they had played in since 1883. Horace, one of New York's own, will have to adapt himself to the way and the habits and the manner of life of a city more than 3,000 miles away from Toots Shores, Dan Daniels wrote. Willie Mays never believed the rumors that the Giants might leave New York, couldn't believe them. The team had simply been there too long. So the news shocked him as much as it did most everyone else. And the prospects were disconcerting. He knew nothing about San Francisco. New York was home. Everything was familiar. The fans loved him. He didn't particularly want to say goodbye to New York, and New York certainly didn't want to say goodbye to him. A letter writer to the Sporting News said, "I don't mind the Giants as a club moving, but what kind of justice is it that would move Willie Mays? Let the rest go anywhere they please, but leave us Willie." Gay Talese, with characteristic verve, wrote in the New York Times, "Undoubtedly, the exportation from New York to San Francisco of the 180-pound package of rare tenderloin labeled Willie Mays, Jr. must be recognized by Manhattan historians as a grave event." Mays turned 26 that year, and by most appearances, he looked and played as he had since he arrived in New York. But he was no longer the unstudied Alabama youth who showed up in 1951. He had outgrown the playful little brother role, the brunt of teammate jokes. His laughter and smile were not as conspicuous, the pepper games less frequent. The say-hey kid was no longer a kid. Even his cap didn't fly off as much, though that was due to adjustments by the manufacturer. Willie's lid flew off so easily because of his receding forehead, cap maker Tim McAuliffe said. So I just reversed the sweatband and it made for more friction, which keeps his hat in place, or at least more than it used to. Bill Rigney, in an interview with Sport in 1958, said the first time he noticed a real change in Mays was the year before. Willie was talking to some reporters while we were waiting for a plane, and he was dressed well and he spoke well, Rigney said. He's still the same good-natured, lovable guy he always was, but he's no longer naive. I suddenly realized that Willie of 1951 was gone forever. The stickball games were also gone. Marguerite believed they further drained his energy. I don't like him to do it, she said. Nobody knows how much a game takes out of Willie because he gives so much to it. But show him a piece of wood and ball, and that's it. She had a point. The game did take a lot out of Mays, physically and emotionally. And 1957 saw him hospitalized during the season for undisclosed reasons. He rested for 3 days at Harkness Pavilion, in the first of 4 or 5 vaguely defined hospitalizations. Exhaustion was usually cited during his career. But the first incident should have been a warning about the unrelenting pressures on him. It was always a silent struggle for Mays to meet expectations that could never be satisfied, and the one person who understood it was Jackie Robinson. Whatever their differences politically, Robinson recognized the monumental challenge that confronted someone so young and unprepared. On opening day 1955, at a game between the Giants and the Dodgers, Robinson said, "I don't envy Willie. He'll be playing under the most terrific pressure all year, more than he can handle. Everybody is expecting him to duplicate or better his great season of 1954. They won't settle for anything less. Look what happened today. Every time he came to bat, the fans started yelling for a home run. Every place, every time, it's, 'We want Willie, we want Willie.' Wherever the team goes, Willie is the center of attention. Sure, he's great, maybe the greatest, but he's still a kid." Mays's bubbly media image persisted long after it could be accurately applied to him. Bill White, for example, lived with Willie and Marguerite when he joined the Giants in 1956. "I never saw the stickball in the street phase," he said. "I never heard him say hey, except in television commercials. All I saw was a man with a good baseball mind. It used to take us about 45 minutes to drive to the park, and every day, Willie would talk to me about the pitchers we were going to face, what they threw, what their ball did, what to expect in the clutch. He would tell me who you could steal off and who you couldn't, pitchers and catchers both. He would even tell me how to play the different batters at first base. And this was when he was in his larky stage as far as the press was concerned." White adds in an interview 5 decades later, "The say-hey kid helped his image, but there was a man under there that they never saw. A man of great pride, intelligence, and integrity." Even his given name, Willie, may have reinforced a disparaging image. Unlike, say, William or Willard, Willie was a child's name, and according to Bill White, it was a name that newspapers often gave rookie black players. In his own case, the Sporting News announced his promotion to the Giants by describing him as Willie White, a fast, powerful Negro first baseman. White told reporters that he was Bill. If Mays was seen only as one-dimensional, a supernova in center field who brought joy to the Polo Grounds, that was more than enough for any Giant fan. In 1957, he laid to rest any notion that either a new wife or a new manager would doom him. His .333 average was the 3rd best of his career, while his .407 on-base percentage was his 2nd best. He had a 21-game hitting streak, which equaled one he'd had in 1954 and was a career high. He led the league in triples, 20, slugging percentage, .629, and stolen bases, 38. And he was the first player in National League history to hit at least 20 doubles, triples, and home runs in one year. In December, he received the Gold Glove from the Sporting News the first year the award was given. He was the only National League outfielder chosen. In subsequent years, 3 outfielders from each league were selected. It was fitting that he ended in a blaze of glory. Though he was a New York Giant for only 5 full seasons, the memory of his greatness was seared so deeply that he was always associated with that team, in that town, at that time, and New York fans would always claim him as their own. The final day at the Polo Grounds, September 29th, was cool and gray, the flags whipping in the wind. Ray Robinson, a sports writer, said he was one of 11,606 pallbearers who attended. His bleacher ticket cost 75 cents. Before the game, Bobby Thompson stood for the photographers, pointing to the left field seats. Matty Schwab, the head of the grounds crew who lived in a small apartment at the Polo Grounds, escorted Bill Rigney to center field, where they cut out a big piece of grass. Schwab wrapped it up and planted it in the outfield of the Giants' next ballpark in San Francisco. Giant old-timers were introduced to the crowd, men who had played for John McGraw, such as Carl Hubbell, as well as later Giants, such as Monty Irvin and Sal Magley. They all stood with grim faces, as if they were at a wake, which in a way they were. The most elegant honoree was Blanche McGraw, John's widow, who still went south with the team every spring and rarely missed a home game, in Section 19. She was presented with a bouquet of roses and wept softly into her corsage. In tribute to past glories, Rigney started all his players who had been on the 1954 championship team: Johnny Antonelli on the mound, Wes Westrom catching, Whitey Lockman at first, Bobby Thompson at third, and Don Mueller, Dusty Rhodes, and Willie Mays in the outfield. The game was a hapless affair against the Pirates. Roger Angell, sitting in the upper deck with his daughter, said it was the quietest crowd he had ever heard at any game. In between innings, a man stood with a sign, "Giant fan 55 years." Another sign said, "Go, Giants, go." Another, "Stay, Willie, stay." Gallows humor was in order. "If the Giants don't win," said one fan, "nobody will show up tomorrow." But Mays demonstrated his virtuoso skills. In the first inning, the Pirates' Bob Skinner drove a ball into deep left center that rolled all the way to the wall. Rhodes gave chase, while Mays positioned himself in medium left center. Rhodes finally reached the ball, picked it up, and threw it to Mays. But the ball came in low, skipping several feet in front of him. Mays bent down and trapped it with his back to home plate, rose, whirled, and fired. Skinner was trying for an inside-the-park homer, but the throw was a one-hop strike to the catcher. Not as balletic as the throw in 1951, not as dramatic as the throw after the catch in 1954, but a fierce, graceful throw nonetheless. The runner was out. In the bottom of the seventh, Mays came to bat with the Giants on their way to losing 9-1. The defeat would leave them with a season record of 69-85, 26 games out of first place. There was not much riding on this particular at-bat. Mays grounded the ball to third base, a routine grounder, an easy play, and third baseman Gene Freese fielded the ball cleanly. Then he got lazy and he relaxed and floated the ball to first. It was accurate and ordinary, but too late. Mays had blown past the bag for an infield hit, running as though the pennant were at stake. It was my first time in my 35-plus years of watching ball games I had ever seen a man beat out a routine ground ball that had been fielded cleanly, Arnold Haino wrote. It was Mays's second hit of the game. Mays came to bat for a final time with one out in the bottom of the ninth. The fans cheered when he stepped into the box. He kept his head down, adjusted his feet, then focused on the hurler. He took the first pitch, and then another, but the applause never stopped. Instead, it gained momentum and strength, the fans standing and roaring with undiluted passion, the noise rising from the ancient concrete stanchions until Mays finally had to acknowledge it. He stepped out of the box and reached toward his cap and touched the bill as though he were going to lift it in thanks. Then he froze. He lowered his hand, gripped the bat again, and stepped back in. After the game, Mays said he was going to doff his hat, but checked the impulse. He feared it would have been seen as showboating. In Ted Williams's last at-bat at Fenway Park, he hit a home run, but he refused to tip his cap to the cheering fans. Williams, however, was not motivated by humility. As John Updike famously wrote, "Gods do not answer letters." Mays would have liked such a farewell, a home run in his final at-bat, but he grounded out. Nevertheless, he was cheered again as he returned to the dugout. "I never felt so nervous," he said after the game. "My hands were shaking. It was worse than any World Series game. I got a home run my first at-bat in the Polo Grounds, and I wanted to bow out with another. I tried very hard to show them how I felt. I wanted to do something for the fans." Watching the game was 12-year-old Lanny Davis, who had come with his father to say farewell to Willie. The boy found consolation in his last at-bat. "My hero hustled to the very end," he later recalled. The game ended. "All of a sudden," Davis said, "I saw number 24 literally leap up the steps of the Giants' dugout right in front of me, so close I almost touched him. And there he was, tearing full speed toward center field to the safety of the clubhouse. As soon as I saw Willie lead the way out of the dugout, I had only one thought. I have to shake Willie's hand and thank him and say goodbye. I have to. Without the slightest hesitation, I jumped over the rail and ran after him." He had plenty of company. Though the voice on the loudspeaker asked people to stay off the field, thousands swarmed onto the grounds, a whirlwind of affection, nostalgia, anger, and excitement. They pulled out the home plates on the diamond and in the bullpen. They uprooted the bases and the pitcher's rubber, which had been nailed into the ground with 18-inch spikes. A girl with a penknife sliced it to pieces and shared them with friends. They ripped down the canopy over the bullpen, tore it apart, and dispersed the shreds. They yanked out telephones and flung telephone books, and snipped the green foam rubber covering the fences. They dug up large clunks of sod and dirt and carried them out in cans and boxes. Lanny Davis, who in time became a prominent Washington lawyer and special counsel to President Clinton, stuffed dirt in his pockets and kept it in a paper cup in a desk drawer for years. Members of the grounds crew, some of whom had been tending the green lawn there for more than 30 years, stood along the third base line. They had wanted to say goodbye to the players, the coaches, and maybe even the sacred terrain, but they could only watch in silent horror. Before the game, Rigney had warned his players that seething fans were going to rush the field, and he instructed them to drop their hats and gloves and just make it to the clubhouse. Most of the players did that, though Mays held on to his cap. Clutching it against his chest, he had to avoid so many people that even Dusty Rhodes beat him. All over the field, the fans were cheering, "We want Willie! We want Willie!" Then hundreds gathered at the foot of the clubhouse, and leading the serenade was Lanny Davis. "We want Willie!" Mays heard the cheers and was deeply moved. He recalled other times, in 51 and 54, when fans stood in the same spot and chanted his name, and he returned their adoration with waves and smiles. But Rigney had instructed all the players to stay inside. Still, they called his name. Mays quickly changed his clothes and figured it was the last time he would sit in front of his battered wooden locker, see the faded green concrete walls, and smell the room's pungent blend of sweat, liniment, and tobacco. Outside, Lanny suddenly realized something was wrong. He couldn't find his father. At first, he wasn't afraid, but as the mob grew in size and the yelling became more urgent, he grew frightened, panicked. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was his father. "How did you know where I was?" he asked. "I knew where you'd be." Then Willie came out, just briefly, and waved to the fans. "He looked down the stairs," Davis said more than 50 years later. "He looked at me, and he pointed his finger at me as if to say, 'Hi, kid. Bye, kid.' To this day, I am certain he was talking to me, only me." All of the players were soon out the door, but according to one report, Willie, alone of all the Giants, left with the cheer of the crowd in his ear. The mood turned uglier outside. Instead of pining for Willie, they called for the owner. "We want Stoneham! We want Stoneham, with a rope around his neck!" Stoneham had not been seen at the ballpark all day. At least Walter O'Malley attended the Dodgers' final game at Ebbets Field, where it was announced to the crowd that the year's attendance was 1,026,158, the 13th straight year over 1 million, and the only team to leave after doing it. Gladys Gooding, the organist, for 16 years played "Don't Ask Me Why I'm Leaving," "May the Good Lord Bless and Keep You," and "Old Lang Syne." New York had no National League champion in 1957. The Milwaukee Braves, led by the young stars Hank Aaron and Eddie Matthews, won the first of 2 consecutive pennants. An era had ended, and at the Giants' final game at the Polo Grounds, Blanche McGraw was the last to leave, still clutching her red roses. "I still can't believe it," she said as she was helped to her car. "New York can never be the same to me." No more Giants. No more National League. No more Willie. For any New Yorker, it was hard to grasp. "I didn't feel anything," Roger Angell wrote. "Nothing at all. I guess I just couldn't believe it. But it's true, all right. The flags are down, the lights in the temple are out, and the Harlem River flows lonely to the sea." Chapter 18. Miraloma Drive. Few American cities have inspired more rapturous prose than San Francisco. Described as the city of shining hills and the Paris of the West, it lies on a thumb-shaped peninsula over 42 rolling hills, with the Pacific Ocean on one side and a bay on the other. The California coast ranges serve as a rugged backdrop. The city has a distinctive, almost lyrical climate. The swirling afternoon winds, the pale autumnal sunshine, the hazy trademark fog, celebrated as wistfully curling tendrils that envelop the city in romance and mystery. The San Andreas Fault adds a subterranean peril. In 1958, its history could be plumbed for both triumph and tragedy. The riches of the storied gold rush, 1849, and the heartbreak of a staggering earthquake, 1906. The splendor of the Golden Gate Bridge, 1937, and the hedonism of a port catering to its seafarers every night. San Francisco was a magnet for writers, poets, and musicians, a haven for various bohemian movements since the 1840s, all of which created a satisfying image of tolerance and sophistication. Long before the Giants arrived, it was also a baseball town. The San Francisco Seals were a charter member of the Pacific Coast League in 1903, the mild climate allowing for a longer season than even the majors played. In 1931, the team moved into its own ballpark, Seal Stadium, in the Mission District, and the following year, fans saw for the first time the 18-year-old son of an Italian fisherman who grew up on the North Shore. Joe DiMaggio, in his second year with the Seals, hit .340, had a hitting streak of 69 games, and created a standard by which all future center fielders in San Francisco would be compared. The Seals were winners, racking up championships every decade, and they long flourished under manager Lefty O'Doul, a former Major League player who was a San Francisco native and fan favorite. In its final season, 1957, the team won its 14th title before being dispatched to Phoenix, where it became a minor league affiliate of the Giants. The ball that recorded the final out of the San Francisco Seals was sent to Cooperstown. Joe DiMaggio wasn't San Francisco's only connection to the major leagues. The city had produced quite a few star players, including Joe's brothers, Vince and Dom. Also from the area were pitcher Lefty Gomez, catcher Ernie Lombardi, and shortstop Joe Cronin, all future Hall of Famers, as well as second baseman Tony Lazzari, who was part of the Yankees' Murderers Row, and first baseman Dolph Camilli, who was the National League MVP in 1941. Baseball had deep roots in San Francisco, and the fans did not consider themselves novices. Pro football arrived in 1946, when the 49ers became the first major league professional sports team in the Bay Area. This breakthrough affirmed the area's rising economic power in the post-war boom years. But without a big league baseball team, San Francisco was still a minor league town. Major League Baseball, for its part, needed San Francisco as well as Los Angeles, as much as those cities needed the big leagues. As early as 1947, a monograph was prepared for the majors that described the country's demographic shift to the west and the big league's current geographic imbalance. The major leagues had one team in Cincinnati, the 20th largest city in the United States and Canada, and two teams in St. Louis, the 10th largest city. But there were no teams in Los Angeles and San Francisco, the 3rd and 9th largest, respectively. Fear of air travel was one impediment. United Airlines had introduced the DC-6 in 1946, so a team could fly from New York to Los Angeles in less than half the time it took to reach St. Louis by train. But most major league executives, fearing that an entire team could be lost in one disaster, preferred the rails. By the late 1950s, those fears had receded. San Francisco aggressively pursued big league baseball even before it had a specific team in sight. In 1954, the voters approved a $5 million general obligation bond to provide for the construction of a new stadium. A two-thirds majority was needed. All 4 daily newspapers supported it, as did the entire business community, and that commitment helped persuade Horace Stoneham to scrap his plan to go to Minneapolis and move to San Francisco instead. One potential problem: Stoneham feared that San Francisco had too many letters to fit on the team's road uniform. There was plenty of space. While San Francisco celebrated its new team, the Giants still had to make a strong first impression and convince the loyal Seals fans that they were worthy. For that matter, the Dodgers had to win over Los Angeles as well. The problem was, neither team was particularly good. In 1957, the Dodgers finished in 3rd place, 11 games out of first place, and their stars were gone or old. Jackie Robinson had retired. Roy Campanella's career was over. Other aging Dodger luminaries, Don Newcomb, 32, Gil Hodges, 34, Pee Wee Reese, 39, were past their prime. The team still had Duke Snider and a young fireballer, Don Drysdale, who had won 17 games in 1957, not to mention an undeveloped pitcher named Sandy Koufax. But the boys of summer were past their moment in the sun. The Giants, buried in the standings for 2 years, may have been in worse shape. By 1958, most of the top players from the 1954 championship were gone. The opening day roster had 6 rookies, 4 of whom were in the starting lineup. By all rights, Stoneham should have been the team's most effective promoter. He could have owned the city. But separated from his wife for many years, and reclusive by nature, he was a solitary figure who never immersed himself in San Francisco's social or philanthropic circles. So he proved painfully inept as the franchise headliner. At his first public event in the city, at a dinner of about 150 former ball players from the semi-pro ranks, he received a hero's welcome amid a steady flow of beer. Then he tried to address the crowd. He stood up and rambled, at times incoherently, before finally sinking into his chair and mumbling, "Some of us drink too much." All was not lost. The Giants still had Willie Mays. At 26, he hadn't even reached his prime. His was the face of baseball's westward expansion. "Willie Mays goes west," cried the cover blurb of Look on April 29, 1958. Winston Churchill appeared on the cover as well. The story on Mays featured 15 photographs across 5 pages, showing his first visit to his new city as a Giant, standing at Seal Rocks to glimpse the sea lions, viewing the Golden Gate Bridge shrouded in fog, stepping off a cable car, visiting Fisherman's Wharf, chatting with Mayor Christopher, selecting Dungeness crab at an open market, and strolling across the lonely outfield of Seal Stadium. On April 28th, the cover of Life featured Mays in a dark suit, white shirt, white tie, and white handkerchief, riding in a convertible during San Francisco's parade welcoming the Giants. Mays was the only Giant on the cover. The actual story isn't about Mays at all. Called California Goes Big League in a Big Way, it's about Los Angeles and San Francisco welcoming the major leagues. But Mays carried the banner for both cities. The Sporting News told its readers, "When he goes to L.A., Mays will be more the hero than all the Dodgers." In his exhibition forays into L.A. in recent years, Willie performed such prodigious feats that the Angelinos probably would settle for Mays as a major league club all by himself. This media focus served the Giants well. Stoneham never believed in marketing. He thought if his team won enough games or hit enough home runs, the fans would come in droves. But he had to make some efforts in his new town, so he relied on his star. Mays was the only Giant player in San Francisco in the off-season, and he stayed busy. He attended a Welcome Willie dinner that raised money for the Urban League of the Bay Area. He spoke at a benefit for police widows and orphans. He appeared at 3 Macy's stores, where he gave out autographed pictures of himself. He met with politicians and business leaders, and was photographed as the first Giant putting on his new San Francisco cap. He said all the right things. In 1957, when a Pittsburgh reporter raised the possibility of Mays playing a dirty trick and not moving to California, he responded, "Mister, I like to play ball, and I'd walk barefooted to San Francisco just to get into the lineup." The quote was published in the San Francisco Examiner. In January, Mays was the center of one of the more unusual press conferences in baseball history. The Giants wanted to promote the signing of his 1958 contract, which would pay him $67,500, placing him third behind Ted Williams, $100,000, and Stan Musial, $80,000. Mays, Stoneham, and Rigney met with the press at Seal Stadium. Without a press office, they convened in the ladies' powder room. It became a media room by opening day. Surrounded by fuchsia walls, lipstick mirrors, pink drapes, and, according to the Sporting News, feminine paraphernalia, the men stood before television cameras and photographers to discuss batting streaks. "When I'm in a slump, anybody can get me out," Willie said. 2 years ago, I went 0 for 30 against the Cubs. And using San Francisco's hills for winter training, Mays said he wasn't much of a hiker. Also in the room was Marguerite, wearing a stunning full-length mink coat, and their white poodle, Peppy, who was battling the flu. "He's just fine now," Willie said. The local press began its tributes to Mays at the end of the 1957 season, when several newspapers sent reporters to the Polo Grounds. On August 13th, the San Francisco Chronicle reported, "San Franciscans who have been worrying out loud whether the sixth-place Giants are good enough for the city should have been here Sunday to watch Willie Mays, baseball's greatest one-man show. As long as the Giants have Willie, you have to welcome them west." Reporters interviewed New York sports writers, who reaffirmed Mays' singular abilities. "When San Francisco fans see Willie Mays, they'll forget about everybody else," New York writer Jim McCulley told the Examiner. Kenny Smith, who'd been covering the Giants since John McGraw was manager, said, "Mays is the greatest, and there'll come a time when Mays walking on the field is as important as the score." All the while, the Giant officials did their part to drum up interest and ticket sales by making extravagant predictions about Mays. On February 16th, Parade published a story by Bill Rigney. "Mays will hit 61 homers." Rigney explained that the Polo Grounds, with the alleys at 450 feet and center field at 480 feet, was a terrible park for Mays, whose power was between left center and right center. He estimated that in 1957, Mays hit at least 10 balls more than 460 feet that were caught. In any other park, they would have been home runs. To avoid long outs, Mays tried to pull the ball over the short fence in the left field corner, which led to bad habits. Seal Stadium was perfect for Mays, according to his manager. Dead center was only 414 feet, while left center ranged from 370 to 404 feet. The long outs in the Polo Grounds would now be homers. Willie Mays, either this season or during a season soon to come, will belt 61 homers, and maybe even more, for a new big league record, he concluded. The park's dimensions, Rigney wrote, were only part of a new ascendant Mays. In Seal Stadium, the wind blows to left center, Mays' sweet spot, and the weather itself would be a boon. The heat and humidity in the east are brutal, whereas San Francisco is delightfully cool, which will preserve Willie's strength. Mays always plays hard, Rigney assured readers. But the empty stands at the Polo Grounds drained everyone's energy, and even Willie can't help but try harder for West Coast fans who have shown such great enthusiasm for the Giants. Rigney himself was going to give his star some help by not overusing him in spring training. Last year he played almost every game for 6 or 7 innings, and he wore down during the season. Willie stands 5'11", weighs 185 pounds, and there isn't an ounce of fat on him. He has tremendous stamina, and he's not injury-prone. He's only 26. Ruth didn't hit his 60 homers till he was 32. Willie, in other words, has at least 5 or 6 more seasons to shoot for the record. I predict San Francisco will not only help my center fielder hit 61 home runs, it also will help him, the season he does break the record, to hit 380 and drive in 150 runs. In the sporting news, Rigney predicted that Mays would win the Triple Crown as well. These predictions didn't seem outlandish in light of Mays' recent barnstorming visit to San Francisco. After the 1957 season, he had led a black troop there in November, and his squad played 2 games against the local minor leaguers. During one at-bat, a retired Pacific Coast League pitcher knocked Mays to the dirt with a high-sailing fastball. On the next pitch, Mays hit a 450-foot drive over the clock in left center, one of the longest homers ever seen in Seals Stadium. In 2 games, Mays collected 2 homers and 4 singles in 9 at-bats. Nonetheless, Mays didn't care for Rigney's predictions. He had always ridiculed speculation that he could break Ruth's record. It wasn't that important to him, and the media scrutiny made him uncomfortable. Offensively, he strove for consistency, which meant a 300 average, 100 RBIs, and 100 runs scored. Rigney created a set of expectations that he didn't share or even covet. Familiar with such hype, Mays had been cast in the savior's role before. But San Franciscans wanted to see for themselves if their transplanted New Yorker really could walk on Pacific water. Proud and provincial, the city didn't need East Coast writers to designate their heroes. And the only player in San Francisco history who'd ever posted the kind of numbers that Rigney had projected was Joe DiMaggio, playing for the Seals. The town might not be big enough for 2 baseball legends. Mays had no interest in toppling sacred records or revered icons. Adjusting to a new ballpark would be challenge enough. He just wanted to play ball. And while he felt he would miss the familiar surroundings of New York and the unconditional love of the fans, he was excited about the opportunity. Maybe a new city, a new uniform, new stadium, new fans would end the Giants' doldrums. The team needed a fresh start, and Mays himself might benefit from a different kind of life. But even before he put on a San Francisco uniform, he found himself in the center of a controversy that involved race, housing, and the city's cherished self-image. Shortly after Mays completed his barnstorming tour, he and Marguerite went house hunting in San Francisco. They quickly found something they liked, and on November 7th, Willie paid a $100 binder as part of an offer to a real estate agent. There was no response. Mays was about to make a second offer when the house was mysteriously taken off the market. Someone had tipped off the Chronicle to these events, and word began to spread. Edward Howden, the director of the Council of Civic Unity of San Francisco, formed after World War II to combat racial inequality, received a call from Mays's broker, Charles Turner. But neither the Chronicle nor Howden could confirm that Mays had been victimized. Mays himself didn't want to draw attention to his efforts, and no public comment was made. The timing of such a story would have been embarrassing for San Francisco, which was hosting a UNESCO conference with prominent Americans and Asians in attendance. Willie and Marguerite finally found a new 2-story home at 175 Miraloma Drive, next to the exclusive planned community of St. Francis Wood. Only 3 miles from Seals Stadium, the neighborhood was one of the highest points in the city, and known as the flossiest part of town. The brick and redwood house had 3 bedrooms, a den, and a 2-car garage. Set on a steep winding hill, Its most distinctive feature was a span of large glass windows that offered a sweeping view of the Pacific Ocean. Marguerite toured the house with the builder, after which Willie offered $37,500 in cash, the asking price. The couple then waited. 1 day passed, but neither the builder nor his broker returned their calls. Once again, Turner reached out to Howden. At least this time the house was still on the market. It simply wasn't available to Willie Mays. Howden called the developer. Walter A. Nestiloff was a builder who earned most of his money working for other contractors. He agreed to see Howden, and in a lengthy Sunday meeting, he said that he wanted to sell the house to Mays and had no objections on racial grounds. However, not long after he received Mays's offer, he and his wife began receiving phone calls from agitated residents in the Miraloma neighborhood. Some identified themselves. Others were anonymous. Their message was the same. Nestiloff would be doing a terrible thing if he accepted Mays's offer, because a Negro family would lower property values for the entire neighborhood. He also received calls from the lawyer of a builder who lived in that neighborhood, and from a second builder who had several houses on the market in the vicinity. No direct threats had been issued, he told Howden, but these calls made him fear that his own livelihood would be in danger if he went through with the sale to Mays. He explained that improvement groups, which can disapprove new buildings, would reject his future construction plans, and the builders for whom he worked wouldn't hire him. Nestiloff said he had one other problem. His real estate broker, Peter Morgan, the owner of Village Realty, had told him that his firm would have nothing to do with a sale to a Negro, and would not even accept Mays's offer. Howden found Nestiloff credible but naive. At no point did the builder display any sign of racial animus, and he was clearly shaken by the barrage of phone calls. But he also had no understanding of this matter's significance. Willie Mays was an American hero whose arrival in San Francisco marked a watershed moment in the city's history. If he wasn't allowed to buy a house because of his race, the rejection would mock San Francisco's image of tolerance and sophistication, while making it unworthy of its big-league aspirations. Howden explained that it would produce embarrassing headlines across the country, and pleaded with him on the grounds of civic pride and patriotism. He also presented evidence that refuted the claims that Negroes moving into white neighborhoods lowered property values. Nestiloff expressed particular concern about the next-door neighbor. At Howden's suggestion, he called the neighbor and asked if they could meet with her that evening. She agreed, but when they arrived, she did not answer the bell, nor did she respond the next day to a note left for her. That Monday, Howden worked the phones, speaking with Mays's broker and Nestiloff, seeking a way to make the transaction succeed while keeping the matter out of the press. Someone suggested that the builder sell the house to a third party who would then sell it to Mays, but Howden wanted the immediate parties to work out their differences. Nestiloff remained non-committal, so Howden placed a call to Mayor Christopher and asked one of his aides if the mayor would speak to Nestiloff. Christopher learned of the crisis that evening when he returned from an overseas trip. By Tuesday, City Supervisor Francis McCarty, who had also worked hard to bring the Giants to San Francisco, had spoken to Nestiloff. Members of the mayor's staff had left messages for him as well. Meanwhile, Willie and Marguerite were told by their broker that another home had been found, but they said they weren't interested. They insisted on the Miraloma house. It became clear by Wednesday that city officials believed the solution was to find another house, any house, that the Mayses would accept. Marguerite actually looked at one, but wasn't impressed. The mayor's office was now receiving complaints about Christopher's intervention. His aides continued to scramble, and they found yet another house, later described by Howden as in a good neighborhood, but on a short street which has become heavily Negro in ownership. Again, the Mayses weren't interested, and tensions began to rise. While Willie showed little emotion, Marguerite was insulted at the narrow choices, but the mayor's office found her too selective. Howden later wrote, "Not everyone in official circles understood why Mrs. Mays did not respond enthusiastically to the implication that this was the only street in their price bracket where they could have a home. Nestoloff provided no help, citing complaints from 2 builders as a reason for not selling to Mays. Howden again warned him of the imminent public relations disaster for the entire city. They agreed to see the principal objector, a builder named Martin Gayweiler, who also lived in the Miraloma neighborhood. Before the meeting, Howden and Nestoloff visited Willie and Marguerite for the first time. The couple made it clear that only the Miraloma house, and the house they had originally bid on, appealed to them. Howden recalled, "They had no taste for a fight, but neither were they inclined to back away from the reported opposition." May said he hardly anticipated much in the way of neighborly contact, but added that when the kids came around to talk baseball, he would not be turning them away. Howden and Nestoloff then met with Gayweiler and his wife. In their mid to late 30s, they apparently had done well as builders, producing and selling about 4 high-priced houses a year. They planned on selling the Miraloma house in which they were now living, and had others on the market, or about to be completed, in the neighborhood. Gayweiler told Howden that a sale to Mays would cause them grievous financial harm, and he was quite candid in his denunciation of colored people. When Howden reminded him that at least 1 Chinese and 1 Filipino family already lived in the area, Gayweiler drew a sharp distinction between these and the allegedly undesirable Negro, Howden recalled. "We went at it from every conceivable angle, but found no indication that the couple might reconsider their position." Before Howden and Nestoloff left, Howden flatly predicted that Willie Mays would not adversely affect sale prices in the neighborhood, and gently suggested that Gayweiler consult with his religious advisor. That night, Howden was told that the Chronicle would be publishing a story the next day, November 14th, on Mays's inability to buy a house. The Chronicle was the city's only daily newspaper with a black reporter. Howden made one last plea to Nestoloff to change his position to give the Giants' opening story a happy ending. It didn't work. The front-page article was indeed a bombshell. Nestoloff tried to explain why he turned down the asking price for his house. "I'm just a union-working man," he said. "I'd never get another job if I sold this house to that baseball player. I feel sorry for him, and if the neighbors said it was okay, I would do it." But the neighbors said it wasn't okay. Gayweiler told the newspaper, "I happen to have quite a few pieces of property in that area, and I stand to lose a lot if colored people move in. I certainly wouldn't like to have a colored family near me. I told Nestoloff to use his own conscience, but that he'd get a bad name if he went through with this." Howden's was the voice of outrage. This shocking rejection of Mr. and Mrs. Mays as neighbors by a handful of Miraloma residents is nothing less than a civic disgrace. Regrettably, it is typical of practices in large portions of the private housing market. The politicians tried to control the damage, though they weren't exactly rushing to Willie's aid. "I don't believe this incident typifies the feeling of the overwhelming majority of our people," Supervisor McCarty said. "I feel confident that there will be a number of offers to sell a home to Willie Mays and his family." Mayor Christopher didn't know whose side to be on. "San Francisco is a very understanding city, and it's not our practice to preclude anyone from living where he wants to, regardless of his race," he said. "On the other hand, no law requires an owner to dispose of his property." Mays conveyed some hurt, but also showed his pride and his capacity to forgive. "I'd sure like to live in San Francisco," he said, "but I didn't want to make an issue of it. I've never been through this kind of stuff before, and I'm not even mad about it now. I figure if a guy has his own problems, he's to lick them himself, and if neighbors don't want you, what's the good of buying? But they'll talk about a thing like this all over the world, and it sure looks bad for our country." He said he and Marguerite might keep their home in Manhattan. "But this is where I'm going to play ball, and I'd sure like to live here, too." Marguerite was less conciliatory. "Down in Alabama, where we come from, you know your place, and that's something at least. But up here it's all a lot of camouflage. They grin in your face and then deceive you." Willie, not Marguerite, was from Alabama, but her point still held. Newspaper and radio reporters and television crews descended on the Mazes, who were staying at a friend's house. By day's end, they had received several offers of new homes for sale, and Mayor Christopher magnanimously offered his own residence as a temporary domicile should Willie and Marguerite find themselves without shelter. Reporters were also calling Nestoloff, who finally realized the severity of the firestorm he had ignited. He contacted Howden, but still wasn't certain what to do. He asked if there might be alternative offers for the house matching that of Mays. Howden said Nestoloff would have a moral obligation to Mays, since his was first, and his broker would have surely submitted another offer had there been one. The media pressure was too great. Nestoloff told Howden to inform Mays that he would accept the bid, and if his broker wouldn't represent him, he would cancel his contract. Howden tried calling Mays, but the phone lines were jammed. After 20 minutes, he finally got through. Willie and Marguerite were staying with Herbert Henderson, a dentist, and the house was filled with reporters in their dark suits and ties, bulky cameras, microphones, and bright lights. No offer to sell a 2-story house had ever received so much coverage. The developments were reported in the afternoon newspapers and carried on radio and television newscasts throughout the rest of the day. Then Nestoloff appeared to have second thoughts. Shortly after the announcement, he went to speak to Gayweiler, but Gayweiler held firm. Nestoloff then asked Howden to come to his house, where he was to meet his broker, Peter Morgan. The television cameras were also heading there. Morgan didn't show up, but while Nestoloff waited with the press corps in his living room, an unexpected visitor did arrive, Martin Gayweiler, who demanded an urgent last-ditch conference in private with Nestoloff and his wife. The two men started yelling at each other so that some of the exchanges were quoted in the Chronicle. "Do you realize how much money you'll lose?" Gayweiler demanded. "There's thousands of dollars." Nestoloff replied, "But just think of what you're trying to do to San Francisco. It looks bad." The men finally emerged. Nestoloff tried again to call his broker, but failed to reach him, so he telephoned Willie Mays directly. As the television cameras rolled, he said, "Mr. Mays, I want to tell you my decision personally. I am very happy to have you buy my home. The majority of the people of San Francisco want it that way, and I want it too." To the reporters, he said, "San Francisco is proud to have Willie Mays here, and I will be proud to have him in the house I built. I'm relieved now that the pressure is over. The people of San Francisco seem to be behind me, and I hope some of the neighbors will be too." He was visibly relieved, though his wife was still tense. She seemed to feel guilty of a wrong against the Mira Loma residents, Howden later said, and she was worried too about possible business retaliation against her husband. The day still wasn't over. Mays and Nestoloff had to sign papers to complete the transaction, and that was to occur back at the Hendersons' house. Nestoloff called Morgan's office and left word that if the broker did not show up at the Hendersons in 1 hour, he would assume that Morgan did not want his commission. So the newsmen and cameras returned to Henderson's house, where Nestoloff and Mays renewed their greetings. There was genuine warmth between the two, and they talked easily about furnishings and home building. They discussed what type of woods and finishes would be appropriate for one of the rooms in the new house. Mays signed Nestoloff's teenage daughter's autograph book. Marguerite privately told him that she had received a call from a large developer offering to sell her a home, and she had secured a promise from him to offer Nestoloff work should he need it as a result of selling this house to them. Mays's attorney arrived. The standard forms were filled in. A deposit check was written, and signatures were affixed, all at acceptable angles for the cameras. Mays smiled wanly. "I'm glad this is over," he said. "I didn't want any trouble in the first place. All I wanted was a nice house in this town where I'll be playing ball. And I don't think the neighbors will make any trouble either. They'll calm down now that it's over." Marguerite retained her edge. "Sure they'll calm down," she said. "We're not planning to have tea and crumpets with them." Shortly after everything was signed, Peter Morgan arrived, spoke privately with Nestoloff, and returned his brokerage contract. He preferred to forego his $1,125 commission than do business with a black man. After the last reporters left, Nestoloff said he thought that he and his wife would get away for a few days. Howden, driving home for dinner, heard a radio commentator in Los Angeles say that the Soviet Union would find the first part of this story, the rejection of Mays, quite useful, while ignoring the second part, the favorable conclusion. In the coming weeks, Nestoloff received a couple dozen letters from as far away as Denver, New York, and Miami. Most were from the Bay Area, and most were supportive, though a few were filled with racist and anti-Semitic language. Whenever Mays was asked about the incident, he always defended Nestoloff as a man who was trying to protect his business and who ultimately did the right thing. Mayor Christopher said that the outcome vindicated San Francisco, which was nonsense. As predicted, the controversy brought scorn to the city and was a reminder of racial inequities outside the South. The Washington Post said in an editorial, "It is shameful that a handful of bigots should have clouded a city's welcome to the brilliant center fielder of the San Francisco Giants. Plainly, the North and West can take little pride in this shabby incident, which dramatizes the ambiguous treatment accorded minorities outside the South." Edward P. Morgan, a commentator on ABC, was more caustic. "It seems that some of the citizens of San Francisco, often called the country's most sophisticated city, dwell behind picture windows which do not conceal their prejudices. For them, apparently, neighborliness consists of encouraging Willie Mays at home plate. But when the Giants' Negro star moves next door, his welcome is the rude counsel to get farther away than the outfield." In fact, the crisis ended favorably only because Mays was a celebrity, and not just any celebrity, but the very cornerstone of San Francisco's efforts to become an elite city. Most any other African American would have had no recourse. The incident, far from vindicating San Francisco, lay bare the insidious but standard practice among realtors, builders, and banks to prevent homebuyers of color from entering certain neighborhoods. In that sense, Mays was a catalyst for citywide introspection. The Chronicle editorialized, "The pressures brought to bear upon Nestoloff are irrefutable evidence that some intolerance, some racial bigotry, still reside in cosmopolitan, enlightened, understanding San Francisco. The proof may sadden, but ought not to surprise us." It was also a defining event in Mays's career, for it placed a clear light on him as an African American. His reluctance to talk about race, or more specifically, to discuss his experiences with racism, bleached out his black identity. He was always the non-threatening superstar who was embraced by all and who seemed insulated from racial hostilities. He simply floated above the fray without complaint or concern. The incident was a reminder that Mays did not live in some post-racial nirvana, and his friends always pointed to this experience, even when Mays himself wouldn't, as evidence that he too suffered the sharp sting of discrimination. Mays takes pride in how he handled the matter. He could have denounced the builder, decried the city's racist housing practices, and found another home. But he believes that he and Marguerite made a contribution by integrating that neighborhood. Asked by reporters at the time if he thought the controversy would help lower barriers for other home buyers, Mays said, "I think it will. I mean, I can say this. I know that the next fellow who wants to buy a home, they will think twice before saying, 'I can't sell it to you.' I will say that, yes." Mays soon brought out his 5 televisions, his raft of trophies, his pool table, and his white Cadillac convertible. And by February, the Gray Line's deluxe #1 tour bus would swing through the St. Francis Wood neighborhood, push up the steep roads, and stop, allowing excited tourists to glimpse the newest homeowner on Mira Loma Drive. Chapter 19. Welcome to San Francisco. When the San Francisco Giants took the field in 1958, they were unlike any other team that had ever played in the league. They were, of course, the first major league squad from the Bay Area, but that didn't make them distinctive. They had 6 rookies, but they weren't the story. What was most striking was the team's racial and ethnic composition. In 1958, the Giants fielded 4 blacks and 6 Latins. The Dodgers that year had 4 blacks and no Latins. It was the Giants, not the Dodgers, who now set the standard for integration. They were Major League Baseball's melting pot, and their outreach brought in some of the finest players of the era, while creating a vibrant, and at times divisive, backdrop for Mays' long tenure in San Francisco. Mays himself played an indirect role in the team's changing demographic. In his rookie season, Stoneham was still adhering to the informal quota on the number of non-whites on the roster. But that year was pivotal, for Mays' instant stardom coincided with Stoneham's decision to hire as a full-time scout a colorful baseball impresario named Alejandro Alex Pompez. His job? To find talent in the Caribbean. Stoneham had a long history with Pompez, and may have eventually hired him anyway. But Mays' success alleviated his concerns about the white fans' support of minorities. Pompez was a central figure in the remaking of the Giants. The son of a cigar maker in Cuba, he grew up in Florida and moved to New York after World War I, where in Harlem he became the king of the numbers racket, a kind of lottery, illegal but lucrative. He also had legitimate business interests involving sports. He bought Dyckman Oval, a park in Harlem about 2 miles from the Polo Grounds, where he sponsored boxing and wrestling matches and motorcycle races. He also founded the New York Cuban Stars, which won the Eastern Color League title in 1924. When the league foundered, the Cuban Stars survived as barnstormers. Pompez's shadow business dealings caught up with him in the 1930s. He fled the country for a number of years to escape government prosecution, but he returned in 1937 and agreed to testify against figures in organized crime. Pompez resumed the operations of the New York Cubans, but needed a ballpark, so he leased the Polo Grounds from Stoneham. When Jackie Robinson broke into the majors, Pompez foresaw a new opportunity, providing players of color to big league teams. In 1947, he invited major league executives to a Negro League All-Star game at the Polo Grounds. Most declined, but Stoneham showed up, and their friendship deepened. Stoneham would forgive Pompez his rent when he couldn't pay, and Pompez helped Stoneham sign Cuban catcher Ray Noble, as well as Ray Dandridge and David Barnhill. With extensive contacts in the Negro Leagues and throughout the Caribbean, Pompez became a valuable scout, providing a direct line to huge pools of talent. In 1955, Pompez helped sign Orlando Cepeda, the 17-year-old slugger from Puerto Rico. At Cepeda's first spring training in Melbourne, Florida, the team's director of scouting wanted to cut him, but according to Cepeda, Pompez fought to keep him, and he soon emerged as the hottest prospect in the Giants system. Jose Pagan was also signed out of Puerto Rico in 1955. The following year, Felipe Alou, the first of the Alou brothers, came out of the Dominican Republic, to be followed by Matty Alou and Manny Mota, then Juan Marichal and Jesus Alou. Out of the Bahamas came Andre Rogers. Out of Venezuela, Raymond Monsant. Pompez's native country, Cuba, delivered Jose Cardinal and Tito Fuentes. Cuba would have produced more players, except that Fidel Castro, after seizing power in 1959, locked out all U.S. baseball teams. Pompez also helped to scout black players, and he was in charge of all black and Latin prospects during spring training. He bunked them by nationality, Dominicans with Dominicans, etc., and supervised their food, manners, no hats when eating, and dress. When they first start out, he said, I tell my boys, if you want to stay in organized baseball, you got to do things a little bit better. You got to fight, play hard, and hustle, and they do. They're more ambitious, and they're hungry. They also came on the cheap. At a time that Stoneham paid a $60,000 signing bonus to a white pitcher, Mike McCormick, he paid signing bonuses of $500 to Cepeda, $500 to Willie McCovey, $500 to Felipe Alou, and $4,000 to Juan Marichal. Nevertheless, they and others created a pipeline of talent that fed the Giants for years to come. Whatever misgivings the Giants had about their acceptance were dispelled almost immediately. On April 14th, 2 days before their home opener, the team landed in San Francisco on a late-night flight from Omaha and was met by 400 fans at the airport. All the players were taken to a downtown hotel, except Mays, who returned to his house. The following day, the city threw a ticker-tape parade for the Giants through the financial district down Montgomery Street. The police estimated that hundreds of thousands lined the roads and watched from office buildings. Behind a marching Marine band and cheerleaders with SF Giants on their sweaters, sparkling new convertibles carried various dignitaries, the mayors of San Francisco and Los Angeles, the commissioner of baseball, and the president of the National League, Stoneham and Blanche McGraw. The former child movie star Shirley Temple Black was the parade queen. Finally, the players arrived, their names attached to the doors so the fans would know who they were screaming for. 500 pounds of rose-petal confetti, ticker tape, and punch cards fell from the top floors of the buildings. The last car was occupied by Willie Mays and Hank Sauer, whom the Giants had acquired the previous year in a desperate attempt for a power hitter. When they came into view, hundreds of balloons descended on them, and Mays, smiling, grabbed one and waved it. Kids ran up to his car, pleading for autographs. Their parents did as well. At Montgomery and California streets, 2 12-year-old boys asked Mays if they could get in the car. He agreed, and they rode together for 4 blocks. The parade reminded Mays of the one in New York after the Giants won the World Series. Even without a championship, San Francisco was showing its love. This was important to Mays if he was going to perform his best. You felt that no one could ever top New York, he recalled. Then you came out here and saw all the people. They shut down the businesses. They threw out paper. It was just a wonderful experience. I needed that because sometimes when you go to new surroundings, you don't know what's going to happen. It was a good feeling. A luncheon at the Sheraton Palace Hotel drew 1,000 fans who showed their knowledge of Giants history and their grace in reserving their one standing ovation for Blanche McGraw. Bill Rigney received a key to the city, and San Francisco preened. "The Giants have given us all a notable civic strut," wrote the Chronicle's Charles McCabe. "San Francisco has been saying for decades that it is big league. In its secret heart, it has never been quite sure. These days it is." Seal Stadium was nestled on the corner of 16th and Bryant Streets, one of the warmest belts of the city and relatively free of fog. It was a gem of a park, a single-deck structure that held 23,000 fans and featured a memorable sign over its clock in left center field. Daphne Funerals, eventually. But not anymore. With the arrival of the Giants, the sign was replaced with one for Longines watches. The stadium's facade was repainted forest green. Its front office windowsills were adorned with flower boxes. The smallest park in either league, its fans sat so close to the field, said Ruben Gomez. It was like you were sitting in the same kitchen together, eating at the same table. Everyone was so close you could look at their faces and remember them. The fans at Seal Stadium, like those at the Polo Grounds, were allowed to come onto the field after the game, depart through an opening in center field, and visit, if they were so inclined, 3 neighborhood saloons, double play bar, third base, and lose. But Seal Stadium had a quirky, fragrant beauty all its own. The visiting clubhouse overlooked a bakery, which dispensed a lovely aroma of fresh cinnamon rolls, crusty bread, and pastries. The players couldn't open their clubhouse window without feeling pangs of hunger. 2 breweries, meanwhile, were across the street. One of them, Ham's, erected a flashing mug high above the stands, and the glass would gradually fill with beer to its foam-covered top, flash on and off 3 times, and then start over again. Occasionally, a player would become so entranced by the image that he would lose his concentration and commit an error. When the beer was brewing, tufts of foam were released from their buildings and wafted over the left field grandstand, descending gently into the bullpen. "There is nothing quite like the smell of new beer in the morning after a night on Frisco Town," pitcher Jim Brosnan said. Opening day, April 15th, was a warm, breezy afternoon, and the Giants faced the Dodgers. A downtown billboard read, "Welcome SF Giants. Swat them bums." Joseph Magnin Company, a fine department store, distributed booklets to women that explained how baseball was played and offered tips on what to wear. Macy's dressed its mannequins in Giants uniforms. A sellout crowd of 23,449 was on hand, with several dozen more watching from a hill on Franklin Square beyond the right field bleachers. Scalpers were getting as much as $15 for a $3.50 reserved seat. Red, white, and blue bunting was draped around the diamond, from one foul pole around home plate to the other. To celebrate the new era, the mayor of Los Angeles, Norris Polson, stepped into the batter's box to face his San Francisco counterpart, Mayor Christopher. 2 of the 4 pitches were wild. 1 bounced on the plate, and the 4th was hit by Polson, who promptly ran to third base. During the introduction of the players, Willie Mays received the loudest ovation, though opposing players Gil Hodges, Pee Wee Reese, and Duke Snyder were also cheered enthusiastically. At 1:34 p.m., the Giants' Ruben Gomez threw out the first pitch and quickly struck out Gino Cimoli. Don Drysdale, the young ace who had won 17 games the year before, pitched for the Dodgers, but he didn't make it through 4 innings, and the Giants won handily 8-0. Their muscular rookie, Orlando Cepeda, hit a home run, and Gomez went the distance. The game was covered by 110 reporters, the most ever for a regular season contest, and the reviews, even among the New York scribes, were favorable. Joe King of the New York World Telegram wrote, "It is sad for most of the old Giant fans to see their team depart, but the wrench is eased by knowing it has a new home in the city which keeps alive the spirit of old New York, in which the great Giants prospered." Mays, batting fourth, chipped in 2 singles and 2 RBIs and lost his cap chasing a fly ball. "It's like a World Series," he said after the game. He received a surprise visit from a long-ago acquaintance, Eddie Montague, the scout who signed him with the Giants. He now lived in San Francisco, and he went into the locker room so his 9-year-old son Ed could meet Willie. The boy also met the actor Jeff Chandler, but Chandler didn't leave nearly the impression that Willie did. "It was such a thrill," recalls Montague, who became a National League umpire. "My dad introduced me, and Willie had that high-pitched voice. He pulled a brand-new glove with his name embroidered on it, and he gave it to me. I remember holding it out the window on the way home, saying, 'This is Willie Mays' glove.'" For the team at large, the transition to San Francisco went smoothly, with only a few minor exceptions. The Oakland Tribune, miffed that the arrival of the Giants forced the minor league Oakland Oaks to leave town, refused to print the words San Francisco in its Giant stories, datelines, or standings. The words magically came back the following year. At times, Russ Hodges inadvertently called the team the New York Giants, and sometimes even newspaper boys cried out that the New York Giants had won the game. Meanwhile, the real New York Giant fans had not been completely abandoned. After the Giants and Dodgers left town, WINS in New York wanted to use Western Union ticker tape to recreate the games of one of the displaced teams. Announcer Les Kiter figured Willie Mays could attract the largest audience, so he chose the Giants, and for the next 3 years, the fans could maintain their connection to Willie through Kiter's late-night broadcasts. What most helped the Giants in San Francisco was their play on the field. Predicted to be a second-division team, the youthful squad got off to a hot start, and at the end of May was tied for first place with a 27-17 record. Even their losses won over fans. In a home game on May 5th, the Giants were losing to the Pirates 11-1, going into the bottom of the 9th. They then staged a remarkable rally, which included a pinch-hit double by pitcher Johnny Antonelli, and they had the bases loaded with the score 11-10 when the final out was recorded. Leading the charge was Willie Mays, who was hitting .397 at the end of April. On May 13th, in one game against the Dodgers at the Coliseum, he led the Giants to a 16-9 win with 2 home runs, 2 triples, a single, 4 RBIs, and 4 runs scored. The Coliseum itself was an odd baseball venue. It was so vast that fans brought transistor radios to help them follow the action. Mays was amused, but not distracted. In the 4-game series, he hit .709. To Rigney, Mays's talents were no longer confined to the ball field. "Willie Mays is the world's greatest athlete," Rigney said. "His motions are so smooth, I even get a kick out of the silky way he puts on his coat." For the first time, Mays also played the role of peacemaker on the field, diffusing a brawl that was spiraling out of control. Ruben Gomez, not surprisingly, was in the middle. In September of the previous year, Gomez had hit Pirate pitcher Vernon Law on the left ear with a pitch, rupturing his eardrum and knocking him out for the season. The first time Gomez pitched against the Pirates in 1958, he hit catcher Hank Foyles in the arm, forcing him to leave the game. A Pirate pitcher knocked down a Giant hitter the following day. Tensions finally exploded the next time Gomez pitched against the Pirates on May 25th in Pittsburgh. In the 4th inning, second baseman Bill Mazeroski crushed an 0-2 curveball over the fence, but foul. The next pitch was a high, tight fastball, which Mazeroski deflected with his left hand. The Pirates later said the ball would have hit his head. Mazeroski began cursing Gomez, while his manager, Danny Murtaugh, charged from the dugout to check on his hitter, as well as to bark at Gomez. Umpire Frank Descoli warned Gomez, which drew Rigney out of the dugout to protect his pitcher. Gomez came to bat the next inning against the recovered Vernon Law. Before he stepped in, Descoli sent Gomez back to the bench for a helmet. It was the first game of a doubleheader, and the Sunday afternoon crowd of 35,797, the largest in 2 years, booed him noisily. Gomez stepped back into the box, and with a runner on first, he squared to bunt. A high fastball sent him sprawling. Now Descoli marched out to warn Law, which prompted Murtaugh to race to the mound to protect his pitcher. But the fiery Irishman veered toward the plate, said something to Gomez, and pointed to his own forehead, apparently indicating that the ball would soon hit him there. Gomez yelled back at the manager, who wheeled and started for him. Third base coach Herman Franks ran down the line and intercepted Murtaugh, while Gomez swung his bat. Murtaugh ducked, causing his hat to fall off and just eluding the bat. "This guy's crazy," he shouted. Both benches emptied. Some wild punches were thrown, and the players pushed and tugged at one another. But one player couldn't be controlled, Orlando Cepeda. Both Cepeda and Gomez were from Puerto Rico, and while the veteran Gomez was a mentor to all of the young Latin players, he was a father figure to Cepeda. The young first baseman even lived with Gomez and his wife Maria. Cepeda became enraged when he saw his friend in trouble. "He was like a mad bull," wrote the Examiner. "He tore his way out of one group and then another, finally dashing toward the Giant dugout where he had spied a bat." Cepeda snared the bat and intended to beat the hell out of any pirate who got in his way. "I was from a Puerto Rico slum," he said, "and I was used to grabbing the nearest thing to protect myself." He was ready to swing the bat, according to the Sporting News, like a sugarcane machete. But Mays saw him, raced his way, and tackled his 210-pound teammate. Mays was 30 pounds lighter, but with Hank Sauer's help, he pinned him down until order was restored. In all the chaos, Mays doubted that many people had even noticed, but they had. Mays's next time at the plate, the fans gave him a big hand. Mays was often cheered in opposing ballparks, but his flying tackle was something completely apart. His quick thinking probably averted a full-scale riot at Forbes Field, Pittsburgh Press reporter Les Biederman wrote. Descoli gave equal praise to the police and to Mays for stopping the incipient riot. Murtaugh was the only one thrown out. Gomez, despite swinging his bat at Murtaugh, pitched a complete game for the win. Rigney was pleased with the near riot. "That thing woke up Gomez," he said after the game. "He really pitched well after that." National League President Warren Giles wasn't quite so forgiving of using a bat as a weapon. He fined Cepeda, Gomez, and Murtaugh $100 apiece, but sent a telegram of commendation to Mays. "The umpires report that your timely restraint of Cepeda prevented what might have become a very serious incident, and I commend you for your clear thinking and quick action." Cepeda was indeed fortunate. Had he sculled another player, his season and even his career could have been in jeopardy. At a minimum, photographs of such an assault, with blood smeared across the victim's head and uniform, the bat dangling in the perpetrator's hand, would have overshadowed all the other accomplishments of what in fact was a Hall of Fame career. In saving Cepeda from himself, and in preventing a violent melee, Mays demonstrated familiar skills, excellent vision, unerring instincts, brute strength. "In the corner of my eye, I saw Cepeda charge out of the dugout with a bat," he said. "I'm saying to myself, no, that can't happen, so I tackled him." He also moved quickly, he said, because he knew if Cepeda had bashed an opponent, he'd be thrown out of the game, and he'd be useless to the team in the dugout. One might take Mays's actions for granted as something any conscientious player would do. But no other player did do it. It was Mays who prevented the riot, and he played a similar role later in his career, on a larger stage and with higher stakes. Then and there, the full meaning of his peacemaking would be understood. Mays's torrid hitting continued. In 5 games in June, he went on a 15-for-22 tear, which on June 6th pushed his average to .433. Opposing pitchers tried to disrupt him by knocking him down, a common practice for years, and Mays was hitting the dirt once a game. His remarkable start renewed speculation about a record-breaking year. "If Babe Ruth's home run record is broken, Mays is going to break it here," Cincinnati manager Bertie Tebbetts told the Sporting News. The magazine said Mays's feats belonged on a higher adjective plateau. None but words like incomparable, breathtaking, electrifying, matchless, explosive, and dynamic will do. For his part, Mays intentionally aimed for a high average, not homers, believing that getting on base frequently was the quickest way to win over fans. With the team playing well, his line drives falling in, and the crowd supporting him, he couldn't have been happier. It was like a dream. Then he stopped hitting. Mays had always hit in streaks, but in 1958 they were more exaggerated. Starting on June 7th, he went 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 1 for 4, 0 for 3, and 0 for 4. Always a free swinger, he was now chasing pitches out of the strike zone, while allowing good ones to pass by. The Giants lost 5 in a row, and the fans began to conclude that if Mays didn't hit, the team would lose. Mays's struggles continued, and in 19 games, his average fell 62 points to .371. Mays knew he couldn't hit .433 for the entire year, that eventually he'd taper off. But this slump was different. He began to feel tired, and his health worried him. He told Rigney on June 19th, when the Giants were in Pittsburgh, that he felt poorly. At the time, he had 5 hits in his last 40 at-bats. The previous season, Mays had checked into Harkness Pavilion under similar circumstances, so he now returned there, where the same physician, Dr. Stuart Cosgriff, examined him. According to press reports, the doctor indicated there was nothing organically wrong, and Mays was given vitamins and told to rest. He missed 2 games and rejoined the team in Philadelphia on June 22nd. San Francisco Giant games in Philadelphia would long draw the New York press as well as a fair number of New York fans. Mostly they came to cheer Willie. On this night he was in good spirits, smiling and laughing before the game, a familiar image of boyish fun. But when reporters asked him about his health, he went into a shell. The interview, as reported by Dick Young, put him under siege. "How do you feel?" "All right now." "How did you feel when you went into the hospital?" "Tired." "Did you feel any pain or anything?" "No, just tired." "Do you mean tired physically or mentally or what?" "I don't know, tired, that's all." "Have they given you any pills or medicine to take?" "No, nothing like that." Whose idea was it that you go into the hospital, yours or the club's? I don't know. Why don't you ask Rigney these questions? I don't want to get into no trouble. Dick Young, known for his caustic opinions, was a fan of Mays's, but he was highly offended by his answers. Willie wasn't examined, Young wrote in a huff. He was brainwashed. In an interview the following year, Mays emphatically denied that there was anything seriously wrong with him. They ask me, am I physically tired or mentally tired? And I guess it's a little of both, he said. In the hospital, the doctor tells me I'm run down and he gives me those vitamin shots, and I rest for a day or two. That's all I seem to need when it happens, 1 or 2 days off. But it wasn't the medical care that Mays needed, it was the privacy. When I'm in a slump, people ask me so many questions that I go into the hospital and nobody bothers me, he said. If I could get that same privacy somewhere else, just a complete rest, I wouldn't go into the hospital. It was a rare acknowledgement of the stress that his own celebrity had created. All the hype created obvious pressures, but new ones emerged as well. At 27, he was now considered a team leader, even an elder statesman. He found himself bracketed by rookies in left and right, Philippe Alou, Willie Kirkland, and Leon Wagner, all of whom needed guidance both on and off the field. Wagner said that Mays showed him and Kirkland around town and introduced them to the right people. Mays always looked out for us, he said. Mays had fun with the rookies. The first time he saw Wagner, he walked up to him. So you're Wagner, huh? That's right, that's me, Wagner said. Mays sat down, looked at him, and then started to laugh. He walked over again. So you're Wagner, huh? Wagner nodded. Again, Mays walked away. The rookie had no idea what was going on. Mays came over one more time. Watch me, he told Wagner. I'm the leader. You get out of line, I might have to trade you. I ain't like those other rookies, Wagner said. I can pole. You can what? I can pole the ball. Mays, amused by the rookie's brashness, keeled over with joy. Wagner recalled, he laughed so hard he had tears in his eyes. Wagner returned the barbs by calling Mays names like Square or Chump, which Willie loved, and the veteran gave him clothes and watches. He used to give me his best stuff, Wagner said. Man, he gave me 3 or 4 silk suits, 8 or 9 alpaca sweaters, $55 slacks. He'd get a batch of sweaters or something, and I'd say I wanted a particular one, and he'd scream and say, No, that's the best one. That's the one I want. Oh, no, you can't have it. But he'd always end up giving it to me. The Giants were already using Mays as an example to young players, though their motives were not strictly to improve their play. In 1956, Willie Kirkland, still in the minors, threatened not to report to Minneapolis unless he was paid more than $600 a month. In a letter to Kirkland, the Giants' director of the team's farm system, Jack Schwartz, said he didn't deserve more than $600 a month. He also told the 22-year-old that he was a streak hitter. Even Willie Mays is a streak hitter, Schwartz wrote. However, Willie is not a streak outfielder. He is a great outfielder all the time. When he makes a bad play in the outfield, it is so unusual that the writers are on him for 10 days afterward. At times you make the exceptional plays in the outfield, and at times you do not look too good on the ordinary chances. I have very high hopes for you, and I think it would be a terrible mistake for you not to be in the Minneapolis camp in high gear. And Kirkland was. But while Mays had the star power and enjoyed the camaraderie, he was not a natural mentor. If asked, he would do anything for a teammate, but he didn't impose himself on others, didn't pry or invade. Never a cheerleader, he led by quiet example. He was a laid-back guy, recalled Billy Odell, who pitched for the Giants in the 1960s. You'd have to look around sometimes to see he was there. What Mays had already done in his career, and how he still worked hard to accomplish more, was what inspired the other players. Added Johnny Antonelli. He didn't get up in the clubhouse and make speeches. Willie always led by performance. What others didn't appreciate was that Mays felt isolated in his new city with new teammates. The team was not only younger, but its New York bloodlines had been thinned out. During spring training of 1958, The Giants parted ways with New York stalwarts Don Mueller and Bobby Thompson, and Dusty Rhodes spent the year in Phoenix. In addition to Mays, only 3 players remained from the 1954 championship team. He roomed alone on the road, traveled to and from Seal Stadium by himself, and rarely socialized with his teammates. Moreover, he himself still craved a mentor, some older adult whom he trusted, and, particularly now, who could help him with his batting stroke. His frustrations spilled out to Jimmy Cannon in an interview that ran in the New York Post a week after he left the hospital. "I've been playing lousy ball for 3 weeks," he said. "I don't know what it is. I don't know what to make of it. I'm just bad." He thought he knew what could help. "I need some older fellow to watch me. I mean, someone who knows me and knows all about me, and what I did when I started, and how I was when I came up." He knew who that was. The best thing would be to have Jackie Robinson for 1 year. I mean, for Jackie to play with me for just 1 year and tell me things. He'd tell me. He knew me when I came up and what I did. Except for Hank Sauer, he said, none of his teammates had suggested how to end his hitting woes. "They're afraid to tell me. Nobody tells me. What are they afraid of? They must think I would resent it." Cannon later wrote that Mays sounded as if he were an obscure kid trying to hold on to a job he wasn't certain he could fill. At the time, Mays was hitting .372 and leading the league, but that wasn't good enough for him. "Some guys hit .350, but they don't care," Mays told Cannon. "But I love this game. I got so much to learn about it. That's why I want some older fella to tell me when I'm doing wrong." The comments incensed Rigney, who called a clubhouse meeting and asked Mays if he was trying to show up his teammates and coaches. Mays said he wasn't. That Mays sought a New York columnist to explain his difficulties was not coincidental. He would open up only to reporters he knew, such as Milton Gross, Roger Kahn, and Ed Lynn, as well as Cannon. At his best, he could be engaging and insightful, and was usually respectful. But in general, he was a reluctant interview, and instinctively wary of journalists he didn't know. Some reporters didn't like him. He would miss interview appointments, offer painfully short answers, and be dismissive or petulant toward those he believed, rightly or wrongly, were trying to embarrass him. But few professional athletes faced as much media attention as he did, and beyond baseball, he feared scrutiny. Tensions emerged almost immediately between Mays and the West Coast journalists. "Some California sports writers are not always finding him receptive," the New York Times reported from spring training, "and Mays has irked a few already." What bothered them was Mays' spending time with the writers from New York instead of with them. "Do they want me to talk to them like I would to old friends?" Mays asked. "Well, first we got to become old friends. I want to know how he writes before I answer some questions. I don't like to be put on the spot." Mays also got ensnared in San Francisco's newspaper rivalries. He agreed to publish a daily ghost-written column in the Call Bulletin, one of the 4 dailies. Immediately after a game, the newspaper's beat reporter, Jim McGee, grabbed Mays, leaving the competing writers outraged. "That irritated the rest of us," recalled Dan Ruby, who in 1958 was a first-year baseball writer in San Francisco. "I still believe most of the writers resented the column idea, and perhaps subconsciously, repeatedly threw digs into Mays in print." Mays was criticized on 2 points. He wasn't worth his high salary, and he was responsible for the Giants' losses. "Mays' still high batting average is a misleading thing," wrote the Examiner's Prescott Sullivan in early August. "Willie got his hits in bunches at the start of the season. For the greater part of the season, he has been hitting closer to the 200 pace. And moreover, most of his hits have been of the dribbler variety. With so little assistance from their key man, the wonder of it is that the Giants have remained in contention this long, given that the team has to carry the one player it has counted on for its scoring punch. As we figure it, Mays has about $50,000 more baseball to play in order to earn his 70 Gs. Some attacks evoked images of racial hostility. Bud Spencer, the sports editor of the San Francisco News, wrote that the general press box appraisal of Mays was that he was an all-American knothead, Willie's trouble is that he needs to be driven. Anybody got a whip?" Actually, Mays had just as many admirers in the press who affirmed his supremacy on the field and his decency off. During his slump, Curly Grieve, the sports editor of the Examiner, wrote, "Possibly no one uses up as much energy in the course of a game as Willie. He goes all out, every effort. After every game, there's a small handful of youngsters waiting for him at the dressing room door for his autograph. He never disappoints them. He's such a gentle soul that he can't even get angry at the pitchers who are trying to drill holes in his head." Bob Stevens of the Chronicle, disputing press accounts that Mays was selfish, recounted a game in which Mays came to bat in the 9th inning with the score tied and a man on second. He ripped a drive off the center field wall. As the winning run chugged home, Mays could have jogged to second for a double, which would have helped his slugging percentage. He had led the league in slugging percentage in 3 of the 4 previous years. It was a coveted title. But he stopped at first, sacrificing his double. The Giants had won, and that was good enough for Willie, Stevens wrote. Jack McDonald, a veteran sports editor in San Francisco, described Mays as one of the classiest gentlemen he'd ever met in sports. "Willie must know he's a great ball player, but he never lets on," McDonald wrote in the Sporting News in July 1958. "And when you gain his confidence, he'll tell you everything, even though he may ask you not to print it." Jim Murray, the future Hall of Fame sports writer for the Los Angeles Times, wrote in 1962, "So far as is known, Mays has never done an unkind thing in his career." In July, Mays hit .264, which would cause no alarm for any other player, but for him, the mere hint of mortality defied all expectations. In one sense, Mays wasn't the same ball player. Something had been lost at Seal Stadium. For all its charm, it was still a minor league park, where high flies were lost in substandard lights, the crosswinds were tricky, and the grass was tall. "I got to learn to play center field all over again," Mays said. What's more, the close fences, while perhaps suitable for home runs, negated the most exciting part of Mays's game, his defense. Compared to the expanse of the Polo Grounds, he had no place to roam. Balls that he once caught over his shoulder now sailed over the fence. Gone also was the unique visual drama caused by his shallow positioning. At the Polo Grounds, Mays tempted disaster by charging every hard ground ball or sinking drive. With the endless tundra behind him, a miscue meant the ball would roll forever. In Seal Stadium, it simply meant an extra base. Mays would never be mistaken for an ordinary player, but Seal Stadium confined his greatness. Mays's acceptance in his new city was complicated by his New York roots. While the Giants wanted to make him the showpiece of the franchise, San Francisco didn't need a packaged icon from the East Coast. It wanted to find its own heroes. And it did, in the Baby Bull. Orlando Cepeda knew something about legends. His father, Pedro Cepeda, was a baseball superstar in Puerto Rico. Nicknamed the Bull, Pedro gave his son both his strength and his temper. He was also called the Babe Cobb of Puerto Rico. Orlando Cepeda was so daunting physically that during spring training in 1958, Rigney gushed that he looked like a bronze statue standing at dress parade. When Rigney asked Whitey Lockman what he thought of the kid, Lockman said, "It's too bad he's a year away." "A year away from what?" "The Hall of Fame." He was an immediate favorite in San Francisco. He hit for power and average, and with a broad smile and outgoing personality, he would joke and laugh with the fans and mill about the Mission District near the park, which had a large Puerto Rican community. He liked to wear his sleeves high to expose his muscles, and he was visible on the nightclub circuit, the Copacabana for Latin music, the Black Hawk for jazz, and the Jazz Workshop, which initially wouldn't let him in. He was too young, but soon capitulated to the town's hottest new celebrity. Attracting dates was not a problem. Cepeda was to San Francisco what Willie Mays, in his rookie season, had been to New York: young, accessible, and mesmerizing. Cepeda would also be Rookie of the Year, and like Mays, even carried around a portable record player. The rhetorical flourishes describing Cepeda had a familiar echo. "He is the very personification of power," the Sporting News said in 1958, "as he stands at the plate with his bat cocked, a magnificent athletic specimen and a challenge to any pitcher. We never see him standing there with a bat in his hands without thinking that a great artist or sculptor, wishing to put the theme power at the plate on canvas, or into bronze or marble, would need to look no further than Cepeda as the greatest living model for such a work." Cepeda also benefited by hitting fourth behind Mays, whose .419 on-base percentage was the second highest of his career. Mays led the league with 31 steals as well, so Cepeda received an inordinate number of fastballs, while Mays' running also created holes in the defense. Cepeda later said, "I was in the right place at the right time." While Baby Bull heard the cheers, Mays, struggling to find his stroke, heard the boos. He had been booed once before in the Polo Grounds, but that was for a single misplay. In this case, the Sporting News said, he had been the target for more than just some isolated booing in the heretofore tolerant Seal Stadium. Fans just can't conceive of Mays getting anything less than a single every time he comes to the plate. Willie himself confided to friends that it would take a Superman to live up to such laudatory clippings. Jim Murray wrote, "They didn't expect Willie Mays to land there. They expected the waters of the Golden Gate to part and let him walk ashore." Some San Franciscans thought they deserved a new franchise, just as the 49ers had been new, and an American League franchise at that. The Yankees had been the most popular major league team in the Bay Area. The Giants were warmed-over National Leaguers, and Willie Mays, the most prominent among them, suffered one other demerit. His New York boosters insisted that he was every bit equal to, if not better, than Joe DiMaggio. But just as Mickey Mantle could never fill DiMaggio's shoes in Yankee Stadium, neither could Mays in San Francisco. All of these passions led to impetuous attacks. On August 11th, Sports Illustrated published an article by Richard Pollard, identified as a San Francisco fan, who traveled with the Giants for a week. Noting that Mays was a loner, he wrote, "This can be irritating, particularly when the star is not performing with distinction." After the Giants were swept in 4 games, he wrote, "The weak hitting of Mr. Willie Mays, combined with inept relief pitching and a leaky infield, was too great a burden to carry into a decisive series." Actually, the Giants scored only 5 runs in 4 games. Nobody hit well, but only Mays was cited. His teammates, including Cepeda, understood his untenable situation. "I didn't have the disadvantage Willie Mays had," Cepeda recalled. "When Willie came here, the press built him up so high. The fans figured that every time he came up to the plate he'd hit a home run or steal a base and never make an error, and when he'd strike out or whatever, I was doing well." Mays' teammates from New York were particularly sympathetic. "Willie is the one guy I felt a little sorry for because he was such an icon in New York," Lockman says. "He, Mantle, Snyder, they owned that place. Then he got to San Francisco, and he just wasn't the same to Giant fans there as he was to those in New York." Mays believes his reception primarily reflected San Francisco's resentment of anyone who could be compared to the Yankee Clipper. "This was Joe DiMaggio's town," he later said. "Joe was great. He was one of my idols. I didn't come out here to show him up. I only hoped I could prove to San Francisco that I could play ball." The boos were jarring for a player who, with rare exception, had heard nothing but cheers at home and on the road. "On the road," he said, "you expect boos. But I think all players want to feel the hometown fan is his friend." If Mays was supposed to get more rest, he got little help from Rigney. The Giants played doubleheaders on July 27th in Pittsburgh and July 28th in Philadelphia. 2 cities, 2 days, 4 games. Mays played every inning. On Labor Day, September 1st, the Giants and Dodgers played a split doubleheader at Seal Stadium. The first game at 10 a.m. lasted 2 hours and 34 minutes. The crowd then left, new fans entered, and the second game began around 2:30. That one lasted 16 innings and took 4 hours and 35 minutes. All told, the players were at the park for 11 hours and 15 minutes. Mays never sat out. With the exception of the 2 games he missed when he was hospitalized, he played in all other 152 games, more than anyone else. If he was around, he was on the field. Mays's marriage had always been fodder for the gossip columnists, but the attention grew sharper and less welcome his first year in San Francisco. Marguerite cut a striking image about town. At a fundraiser for an educational television station, she modeled a pink fox stole over a pink satin evening gown. When she tried on a $12,000 fur coat, she murmured to Willie, "I wish I could have it. It's so beautiful." A photograph captured Willie's petrified look. In September, Ebony placed Willie and Marguerite on its cover, he wearing an open pea-green sweater and yellow cotton shirt while holding their white poodle. She in a high-collared pink-flowered dress, pink heels and pearls, both of them leaning against the broad front fender of a shiny pink Thunderbird with a pink steering wheel. Other photographs showed the couple viewing the ocean from their large living room windows and cuddling in a tender embrace on their white sofa. But behind the blissful image were rumors about dissension and divorce. Newspaper reporters from as far as Chicago, Pittsburgh, and New York, as well as San Francisco, were asking so many questions that the couple's lawyer, Terry Francois, issued a statement in September that there were absolutely no basis for Willie Mays' divorce rumors. Francois had recently spoken to Marguerite, and she was shocked and amazed at such rumors. Willie, asked before a game in St. Louis about his marriage, said, "What is all the fuss about anyway? What do you want me to say?" He denied the rumors, but noted that every marriage isn't peaches and cream. When a hospital treated Marguerite for a bruised forehead and a cut finger, a newspaper suggested that Willie may have struck her. "He hit her like he owned her," quipped one newspaper. Both parties vehemently denied it. "My wife slipped and fell down the stairs of our home in Frisco," Willie said. "That's the truth. But I know people don't like to believe it because it's more interesting to believe the other thing. They say I knocked her down and everything. She just tripped and fell. It was a nasty fall. She went down head first. Her face and her side and her back were all sore." Marguerite said, "That rumor was started by a so-called friend of Willie's. If anybody, even my father, beat me up, I wouldn't live with him. I'd know he didn't love me, and I'd leave him." Reporters seemed less inclined to ask Mays about his marriage when he was hitting .400, but now they connected his slump to his domestic life. Asked if she was responsible, Marguerite said, "When Willie is going good, how come they never blame that on me?" The Giants' unlikely playoff hopes effectively ended the first week of August, when they lost 10 out of 11 games, giving them a 55-53 record, 9 games behind the Braves. Poor pitching and inexperience had caught up with them. In one game, 3 rookies, Alou, Cepeda, and Wagner, ignored Herman Franks' stop signs at third base and ran into outs. The crowd booed Franks, who then blasted the fans for having no conception of the game. But midway through the losing streak on August 4th at Wrigley Field, Mays broke his slump with 3 hits, including his first home run since July 2nd and his first RBI in 16 games. And he kept hitting. In one 4-game stretch against the Dodgers, he went 10 for 16, .625, including 7 consecutive hits, 4 homers, 1 in each game, 2 doubles, a triple, 9 RBIs, and 8 runs scored. While the Giants won only 10 of 22 in September, Mays roared to the finish line, batting .445, and was named National League Player of the Month. He started the final game in San Francisco on September 28th, batting .345, close behind league leader Richie Ashburn at .3469. Before the game, a ceremony was held to award the Giants' MVP as determined in a poll sponsored by the Examiner. Mays finished the season as the team leader in batting average, on-base percentage, slugging percentage, runs, hits, total bases, triples, home runs, and stolen bases. He won the Gold Glove and tied Orlando Cepeda for RBIs. But the fans voted Cepeda the MVP, giving him 18,701 votes to 11,510 for Mays. Cepeda had had a wonderful year, .312 average, 25 homers, 96 RBIs, but he was not the team's most valuable player. It was, for Mays, a fitting last snub to a tumultuous year. But if he couldn't win the hearts of fans in San Francisco, he might be able to win the batting crown. Ashburn didn't cooperate. He went 3 for 4, all singles, and finished the year at .350. The Phillies had completed their game by the time the Giants began theirs against the Cardinals. Mays needed to go 5 for 5 to tie Ashburn, so Rigney had him lead off for extra at-bats. Fearing he would be undone by the added pressure, the Giants instructed the public address announcer not to reveal Ashburn's batting line, but someone told Mays anyway. He got off to a good start, hitting a double, but he flied out his next time up. He then hit a homer, his 29th, made another out, and then beat out an infield hit. His 3 for 5 day gave him a .347 average, the highest of his career, 2 points better than the year he won the batting title. The Giants won the game 7-2, ending the season in third place, 12 games behind the Braves, but with 80 wins, an improvement by 10 from the previous year. The more dramatic improvement was at the gate. The Giants drew 1,272,625 fans, almost double their last year's attendance in New York, and the most since 1948. To show their appreciation, the Giants gave the millionth fan, a photo engraver named Vaughn Santoyan, an all-expense trip to Reno, a down payment on a Thunderbird, television and radio sets, free dinners, and a lady's nightgown. The Giants were a success in San Francisco. But for all the change, the man who still defined the team, who still inspired reverence and awe, was their center fielder from New York. The most spectacular moment of the year, according to the Call Bulletin, occurred at Wrigley Field, with Mays flanked by Wagner and Kirkland. As Wagner described the play, "Willie told both of us to guard the line. So here's Mays playing practically the entire outfield. Man, he had 2 blocks to cover. Then Ernie Banks unloads a real blast, and I start going back toward the wall. I figure I'm going to run into the ivy and that the ball is going into the seats. Then I hear footsteps, and here comes Willie. He came running up to me, full speed, and leaped on me. His feet went off my chest, and he shot straight up and caught that ball. And he did it without spiking me. I still can't figure out how I didn't get cut. He ran right up to me and scared me to death. He made the damnedest catch I've ever seen, and I still don't know how he did it. I couldn't believe it. I told him I didn't know if he was good or just crazy." The Sporting News said Mays missed Wagner by the margin of a honeybee's stinger. For all the anxiety over his hitting, the Examiner concluded that his was the most prolonged slump for a name player in modern history. Mays had for him a typical, which is to say brilliant, season. He led the league in runs scored, 121, stolen bases, 31, and OPS, on base plus slugging percentage, 1.002. His only regret was not having gone for home runs. 29 marked his lowest total to date for a full season. Theories to explain his mid-season doldrums percolated for months, even years. His wife, his physical condition, the pressure to satisfy impatient fans. But the most obvious answer was often ignored. Baseball is a game of failure, with even its best hitters failing close to 70% of the time. Mays' slump was the evening of a long season. His average hit bottom at .327 on August 27th. Yet somehow he was supposed to defy the sport's brutal arithmetic. Mays himself kept perspective. After the last game, he sent Richie Ashburn a telegram to congratulate him on the batting title. When reporters asked Mays if he was disappointed, he said, "No, I'm not disappointed. If I hit .347 every year, I'll be satisfied." Chapter 20. Black Barnstormers. Just as Willie Mays was one of the last great products of the Negro Leagues, he was also a luminous figure of another circuit that no longer exists. Professional ballplayers had barnstormed since the early 1900s, performing in the off-season in small towns and rural counties. Before television, barnstorming was the only way that large swaths of America could see Major League players. Negro Leaguers barnstormed as well, playing against whites as early as 1907. Racially mixed crowds increased the gate receipts, and interracial teams were assembled even before Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier. The actual term, barnstormer, is derived from the rural aspect of the game and the rapid movement from town to town. Stunt pilots were also known as barnstormers, flying over small towns and using farm fields near barns as runways. Like the aviators, the ballplayers had to whip up excitement and do something remarkable to bring out the crowds. Babe Ruth and Satchel Paige, both popular barnstormers, had that sort of charisma. So too did Jackie Robinson, who in 1947 led a group of African-American players on a tour that allowed black fans to see their new hero. Called Jackie Robinson's All-Stars, the squad began a tradition of a team, comprising mostly black major leaguers, that played against top Negro League players in towns across the South. As long as the troupe had a marquee name, the crowds would follow. In 1954, Robinson didn't play in the off-season, so the Barnstormers were called Roy Campanella's All-Stars. In 1955, the torch was passed to Willie Mays. While his years as a barnstormer are often overlooked, it was a meaningful part of Mays's career. It represented a vast extension of the Willie Mays brand. He entered fresh markets in the United States and Latin America, forged bonds with new consumers, and created powerful memories that would be passed on to future generations. Mays played for the same reason everyone else did, the money. Barnstorming could produce a decent income, and most players, white or black, had to work second jobs in the off-season anyway. The gate receipts for the black barnstorming games were divided between the two teams, but the major leaguers received 90% of the money. They, after all, were the drawing card. In Mays's first year, the 6-week tour paid each player $3,000 to $4,000, or about half what most of them earned in a season. As the team leader around whom the games were promoted, Mays received even more. Mays's team in 1955 might have been the finest club in baseball history. It had 4 future Hall of Famers just in the outfield. Henry Aaron, Larry Doby, Monty Irvin, and Mays divided the playing time. Future Hall of Famers Roy Campanella and Ernie Banks were at catcher and shortstop. Former Rookies of the Year, Junior Gilliam and Joe Black, played short and pitched. Their best pitcher was Don Newcomb, who would win the MVP in 1956. Other solid players, including pitchers Sam Jones and Brooks Lawrence, and first baseman George Crowe, rounded out the team. The tour began right after the season in New York, and the players, traveling in cars, caravaned through the Carolinas, veered west in Georgia, rumbled through the Deep South, bisected Texas, and barreled all the way to Southern California. Whether in Albany, Georgia, Hazelhurst, Mississippi, or Beaumont, Texas, they won, going 28-0 that winter. 5 games were rained out. Granted, they weren't playing major leaguers, but as Hank Aaron said, "I don't think it would have mattered who we played. That might have been the best team ever assembled." Mays drove Aaron in his Cadillac. The two were always friendly rivals, competing against each other for almost 2 decades in individual games as well as for home run records. But they were also teammates in all-star contests and as barnstormers. On that first tour, Aaron was only 21, a fellow Alabaman from Mobile, and he discovered that Mays's celebrity was more powerful than the South's racial customs. In Birmingham, they went to a men's store to buy some clothes, and when Mays pulled out a roll of $100 bills, a store clerk started to call the police. The store, and perhaps all of Birmingham, might have been embarrassed had a national hero been harassed in his own hometown. But all was forgotten once Mays identified himself to the manager. Mays never mentioned the incident, Just one more slight he would ignore. But Aaron remembered it, and the lesson he learned. It was okay to be black, he concluded in his autobiography, as long as you were Willie Mays. No matter the game or the circumstance, Mays always tried to give the fans something to talk about, even barnstorming across the South. As the big star of the troupe, Mays more than filled the bill with his performance at bat and in the field, the Sporting News reported. In the game, he smashed one of the longest homers seen in Atlanta, blasting the ball 460 feet up the vine-colored bank in center field at Ponce de Leon Park. In Columbus, Georgia, Mays smashed one of the longest homers ever hit at Golden Park to thrill a crowd of 1,260. The wallop cleared the light pole towering over the left field stands. In Memphis, Tennessee, Mays sparkled in the field. In Asheville, North Carolina, in Little Rock, Arkansas, in the Texas towns of Austin and Victoria, Mays hit home runs. In Longview, Texas, the game was delayed 25 minutes to allow all the fans lined up around the block to enter. 4,174 paid to watch. Mays, the Sporting News said, rewarded the turnout by smashing a single, a triple, and a homer, and made a tremendous throw from the 400-foot wall in deep center to nail a runner at third. More than 100,000 fans, mostly African Americans, in more than 24 towns, saw Mays play that winter. He was promoted in newspapers and on radio, interviewed by reporters, invited into homes for dinner, and mobbed by fans. The games were only exhibitions, but not to Mays. Said Ernie Banks, Willie was playing his usual reckless game, and Monty reminded him to take it easy, that his career with the Giants was more important. Willie said, "This is the only way I can play." That style caught up to him during the following year's barnstorming tour, which was in general far less successful. Attendance for the games across 4 time zones in 5 weeks fell significantly, and Mays' team found itself playing in near-empty ballparks. In Corpus Christi, Texas, for example, 820 fans attended the game, compared to 5,000 the previous year. There were only 683 in Memphis. Interest had fallen for 2 reasons. Black fans in the South tended to root for the Dodgers, and this team had no one from Brooklyn. Campanella and Newcomb were playing exhibition games with the Dodgers in Japan. More important was television. As sets became more common, fans could watch big leaguers without leaving their homes. The major leagues feared that their own attendance would suffer. That didn't happen, but it did suppress fan support for minor league games and exhibitions. The direct effect on Mays and his team was less income, but they continued to win, for yet another future Hall of Famer, Frank Robinson, joined the team. Mays was still the headliner. In Little Rock, he twice got into rundowns, intentionally between third and home, and twice he escaped while allowing the runners behind him to advance. But the games began to wear. Driving in the dead of night, playing in the rain and cold, taking the field before empty seats, pocketing the tiny purses. The vagabond romance of Mays' Negro League days seemed far away. Then, in Austin, Texas, he hurt his shoulder while sliding, and the following night he had to sit out a game in Victoria. The team lost, snapping a 49-game winning streak dating from the previous year. Mays had to limit himself to pinch hitting for several games, but that didn't prevent him from stealing home in Corpus Christi. By the end of the tour, 7 games had been canceled for weather, and the paid attendance marked a decline of about 67% from 1955. Based on the gate receipts, Mays' teammates each received $1,226.31, less $400 for travel expenses. Mays got a few $100s more. Shortly afterward, Mays conceded in an interview that the players had become a bit tired and stale by the end. Still, he expressed surprise at the waning fan interest. "Imagine that. People getting tired of baseball. I just can't understand it." He said the Barnstormers would have better luck the next winter, but perhaps without him. "I think if you play 154 games in the majors, you should not play winter ball," he said. "It's too much. Too much physically and too much mentally, because you live too much of the year in the same atmosphere." But Mays didn't stop barnstorming. Given his spending habits, he needed the extra cash. But he also played in the off-season because playing baseball was what he did. In 1957, the Barnstormers tried something different. They went to Latin America, starting with Mexico, where they played a team of national stars led by Cleveland's Bobby Avila. Like the Puerto Ricans, the Mexicans were passionate about baseball. They followed the American game, and they knew Willie Mays, who was more prepared for his reception after his tour in Puerto Rico. But even he was surprised when several thousand fans in Mexico City welcomed his team at the airport on October 11th. They rushed through 5 games in 3 days, drawing more than 51,000 people. At a night game at Social Security Stadium in Mexico City, before a near sellout of 23,659, fans would periodically rush the field for autographs from Mays and Wes Covington, a left fielder who had starred for the Braves in the World Series. In Veracruz, Mays had 3 hits, including a homer, and in Puebla, he drew cheers from a crowd of 7,465 for 3 sensational throws, according to the Sporting News, which continued, "The correspondent for La Afición, Mexico City's sports paper, said one of the heaves traveled 400 feet. The next stop was the Dominican Republic, where Mays' All-Stars were met by so many at the airport in Ciudad Trujillo, the team's traveling secretary said, "They must have declared a holiday." 4 games drew almost 30,000 fans. They soon played 3 games in Managua, Nicaragua, marking the first appearance of major leaguers in that country. The final leg of the trip was in Panama City, where the Americans won the last of 3 games 2-1, with Mays stealing home. It was a triumphant tour, with Mays' team winning 14 of 15 games and drawing 117,766 fans. The Barnstormers played 9 more games in the United States, including 2 games in 2 different countries on the same day. On November 7th, they played a day game in El Centro, California, and that evening they squared off in Mexicali, south of the border. Mays' team won both contests. The Barnstormers repeated their performance in 1958, playing 20 games in Mexico. But the following year, Stoneham asked Mays not to participate because he was recovering from a broken finger suffered in August. Mays agreed. In 1960, Mays didn't barnstorm, but did travel to Japan, where the San Francisco Giants played a series against the Yomiuri Giants. American teams had been playing in Japan since the 1930s, and after World War II, resumed in the early 1950s. The 2 governments had re-established diplomatic ties, but for Japan's citizens to enthusiastically receive the American players so soon after Hiroshima was testament to baseball's universal appeal. Not that the Japanese embraced everyone equally. Like fans everywhere, they wanted to see the biggest stars. So Mickey Mantle went there in 1955, Roy Campanella in 1956, Stan Musial in 1958. They finally got Willie Mays in 1960. Mays knew hero worship, but this response was beyond compare. The team landed in Tokyo on October 20th in a driving rain and fierce winds. Several hundred dripping wet schoolchildren screamed and waved flags as the Giants walked down the ramp, Japanese starlets handing them flowers and gifts. The players then rode in a 10-mile motorcade to their hotel with the tops up on their convertibles. The cheering fans, hunkered under umbrellas, had to stoop to peek into the windows. A deluge of ticker tape and confetti greeted the procession in the downtown business district. About halfway through, a traffic jam brought the caravan to a halt, and a lunchtime crowd, some waving "Welcome Giants" flags, began circling the tiny red sports car that carried Mays. Shouting, "Say hey," they clamored for autographs and began to rock the car. Panic briefly swept Mays, who kept the windows shut and the doors locked. Then policemen on motorcycles cleared a path and allowed the cars to proceed safely. At a press conference later that day, Mays was nearly trampled by reporters in their eagerness to interview him, and he was introduced to the Japanese on national television. "I'll try my best on the field," he said. "I heard so much about Japan, and am thrilled to see it for myself. I was surprised it was so cold for our arrival. I hope it warms up so I can see all those shrines and pagodas." The Giants were to play 16 games in Japan, each program featuring a cover photo of Mays leaping in the air, his left arm reaching high above his head, his outstretched glove catching the ball while exposing the heel of his hand. But on the field, Mays felt under the weather. His stomach was upset, and later his gums swelled up. After 7 games, he was batting .227, with only 1 home run and 5 hits. "I've disappointed the Japanese fans," he said. "I hope I can snap out of the slump." As a team, the Giants lost 2 of their first 3, an embarrassing start that gave the Japanese sports commentators a chance to rebuke the Americans. "The only thing impressive," one said, "is Willie Mays's $85,000 salary." But Mays rallied. In the next 4 games, he had 9 hits, including 2 homers. The Giants traveled by overnight train to Toyama for 2 games, and again by overnight train to Osaka, where they were again met by a ticker-tape parade. They played in 10 cities in all, including Hiroshima, where Stoneham placed flowers at the atomic bomb memorial shrine. The Giants reclaimed their respect in Japan, finishing with 11 wins, 4 losses, and a tie. Mays hit .393 with 7 home runs. That was second best to Willie McCovey, who hit .423 and had 8 homers. But Mays was named the most valuable player. He may not have deserved it, but he was given a new Datsun Bluebird, which Nissan Motor could advertise as a car driven by Willie Mays. He was also given a Kobe bull. "What am I going to do?" Mays asked. "My suitcase isn't big enough for a car or a bull." He decided to sell them both, which as far as the Datsun was concerned was just as well. The steering wheel was on the wrong side. With Mays in Japan, the Negro barnstormers who played in the United States and Latin America drew negligible crowds. Even though the team had brilliant players, Aaron, Robinson, Banks, none matched Mays's star power, and the team lost money. The following year, the group's traveling secretary, Curtis Leak, announced that for the first time since 1947, no team of black major leaguers would barnstorm in the off-season. "We will not barnstorm this year for the simple reason that we could not get Willie Mays to sign up," Leak said. "To have a successful barnstorming tour, you must have some semblance of a good attraction, and Mays still is about the most colorful player around." Chapter 21. Cheers for Khrushchev. In 7 seasons, Mays had missed only 11 games, but he suffered his first serious injury during spring training in 1959. The circumstances were typical. In a lousy exhibition contest against the Red Sox, Mays, on second base, broke for third on an attempted steal. The batter hit a slow roller to the shortstop, who had no play. But Mays, instead of holding at third, rounded the bag and tried to score. The shortstop's throw was off the line, forcing the catcher, Sammy White, to reach high, leaving his left leg dangling a few inches off the ground. At that moment, Mays's sliding right leg crashed into the pointed end of White's shin guard, which cut through Mays's pant leg and ripped open his flesh to the bone. He scored the run. Mays saw his bloody pant leg but didn't say anything. He got up, shook off the dust, and jogged off the field. He thought he would be fine, but the trainer, Doc Bowman, told him he'd have to go to the hospital, and Kurt Barkley, a pitcher, drove them to the emergency room in his own car. Bowman described it as a ragged, ugly wound. It required 35 stitches and a tetanus shot, and Mays was sidelined for 2 weeks. The time off was a blessing. After the 1958 season, Willie and Marguerite had adopted a 5-day-old baby and named him Michael. The family was together during spring training in Phoenix, where they rented a house in the city's Negro district. After the injury, Willie had extra time to spend with the baby. He enjoyed his duties. When Michael couldn't fall asleep, Willie would put him in his car and drive around the block until he nodded off. He even learned how to change diapers. Mays described this period as PM, post-Michael, and he often spoke of the bond he had with his young son, which was confirmed by reporters. When Milton Gross interviewed Mays in Phoenix 2 years later for the Saturday Evening Post, he noted how Michael would toddle beside his father, chattering, "Michael, go bye-bye," as he was leaving with his mother. Gross wrote, "Willie fondled him lovingly. It's obvious he adores the child." Mays was in the opening day lineup in 1959, but the spring training injury proved to be a bad omen for both himself and opposing catchers. On June 1st in Milwaukee, trying to score from first on a double, Mays barreled into Del Rice, breaking the catcher's left leg. Mays had to leave the game as well, with badly bruised shins. The previous inning, the benches had emptied after Rice applied a hard tag to a sliding runner, too hard in the Giants' view. The umpires intervened before any blows could be thrown. After the game, several Braves believed Mays had overdone his slide to exact revenge. The play happened in the 8th inning in an 11-2 rout for the Giants. The game had already been decided when Mays broke Rice's leg. Rice, however, defended Mays. "It wasn't his fault," he said. "He's got to slide. He was just trying to get home, and I was trying to keep him from getting there. It's all part of the game." Mays said he tries to score every time he's on base, regardless of the circumstances. On this play, he was safe. 3 days later, he injured his shoulder on another home plate collision in Milwaukee, this time with catcher Del Crandall. He played 4 more games in 3 days, including every inning of a doubleheader, before finally sitting out the start of a game on June 8th. Called to pinch hit in the 8th, he singled, stayed in, and singled again in the 9th. He then stole second, with the catcher's throw hitting him flush on an existing bruise in his back. Now hobbling, Mays played until the game ended in 11 innings. The next 5 games, he was available only for pinch hitting. Even when Mays was supposed to rest, he often didn't. On July 24th against the Cubs, a stiff neck kept him out of the starting lineup, but he pinch hit in the 8th, and carrying the potential winning run, tried to score on a squeeze play. With his spikes high, he smashed into Earl Averill, tearing the catcher's pants above the knee. Averill yelled at Mays, and the two had words, but home plate umpire Ken Burkhart averted a scuffle by shoving Mays toward the dugout. Mays, who was called out, ended up with a bruise on his thigh. The Giants were supposed to be in their new ballpark in 1959, but construction delays kept them in Seal Stadium. The year was reminiscent of the previous season. The Giants again exceeded expectations. They were 19 games over 500 on August 25th, and they were again led by a young player who would win the Rookie of the Year. Willie McCovey from Mobile, Alabama, was a quiet, leonine strongman whose left-handed swing generated as much power as any in baseball. Veteran baseball announcer Jack Buck said the hardest ball he ever saw hit was McCovey's. He golfed a low fastball that was sinking on a line when it cleared the center field fence. His nickname was Stretch, for his long 6'4" reach at first base. He lacked Cepeda's charisma and confidence, but the humbled 21-year-old had no trouble endearing himself to the fans. In his first game on July 30th, he faced the Phillies' Robin Roberts and went 4 for 4 with 2 singles and 2 triples. Major league pitchers were actually easier, he thought, because minor leaguers were so wild. He was another one of the team's kids, an original San Francisco Giant, whom the fans could call their own. McCovey's arrival gave the Giants 2 first basemen, McCovey and Cepeda, and trying to determine who to play where frustrated the team for years. At various times, both men would rotate through the outfield, forcing Mays to adjust his own play. In one of Cepeda's first games in left field at Wrigley Field on August 10th, he called for a fly ball in left center, but missed it. The batter reached third. Mays was asked after the game if he could have caught it. "I could have caught that easy," he said. Asked why he didn't call off Cepeda, he said, "I don't want to show anybody up. Orlando thought he could catch it. I don't want to hurt anybody's confidence." In other respects, the season was all too familiar for Mays. He was hitting .339 at the end of May, and then cooled off. His average dipped to .291 in early August, and he again faced a disapproving press. Some reporters believed that Mays, now 28, was nearing the end of his career. "Wonderful Willie Mays is in a slump again, and there are some who believe it may become permanent," wrote the UPI on July 23rd. A fatal flaw had been discovered in his batting style. He stepped in the bucket. His front foot pointed toward third base, leaving him vulnerable to the breaking ball. Some stories sounded almost like a eulogy. "There was a growing solicitude today among SF writers for Rigney because Willie Mays appears to be diminishing as a long ball clutch slugger," wrote the San Francisco News on July 15th. "In sorrow rather than anger, this is what the Giants players say. We'd be 6 or 7 games out in front if Willie had been cracking the long ball when it counted, as he did when the club was in New York." At the time, he was hitting .307 with 15 home runs. Mays' salary increasingly drew attention. Fans have always been interested in players' salaries, and the incomes for such stars as Ruth and DiMaggio were staples for the press. But the fixation on Mays' salary seemed extreme. Game stories that had nothing to do with player incomes routinely mentioned Mays' income, as if it were a defining part of his character. Some broadcasts did as well. His high salary provided another justification for disapproval, and for some fans, his race surely intensified those resentments. "There goes an $80,000 pop-up," a broadcaster muttered early in the season. Never mind that Mays was hardest on himself. During an exhibition game, he dropped a fly ball that was ruled a double. According to the official scorer, any ball that Mays didn't catch was a hit. In between innings, Harry Jupiter, a reporter from the Examiner, saw Mays in the clubhouse. "How can they call that a double when I dropped the ball?" he asked. Jupiter explained the reasoning. Then Mays asked, "Do you know anybody who wants this?" He threw Jupiter his glove. Angry about the play, Mays had ripped his mitt and now had no use for it. Jupiter kept it for himself. For Mays, pleasing the San Francisco fans remained a struggle. The low point came on May 7th at home against the Dodgers. Mays was having a fine game, collecting a single, a double, and a triple, as well as 2 stolen bases and a run scored. Then he came up in the 8th with runners on second and third and 1 out, the Giants down by a run. The Dodgers decided to walk him intentionally. But on the 4th pitch, Mays leaned over the plate, reached out, and swung. He popped out to the catcher, prompting a torrent of angry boos. The Giants didn't score and lost the game. "The boner of the year," roared one newspaper. "The boo-boo of the decade," said another. The play crystallized the view, already held by some critics, that Mays was more interested in his own success than the good of the team. "He is not entitled to be a law unto himself," an Examiner columnist lectured. "It is something you can't condone. I've known dozens of managers who would have punched Mays right on the ball field." The columnist said the play was sure to become part of the Giants' San Francisco legend. After the game, Mays sat despondently in front of his locker. "What can I say?" he said in a whisper. "I wanted a hit. I wanted to get those runs home. But Riggs said it was a bad play, so I guess it was. Who am I to argue with the boss? So I guess I'm a blankety-blank player again." Hank Sauer, Mays' closest friend on the team, said, "Nobody feels worse about it than Willie does. He's different from a lot of guys. He'll do anything to win. I thought he was going to cry for a minute when he came into the locker room." While Mays didn't drive in the run, it was not an unreasonable play. Hitting behind Mays was Willie Kirkland, who was batting .200 and had already failed in 3 opportunities that day with runners in scoring position. Also, while superior batsmen like Stan Musial and Ted Williams looked for pitches in certain zones, Mays hacked at anything he could reach, often getting hits on pitches out of the strike zone. His chances of driving in a run by swinging at ball 4 were probably no worse than Kirkland's chance of driving in a run with the bases loaded. After Mays popped out, Kirkland ended the inning on a tap back to the mound. Mays was also criticized for his reluctance to bunt, even though he had never been a bunter, nor should he have. It made no sense to take the bat out of the hands of the team's best power hitter. But in San Francisco, the fans and reporters were used to the Pacific Coast League, where speed, bunting, and small ball were all emphasized. Home runs, hard to come by, were individual accomplishments, but games were ultimately won through teamwork. Hence, Mays's aversion to bunting bespoke a deeper flaw in his character. He didn't like to sacrifice. "The fans here boo him on occasion, and Willie bruises easily," UPI wrote. "Mays seems to hit better when on the road than he does at Seal Stadium." Mays later said, "The boos were hard to understand, but I never let on that they hurt me." Others were puzzled as well. Frank Conniff, an editor for the Hearst newspapers, visited San Francisco in September, the same month that the city welcomed the premier of the Soviet Union. "This is the damnedest city I ever saw in my life," Conniff said. "They cheer Khrushchev and boo Willie Mays." The ballpark wasn't the only place Mays experienced problems. A far more frightening moment occurred at 1:30 in the morning on June 22nd, when a Coke bottle was hurled through the 6-by-8-foot window at his house on Miraloma Drive. Mays was asleep. Also in the house was his visiting brother-in-law. Marguerite had taken Michael to New York to attend her daughter's graduation from parochial school. According to the police, it appeared that one or more perpetrators drove up to the house, flung the bottle through the window, and raced off. Mays told the police that the bottle contained a note with a racist message, but he threw it out. The incident received little attention, which was how Mays wanted it. He told reporters that he didn't believe the attack reflected badly on the neighborhood, because he assumed the perpetrators were from another part of town. In 2 subsequent autobiographies, he makes only one fleeting reference to the attack. Mays, of course, was desperate to stay out of the headlines for anything controversial, even when he had been victimized. Given the media frenzy surrounding the purchase of the house, the last thing he wanted was to draw attention to his residence. Perhaps his lack of complaint explains why there was no public outcry, and why the media were so cavalier. The act itself was designed to intimidate, to spread terror, to send a message, literally and figuratively, to one black family, and by extension, to all blacks who would dare to live in a white neighborhood. That the bottle was thrown into a home where a baby lived made it all the more reprehensible. Yet the Examiner blithely wrote, "An incensed Giants fan threw a Coke bottle through Willie Mays's front window early yesterday. The tosser's aim would have done credit to a Major League center fielder. From the street it took a throw of about 60 feet and deeply uphill to smash the middle pane of a plate glass picture window." The note made a reference to his race, and demanded that the Giants regain first place in the National League by beating the Braves, the police said. Not even this helped the Giants, who were pasted by Milwaukee yesterday 13-3. Whether the Examiner would have been similarly amused had the victims been white is unclear. But in this case, a criminal act had the same standing as a baseball game. For Mays, the injuries continued to pile up. On August 7th, in a home game against Cincinnati, he took a wide turn on a single and had to dive back into first base. His pinky on his right hand hit the bag, and, he later said, "This one hurt." He stayed in the game. Later, the finger swelled up, and Bowman figured it was broken. Mays knew it was broken, but he refused to get it x-rayed. He assumed the doctors would put it in a splint or cast and keep him out of the lineup. Telling reporters that his finger was only a little sore, he didn't want the severity of the injury disclosed. If pitchers knew of it, they would jam him with inside fastballs. Mays was used as a pinch hitter in the next 2 games. Then Rigney returned him to the starting lineup. On September 11th, the Chronicle wrote that Mays might be playing with a broken finger, which he had refused to have x-rayed. "I want no alibis," he said. "The finger is still a little sore, and at times bothers me when I swing, but it's been that way for a month." And not a bad month either. He had pounded 11 home runs. The booze, the injuries, the bottle through his window, fatherhood. The pressures were changing Mays's outlook on baseball and life. The work ethic was the same, but the context was different. He invariably is among the first to arrive at the ballpark and among the last to leave, Sports Illustrated wrote in April 1959. Sports writers who follow the Giants around are agreed that Willie is one of the hardest-working players they have ever seen. But Willie rarely clowns in pepper games. He loftily eschews gleeful locker-room pranks. It's unusual for him to provide a spirited and jeering exchange with one of his teammates. He hustles as energetically as any of his teammates, and bustles more thrillingly than most of them put together. The big difference is that Willie is now the star instead of the fondly regarded mascot. Vin Scully, who'd seen Mays in all his youthful exuberance, interviewed him after a game in Los Angeles on August 28th. Mays had just finished a bravura performance. The previous day he had played all 18 innings of a doubleheader in Philadelphia. The Giants then flew across the country, woke up in Los Angeles, and straggled onto the field against the Dodgers. Mays hit a double in the first inning and a home run in the second, knocking out Don Drysdale. He later notched a single and drove in 3 and scored 2 for the day. He also chased a deep fly ball in left center by Wally Moon and, with a man on second, trapped a sinking drive so cleanly that the runner barely beat the throw to third. The Giants won 5-0. So, Vin Scully asked Willie on his radio show afterward, is baseball still just a game, or is it more of a business? Asked about baseball over the years, Mays had always expressed his undiluted love, the game being his source of fulfillment and renewal. But now, jet-lagged from the road trip, bruised from various collisions, depleted by the long season, he said, "It's a business, Vin. When you've got a family, you've got to think of other things." It was easy to grow nostalgic for the say-hey kid who happily pledged that he would play the game for free. But it was an expectation of eternal innocence, and the public begrudged its passing. At the season's end, the Sporting News voted Mays the most exciting player in baseball for the second year in a row. But in an editorial it said, "Willie Mays was once a carefree young ball player, but of late Mays doesn't seem quite as happy about it all. There are times when he seems to be brooding. Many factors enter into this. Whatever it is, one hopes that Willie some way, somehow, can return to his carefree days." The Saturday Evening Post soon suggested that he had outgrown his name. Maybe it's about time to call him Bill. During the season, the newspapers reported that Mays had had a fight with Giant outfielder Jackie Brandt, though the stories did not identify their sources, and both Mays and Brandt denied the accounts. But according to Lon Simmons, the Giants' radio announcer, there were tensions. Brandt was outspoken and he was always criticizing Mays, Simmons says. Willie was always willing to help others, but Brandt always thought Willie was trying to help him to make Willie look better. After the season, Brandt was traded to the Baltimore Orioles. He wasn't good enough to stick around and bitch about Willie all the time, Simmons says. Brandt disputes that account. In 1959, one of the better lines written about Mays appeared. In the All-Star game in Pittsburgh, he hit a game-winning triple in the 8th inning. Bob Stevens, who had followed Mays the previous 2 years for the Chronicle, wrote, "Harvey Keene gave it honest pursuit, but the only center fielder in baseball who could have caught it, hit it." With the addition of 2 veteran starting pitchers, Sam Jones and Jack Sanford, and the mid-season promotion of McCovey, the Giants assumed first place in early July and remained there, but could not stretch the lead to more than 3.5 games. On September 17th, they played the Braves at home and were 1 game ahead of the defending champions. The Giants faced Warren Spahn, a 19-game winner who had already beaten the Giants 4 times that year. Billed as the biggest game in the Giants' brief tenure in San Francisco, it proved to be Mays' finest performance to date in his new town. He singled in the first and second innings. In the fourth, with 2 men on base, he hit a tremendous home run high into the left field pavilion seats. He walked in the 6th and capped a clinching 3-run rally with another RBI single in the 7th. He drove in 5 runs and his 4 hits in 4 official at-bats put him over the 300 mark to 303. The Giants won 13-6. The fans went crazy for Mays, his performance all the more heroic in light of his physical condition. The Sporting News said, "Willie was playing while virtually patched together with adhesive tape. The day before in the series opener, he slammed into the right field cement barrier to make a spectacular catch of Ed Matthews' long drive. He paid for his leap with sore ribs. His left shoulder was already sore, and he had a 3-inch square abrasion on his left thigh, the results of previous collisions with the fences. Additionally, a swollen little finger on his right hand may be broken. But Mays refuses to have it x-rayed. I don't want them to take me out of the lineup until we clinch the pennant," he said. The Giants had a 2-game lead with 8 to go, and a World Series seemed likely, though it would have been a mixed blessing for San Francisco. The new ballpark still wasn't complete, so the games would be played in Seal Stadium, which would draw scorn from the national press. Even more troubling, the American Medical Association had scheduled its annual convention in San Francisco at that time, and the major hotels were booked solid. Alas, the Giants promptly lost the next 3 games at home to the Dodgers, who took over first. Mays went 3 for 10, which drew a smattering of boos. The Giants then went on the road for their final 5 games, but they were spent, except for Mays. First in Chicago and then St. Louis, he pounded 10 hits in 18 at-bats, including 3 homers and 2 doubles. The Giants still lost 4 of 5 and finished in 3rd place, 3 games behind the Dodgers and Braves. The Dodgers won the playoff and went on to prevail in the World Series, making them the first Major League team in California to win a championship. Mays' second season in San Francisco was like his first, though he believed, given his injuries, that 1959 was superior. His batting average fell 34 points to .313, but he had more home runs, 34, and RBIs, 104. His 125 runs scored were a career high, and he again led the league in stolen bases. He won the Gold Glove and led the Giants in home runs, steals, on-base percentage, and slugging percentage. He played in all but 3 games, and in the last 14 games, he hit .460. The fans voted Sam Jones, 21 and 15, the team's MVP. After the season, Willie and Marguerite decided to sell their house on Miraloma Drive and move back to New York. Willie would rent a small house during the season. After all the hurdles in buying the home, they stayed for less than 2 years. Neither of them cited the Coke bottle incident, though that was a factor. Weighing heavily on Marguerite was a feeling of isolation. By her own admission, she was never that social, but she still felt removed and concluded that this wasn't the place to raise their son. "I don't know any of my neighbors," Marguerite said. Willie was resigned to events. He wasn't bitter. After all, Negroes couldn't live wherever they wanted in New York, so why should San Francisco be different? What's more, he wasn't particularly attached to the Miraloma house when they decided to buy it. But once he faced resistance, he had to go through with the purchase or be seen as weak. It was no different than baseball. If a pitcher knocks you down, you don't go back to the dugout. You stay at the plate and try to hit a home run. So they lived at the house and integrated the neighborhood. Now it was time to go. Asked several years later about projections of plunging property values if he bought the house, Willie said dryly, "They ran sightseeing buses to point out where I lived, and the value went up." The Mayses' move to New York attracted little attention in the press. Edward Howden, who had played such a main role in helping them buy the house, didn't even know they had moved until many years later. He was also unaware of the bottle incident. That's what happens, he says, when you don't read the sports pages. No one imputed any larger significance to the families leaving the city. The Sporting News, which published stories by the beat reporters in San Francisco, noted that some residents had protested Willie's buying the house. However, the only incident since then occurred when a bottle containing a note was thrown through a window of Mays's home, as if it were a mere inconvenience. Willie and Marguerite bought a rambling Normandy-style stone house for $75,000 in New Rochelle. A definite step up. The home included 7 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, a solarium of rare tropical plants, and servants' quarters over a 4-car garage. New Rochelle is a fashionable part of Westchester County, and the house was in a quiet, predominantly white neighborhood, where the UN ambassadors of Indonesia and Ghana also lived. The Mayses moved in without incident, but Willie himself was no more visible in his new neighborhood than in his old. His neighbors shouldn't have been surprised. Willie was once asked why he didn't reach out more to friends, relatives, reporters, and fans. He pondered the question, shrugged, and said, "I don't pursue people." Chapter 22. Headwinds. It was all about the parking. Horace Stoneham didn't have to build a new stadium. The $5 million in bond money already approved for a new park could have been used to give Seal Stadium a second level. The double-decker option had several strong advocates, including Lefty O'Doul and the popular columnist Herb Caen. It was a crime, they felt, to tear down America's most beautiful ballpark. But Seal Stadium had very little parking, and Stoneham retained bitter memories of the Polo Grounds. Its inability to accommodate cars assured its demise. In his negotiations with officials in San Francisco, Stoneham was promised a new stadium with 10,000 parking spaces. Even when it became clear that the project was going to cost more than $5 million, Stoneham insisted on getting his stadium and his parking. The Giants' new home, 7 miles south of downtown, was on a tiny peninsula jutting into the San Francisco Bay. The land was called Candlestick Point, due to, take your pick, a bird of the same name that was once prevalent in the Bay Area, or its rock formations, which loosely resembled candlesticks. Regardless, parking would not be a problem. What would be a problem was that the envisioned space was mostly underwater. The builder had to gouge more than 5 million cubic yards of dirt from adjacent Bayview Park Hill to create a 60-acre landfill. Taking down a mountain to fill a sea, a stupendous job, marveled Westbrook Pegler, another columnist. Stoneham got his parking spaces, about 8,500, and Candlestick Park, the first stadium built since the Great Depression, became the first of 8 large ballparks constructed in the 1960s. The Stick appeared to have some promising features. The electronic scoreboard, powered by 6,000 lamps, was the world's largest. The seats, at 21 inches, were wider than usual and had comfortable wooden backs and armrests. A rounded shield at the top of the upper deck would block the wind. Those benefits paled in comparison to the most ambitious effort, radiant heating, in which hot water would flow from a central boiler through wrought iron pipes in a concrete slab beneath the box seats. No outdoor site had ever tried such a thing. On frigid nights, fans would be able to watch the games in warmth and comfort. The architect, John Bowles, said the park was designed to endure as long as the Colosseum in Rome. Best of all, Candlestick Park was going to be a boon for Willie Mays. So promised Bill Rigney, who never missed an opportunity to rouse expectations. Willie should have his greatest year both at bat and in the field, he said. Candlestick had deeper fences, 420 feet to center, 397 feet in the alleys, than those at Seal Stadium. So Mays would now have more room to make catches. He'll hit more doubles and triples, Rigney promised. A lot of Willie's line drives to left center hit the Seal Stadium fence so hard that outfielders were able to hold him to a single. Mays agreed. The new park will give me a chance to show what I can do. True enough. Mays played more games in Candlestick, almost 900, than in any other ballpark. That alone deserves commendation, for Candlestick may have been the worst park in the history of Major League Baseball. It was certainly the most ridiculed, and right-handed hitters suffered more than lefties. The gale-force winds that swept left to right constantly knocked down long hits that should have been homers, while the swirling gusts, bone-chilling cold, and damp grass complicated every aspect of the game. That Mays remained baseball's finest player despite those conditions amazed his peers. "Until I played at Candlestick," Ozzie Smith said, "I never realized how great Willie Mays was. My God, what would he have done in a real ballpark?" There were warnings before it was built. The Chronicle's outdoor columnist, Bud Boyd, said the site was a major source of pollution. "The area stinks, literally," he wrote. Actually, the whole project smelled. The man who sold the city the land for $2.7 million, Charles Harney, was also the stadium's contractor, and he was then made a director of a nonprofit organization to arrange additional financing. Public outcry forced him to step down. A grand jury investigated the stadium's funding and million-dollar cost overruns. The stick ultimately cost $15 million. A Teamsters strike delayed the installation of the seats. The City Fire Prevention Bureau called the park a fire trap. Most of those problems could be fixed. What could not be changed was the weather. Stoneham had visited Candlestick Point on a calm summer morning in 1957, the story goes, and was impressed. Then construction began, and one afternoon Chub Feeney stopped by and saw cardboard boxes fly past him. "Does the wind always blow like this?" he asked. "Only between the hours of 1 and 5, said the worker. Opening day on April 12, 1960, was warm and bright, and the game drew a near-capacity crowd of 42,269. There were few mishaps, though the public address announcer did alert the crowd that someone's boat was adrift. Ty Cobb, who lived in nearby Atherton, was in attendance, and Vice President Nixon, casting for votes in the coming presidential election, threw out the first pitch. In the clubhouse, veteran pitcher Billy Lowe's asked him, "Would you please take care of our fucking income taxes?" The following night, however, turned cold, and the heaters in the stands were turned on. Only smoke came out. The pipes were too far away from the concrete slabs, or the slabs were too thick, so the system was useless. The dugout was also supposed to be heated, but that didn't work either. Rigney didn't wear a jacket to persuade his team that it really wasn't that cold. The players still froze. The reporters couldn't see home plate from the press box, though the fans could see an exposed toilet in the dugout. That was quickly fixed. As predicted, the smell of sewage hung in the air. The stadium had parking spaces, but the fans were forced to climb a long hill to the front gates, and the hill was implicated in a rash of fatal heart attacks. The ballpark was not simply uncomfortable or unsightly, it was a serial killer. Candlestick Park claimed its 6th heart attack fatality in 19 games, the Sporting News intoned. William Smith, a deputy sheriff, had just climbed up Cardiac Hill. He was pronounced dead on arrival at the park's emergency dispensary. By 1962, Cardiac Hill had claimed 16 victims. The stick's most infamous feature was the howling winds that whipped off San Francisco Bay and struck the Bayview Park Hill, just beyond the park's third base side. The ballpark's designers believed the slope would deflect the gales away from the stadium. Instead, the winds came over the hill, swooped down into the park, rushed across the outfield, caught the overhang of the stands along the right field line, swung back toward home, and blew past third. Candlestick was not so much a capricious wind tunnel as a ruthless vortex. At times, a player's shirt would be blowing one way and his pants the opposite. "You'd start the game and the wind would be in your face," recalled pitcher Mike McCormick. "In the 3rd or 4th inning, it would hit you from the third base side, and then, if you survived, later in the game it would come at you from behind. We'd all know it was the same wind, but how in the hell it would do all those kinds of crazy things I never knew." The heavy grass added to the players' woes. Dampness from the early morning fog soaked the grass, so the players' feet were wet and cold. Thick fog added surreal touches. One time a high pop foul went into the fog, and the ball was never seen again. The sluggish air masses contributed to the bleak image of wind-swept badlands, the ground strewn with debris, the players blowing into their hands, the fans shivering beneath parkas. "I thought I was going to die," Ruben Gomez said. To limit the dust swirls, the infield was doused with oil until the earth became so hard and rocky the ground balls became treacherous. Before games, McCormick would put his glove against the right field fence and let go. The glove stayed on the fence for a couple of extra seconds before falling. After games, Doc Bowman would say, "Well, the cleanup crew is going to go out there and pick up those telephone books off the fence." High over the scoreboard in right center was a large clock. On occasion, the minute hand, in its courageous push toward the 12, would find a gale-force wind, stop, quiver, and plunge back to the 6. In 1961, San Francisco welcomed the All-Star Game to showcase the newest stadium. It didn't go well. In the early innings, the heat caused nearly 100 fans to seek medical attention. Then, without warning, the winds came, and one gust blew a pitcher off the mound, which wouldn't have been so embarrassing, except it was a Giants pitcher. Stu Miller was a little guy. When Eddie Stanky first saw him, he asked, "Who's the stenographer?" And that made him vulnerable. "The wind blew me off the mound," he told reporters after the game. "It was the worst I've ever seen it here. I had taken my stretch and checked the runners when a gust moved me just before I made the pitch." In fairness, Miller later insisted that the wind didn't actually blow him off the mound, it simply nudged him. Regardless, this Midsummer Classic was all about the elements. "The wind, you have to feel it to believe it," said Baltimore Oriole manager Paul Richards. "Conditions were as near impossible as anything I've seen." The fans were no less miserable. So many enjoyed the spectacle of Marvin Belli, the flamboyant attorney known for his personal injury cases, suing Stoneham over the Stick's tormented heating system. Belli argued that he had bought season tickets with the expectation of being warm, and a jury awarded him damages of $1,598. When Stoneham was slow to pay him, Belli demanded custody of Willie Mays and asked the sheriff to guard him as well as the movable items at the park, including the scotch in the front office. Law enforcement officials said they were familiar with attachment writs on horses, but not star baseball players. Belli said, "We're not going to put Willie in the sheriff's warehouse. Maybe we should. It's a lot warmer than Candlestick." Stoneham eventually paid Belli, and then printed a legal waiver in the game program, disavowing responsibility for the heater. Stoneham's own haste to complete the park before the Dodgers built theirs was probably his greatest fault. A consulting firm, Medtronics Associates, later said that had the stadium been built only a few hundred yards in a different direction, the winds would not have been nearly as severe. Medtronics concluded that the weather conditions had not been checked before construction, and at this point, the best you could do at Candlestick is affect the direction of the wind, but not the velocity. That information cost Stoneham $55,000. Dodger Stadium, meanwhile, funded entirely with private money, opened in Chavez Ravine in 1962, and remains one of the Major League's best parks. It has 16,000 parking spaces. The Stick was indeed a laughingstock. Herb Cain said that you couldn't blame the architect for the ballpark. After all, it was his first one. Just 2 months after it opened, The Californian, a monthly magazine, published a story, "The Giants Ballpark, a $15 million swindle." Harper's published an article the following year, "How Not to Build a Ballpark." Among players and coaches there was no shortage of complaints. "The Candlestick weather leaves you depressed," Eddie Brassoud said. Rocky Colavito, who played in the 1961 All-Star Game, "If I had to play here, I'd think seriously about quitting." Roger Maris, "The trouble with this ballpark is that they built it alongside the bay. They should have built it under the bay." Jim Wolford, "The only difference between Candlestick and San Quentin is that at Candlestick they let you go home at night." When asked what would improve Candlestick, Jack Clark said, "Dynamite." Willie Mays began 1960 with renewed hopes and increased expectations. Signing for $85,000, he was now the highest-paid player in the major leagues. Both Stan Musial and Mickey Mantle, coming off subpar years, had taken pay cuts. Mays' status as top wage earner was meaningful as a sign of respect, even if it gave his critics more ammunition against him. Also, pleased the Giants were getting their new ballpark, Mays assumed that Candlestick would be built to take advantage of the team's strength, its young right-handed power hitters, Cepeda, Alou, and himself. Yankee Stadium had been built with a short right field porch for Babe Ruth, and Mays figured the Giants would do the same for their best players. He also believed a different stadium would be a fresh start for him. Seal Stadium now lay in rubble. Perhaps at the Stick, he would not have to compete with the ghost of Joe DiMaggio. Mays entered Candlestick for the first time the day before the opener, and his first thought was, if Seal Stadium was too small, this is too big. His power was to the alleys, but the alleys at Candlestick were almost 400 feet away. He'll always remember his first swing in batting practice. Leaning against the winds, he hit the ball and broke his bat. How does that happen in batting practice? He assumed the gale had something to do with it. The conditions didn't bother Mays much at Seal Stadium. Appearing on a Bob Hope show in 1958, he was asked about the weather. "It's not bad," Mays said, "when you can see it through the fog." But Candlestick was entirely different. How would he catch fly balls? A stadium architect told him that he'd have to use all his speed to track down routine flies that would twist and turn in the wind, and he soon saw that weird stuff happened on balls in the air. A high pop-up by McCovey that was called by the second baseman hit a jet stream and sailed over the fence. Other pop-ups that were called by the first baseman would be caught in foul territory behind third. Mays thought he could dominate a park physically. He always felt in control. But one of his strengths, the ability to instantly determine the flight of the baseball, was now negated by hits that fluttered like ping-pong balls. He would call for hits in center that he would end up catching in right or close to the infield. One hit that he thought would be a home run fell in front of him for a single. In his first year at the new stadium, Mays discovered the secret to playing fly balls, which he'd use for the rest of his career. When a ball was hit, he wouldn't move. Instead, he would count to 5. Then he would give chase. Each day he would also try to measure the wind, and he considered his efforts a science that even an airplane engineer could not have solved. In some instances, the weather conditions created opportunities for breathtaking catches. In 1961, Stan Musial blasted a ball more than 400 feet into the howlingest winds in Candlestick history. Mays leapt high against the 8-foot fence, a wire gashing his left knee. Musial, in his 20th year in the majors, was flabbergasted. "It was a great catch," he said. "The greatest." Mays didn't ridicule Candlestick, as others did. But when asked about it, he said, "The people who built the ballpark just didn't know what they were doing. But we had to play there, so what could we do?" He made adjustments at the plate. Unable to consistently pull the ball over the fence, he tried hitting to right center, which reinstated the stroke he had used earlier at DeRocher's request. When he went on the road, he returned to his natural swing, but the adjustments were tricky. "I had to stay on the road a week or two before I got my timing back again," he said. "Then the road trip was over, and I had to go back to Candlestick and start hitting to right again. This messed me up." Of Mays's 29 homers his first year at the Stick, only 12 came at home. Over the years, those numbers evened out, but each season he still hit long balls to left that were knocked down by the wind. National League umpire Doug Harvey, who began his career in 1962 and worked about a dozen games a year at Candlestick, says he saw many balls hit by Mays in which the left fielder would turn and run back, then have to run forward to make the catch. "Willie was always swinging to hit the long ball," Harvey says. "He never choked up. What was hard on Willie was Candlestick." Estimates vary on how much Candlestick affected Mays's home run totals over the 12 years he played there. Some statisticians have calculated that the wins cost him some 165 home runs. Others say it was half that. Mays places the number somewhere in between. What is clear is that he made the adjustments, often hitting the ball to the opposite field, and accumulated 202 homers at the stick compared to 193 on the road. He also led the league in homers 3 times during that period. What may have hurt Mays even more at Candlestick was how much room the fielders had to catch foul balls. That cost him an unknown number of at-bats every year. All of the new parks in the 1960s, and 7 were in the National League, moved the fans farther away from the field, giving fielders more room for pop fouls. There are important factors when considering Mays's career numbers, particularly when compared to the likes of Babe Ruth or Barry Bonds. He did not play in home ballparks, nor in an era that favored hitters. Hitting had been in decline since the 1930s, but the trend accelerated in the 1960s. In addition to the larger ballparks, the strike zone was expanded in 1963 in response to Maris's breaking of Ruth's single-season home run record in 1961. The consequences were dramatic. In 1963, home runs dropped by 10%, while batting averages fell by 12 points. Other trends, bigger gloves for fielders, a more sophisticated use of the bullpen, the emergence of the slider, all favored the pitchers. The New York Times' Arthur Daly contended that modern baseball, night games and cross-country flights, had cursed the hitters who had to play every day. Baseball was once a leisurely, delightful pastime that permitted athletes to stick to the set routine that afternoon play provided. Their lives are now totally disrupted with violent switches from afternoon to night to twilight night games and other atrocities. On top of this, expansion to the Pacific coast has introduced time zones as much as 3 hours apart. The players eat at crazy hours, sleep at crazy hours, and live a catch-as-catch-can basis. Their finely tuned physical condition is jolted repeatedly. Sharpness disappears. The 1960s saw some of the finest pitching performances in history. Sandy Koufax's 4 no-hitters, including 1 perfect game. Bob Gibson's 1.12 ERA in 1968. Denny McLain's 31-6 record in 1968. Juan Marichal's 7 consecutive seasons in which his ERA did not exceed 2.76. Willie Mays, in short, had to play more than half of his career in what Bill James calls baseball's second dead ball era, and the stick was one more headwind to overcome. The Giants were favored to win the pennant in 1960, and they notched 15 victories in their first 22 games. Mays, still adjusting to Candlestick, only had 2 home runs in the first month, but was hitting .425. Then, before a home game on June 18th, a grim and pale Chub Feeney approached Rigney on the field. The manager smiled weakly. "It looks like you've got something to tell me you don't want to tell me," he said. Feeney said that Stoneham had just fired him. Rigney, misty-eyed, headed for the clubhouse. At the time, the Giants were 33-25, in second place, and only 4 games behind. Mays was shocked and saddened. For all of their early problems, he had gotten along fine with Rigney in recent years, and he couldn't believe a manager would be fired in June when the team had a good record. But the Giants had just lost 3 straight home games to the first-place Pirates, which gave Stoneham the excuse he needed. The owner held Rigney responsible for the previous year's collapse, and Rigney was balking at Stoneham's demands to change the lineup. Moreover, the fans had begun to pillory Stoneham for Candlestick and the public funds that had been squandered, and they booed the team during its recent losses. Change was needed. "It was Riggs' job to arouse the players," Stoneham said. "This he did not do." Mays knew better. Horace felt pressured into making a decision that he thought would make everyone else happy, he said, when actually the only thing necessary was to keep going as we were. Most of the players were angered by the change, though Rigney gained some vindication. He managed the Los Angeles Angels in their first year, 1962, and after finishing a surprising third, was named Manager of the Year. Replacing Rigney was Tom Sheehan, a massive, bespectacled old-timer who had played his first game in the majors in 1915, and now, at 66, would be making his debut as a manager. Stoneham wouldn't say if Sheehan was a permanent replacement, an interim, or what. His official title had been Chief Scout, though his unofficial role was Stoneham's loyal drinking buddy, a lively raconteur whose stint with the Yankees had given him a trove of stories about Babe Ruth's sexual adventures. Perhaps because Sheehan had once been the house detective for a hotel, his unlikely move to the dugout fueled suspicions that he had been Stoneham's clubhouse spy and had engineered Rigney's ouster. It was clear that Sheehan was unfit for the job in every sense. He was so overweight that he didn't have a uniform for 4 days. "I think Omar the tent maker had to make it," Stu Miller quipped. The players called him Santa, not a compliment. He was capable of denouncing his players' late-night card games while tolerating undisciplined play on the field. He couldn't motivate his players or win their respect. Once, when he went to replace Jack Sanford, the pitcher bolted from the mound before the manager could get there. Sanford was fined $200. Sheehan had few friends in the press, and didn't help his image by conducting interviews in his underwear in his hotel room. Dick Young called him an engaging old windbag. Mays felt a measure of sympathy for him, but was frustrated by his passivity and ineptitude. He was in uniform in body only, he said. Sheehan, for example, would use his left-handed starters, Mike McCormick and Billy O'Dell, in Los Angeles, even though the Coliseum had a short left-field fence, and the Dodgers had a long lineup of right-handed hitters. Mays urged Sheehan to go with his right-handed starters, but he refused. "If a guy can pitch, he can pitch anywhere," he told Mays. The Giants lost 5 of 8 in Los Angeles. Mays had a more serious dispute with Sheehan late in the season, after the Giants had been eliminated from the pennant race. On September 13th, after a game in Pittsburgh, Mays asked Sheehan for the next night off, in Philadelphia, so he could visit his family in New Rochelle. Sheehan said he could visit his family, but had to return in time for the game. An angry Mays stormed out and threatened not to return at all. Sheehan said he would fine him heavily if he missed the game. No one knew if Mays was going to be at Connie Mack Stadium the next evening. Was it actually possible that he would quit the team? But when the team bus rolled up at 6:30 p.m., Mays was in the clubhouse waiting. He had gotten home at 2 a.m. and left for Philadelphia that afternoon. He was still upset, but after the game, in which he picked up 2 hits and an RBI in a losing effort, he had settled down. Reporters asked if he had really considered quitting, and Mays spoke, for him, at unusual length about his dedication to the game and the financial imperatives that he faced. "I guess the old man wants me to play every game, so I play every game," he said. "That's all there is to it. What's this talk about quitting? That doesn't make sense. I'm happy playing here. Everybody on this club has been very good to me. Mr. Stoneham, Chub Feeney, everybody. And I want to keep on playing. I'm getting good money. I can't afford to quit. It's my life. If they want me to quit, they'll have to pull the uniform off me." Mays acknowledged the stress of renting a house in San Francisco during the season, while his family was in New York, but said, "I'm getting paid good money to play ball, so I'll play ball." Asked if he was worried about his standing with the Giants, he said, "When you start worrying, it's time to get out. I just want to do the best I can. We've still got 12 games, that's all I'm thinking about." Mays played in 153 out of 154 games that year, and under the circumstances, it was an exceptional season. The Giants had had worse teams in his career, but perhaps none that were more disappointing. They went 46-50 under Sheehan, and finished in 5th place, 16 games out of first. The players, knowing that the hapless manager would soon be gone, routinely broke curfew and played in all-night card games, Mays was not among them. The team's motto was supposedly, "Shut up and deal." Meanwhile, they performed with listless detachment on the field. In one inning alone, in a game against the Dodgers, their 5 errors led to 8 unearned runs. It cannot be said that Mays hustled on every play during the year, but his individual effort was memorable. Twice in 1960, for example, he scored from first base on a single, though neither time was he running on the pitch. The Giants won both games by a single run. In one instance, against Chicago, Mays took advantage of the right fielder's lackadaisical throw into second base to score in the 9th. The right fielder, Bob Will, said he wanted to hold the runner on first to set up the double play. Strictly speaking, that was the right play. But Mays didn't go by the book. "I made up my mind if the throw went to second," he said defiantly afterward. "I was going home." In that same series, Mays made a catch on a sinking, tailing line drive in right center off the bat of Ed Bouchey that was considered one of his finest. A photograph shows Mays stretched out, reaching for the ball, his glove halfway off his hand. The catch demonstrated a basic difference between Mays and his peers. Most outfielders, as they try to close on a ball after a long run, tend to lose control, resulting in sloppy dives. Mays rarely lost control, usually kept his feet, and seemed to generate more momentum, more power as he lunged for the catch. In this case, the San Francisco crowd gave him a standing ovation. In one game in Cincinnati, he hit 2 home runs and a single, stole home, and recorded 10 putouts, 2 shy of the record. And in an 11-inning game in Philadelphia, he tied another record by hitting 3 triples. Perhaps more remarkable, at least for some of his critics in San Francisco, Mays bunted safely 3 times, which won him a necktie from Russ Hodges. The announcer had wagered that Mays couldn't get 3 bunt hits in 1 year. All told, Mays was the team's only player to hit over 300, 319, and he led the squad in every offensive category except doubles. That included home runs, 29, RBIs, 103, and runs scored, 107. Sheehan's dismissal was announced while he was touring with the team in Japan. He took the news in stride. "General Douglas MacArthur and me have something in common," he said. "We were both relieved of command in Japan." The disappointing year brought into focus the racial tensions on the club, though the tensions may have involved the white reporters who covered the team as much as the players themselves. The relatively high number of black and Latin Giants always made race and ethnicity a subtext. While most San Franciscans welcomed the non-white players, others wrote hate mail to the Giants, complaining about Riggs' jigs, and then Sheehan's shines. Rigney himself stopped opening his mail because of the bigoted comments. As long as the team was competitive, race was not a public issue. But that ended in 1960. After the season, the publisher of the Sporting News, J.G. Taylor Spink, visited San Francisco to conduct an autopsy on what had happened to the squad. After his interviews, his story enumerated the problems, which included too many Negroes. Spink cited other issues, such as the lack of leadership, the players' resentment of Candlestick, and the bullpen. But according to him, the problem, most frequently mentioned as the cause of the Giants' downfall, was too many Negro players. Spink's sources, presumably other writers and Giants executives, didn't say that the Negroes had performed badly. There were just too many of them. Spink himself made no effort to verify or disprove the claim. Sports Illustrated on September 26th elaborated on this theme. "In private," the article said, "there are several dozen players, coaches, managers, writers, and executives who will tell you what is really wrong with the Giants. Too many Negroes. They said it last year, and they are saying it now, out of the corners of their mouths, after looking warily around. Sometimes half a dozen people will be looking around and speaking out of the corners of their mouths in one small room at the same time. That's the real reason the Giants are losing, they will say. But of course you can't print it." Even a cursory assessment of the Giants would reveal the claim as false. In 1960, the Giants had 5 African Americans, including Mays. The pitcher with the most wins, Sam Jones, was also black. He went 18-14 with a 3.19 ERA. Starting outfielder Willie Kirkland had the 3rd most hits, and his .252 average was 12 points higher than his career average. The one African American who had a poor season was Willie McCovey, whose sophomore swoon resulted in a brief return to the minors. The fans booed him mercilessly, and he finished the year with a .238 average and 13 home runs. The Giants also had a black player from the Bahamas, Andre Rogers, and 4 Latins, including Juan Marichal, who was called up in July and went 6-2 with a 2.66 ERA. Whether the consensus that the Giants had too many Negroes was shorthand for all non-white players or just African Americans is unclear, but Sports Illustrated repudiated the spurious charge that the Negroes had done the team in. What the Giants lack is leadership, and the responsibility here must be shouldered by the whites. The best ball players on the club are Negroes, yet the Negroes, even if they chose to, could not lead because the whites would refuse to follow. Mays was asked directly about the issue during spring training the following year. When baseball people were asked what was wrong with the Giants, Milton Gross said, they'd answer, too many Negroes. If that was the case, Mays said, why is everybody looking for colored boys? Mr. Stoneham, he doesn't care what color you are if you can play ball. Every year Mr. Stoneham brings up 4 or 5 colored boys from our farm system. Mays also discounted the claim that Sheehan had failed to inspire the Negroes, and that dissension existed among the colored players. It happens with every club, he said. Everybody has different hangouts, but I don't think we had cliques. We played cards a lot together, but nothing you could make a big thing about. Mays's view that everybody was looking for colored boys was probably an overstatement. Only the smart teams were looking for them. By 1960, 57 blacks were in the major leagues, and they had become a dominant force. In the previous decade, they had won 8 MVP awards, 6 Rookie of the Year trophies, 3 batting championships, and 9 base-stealing titles. Mays, along with Hank Aaron, Ernie Banks, and Frank Robinson, were 4 of the best players in the game, all under 30, and a wave of younger black stars was right behind them. Every team should have been stricken with too many Negroes. A more accurate assessment was that too many bigots complained about too many Negroes, and then relied on too many reporters to protect them. Charles Einstein was a talented sports writer, novelist, and screenwriter, whose father was a radio comedian, and whose half-brother was the actor Albert Brooks. Charlie's own prose was infused with a droll wit. He once described Doc Bowman as so short-legged that when he sits down he looks like a comma. Einstein first covered Mays in New York, and continued his reportage when he took a job in San Francisco for the Examiner. He was the ghostwriter for 2 of Mays's autobiographies, and more than any other journalist, dedicated his news columns to celebrating a man named Mays, one of his favorite phrases. One late night in Philadelphia, Einstein walked into a hotel bar and heard 3 white Giant players making racist comments about Mays as part of a larger argument that he was overrated. Outraged, Einstein tried to defend Mays, but failed. Said one of the players, "That's what you think, and don't go putting this in the paper, you son of a bitch." The conversation took a different turn when another player pointed to a black man in the bar. "Who's the nigger?" "A writer," Einstein said. "Nigger paper?" "He writes for the New York Times." "I'll be a dirty bastard," said the player, who had heard the Times had sympathetic views on race. "It figures." Einstein recounted the exchange the following year in his book about the Giants, A Flag for San Francisco. However, he didn't name the bigots, and never wrote a newspaper story about the incident, or anything specific about the racial climate on the team. Such an article might have shed light on why the Negroes were roundly implicated for the Giants' misfortunes, why unnamed sources freely disparaged their mere presence, and why Mays himself, as the most prominent minority, was held to a different standard than all the other players. But it was a different era. The teams typically paid for the reporters' travel expenses, food, and booze. The Giants would leave a bottle of whiskey in the writers' hotel rooms. Across the league, reporters and players rode together on the same trains and planes, played cards together, drank together, caroused together, and drank some more. The cozy relationship ensured that the players' misdeeds off the field would stay out of print. "I wasn't going to squeal," said San Diego sports writer Phil Collier, who began his career around 1950. "I rode in the back of the plane and the bus with the guys. I went out and drank with them every night. I always said I was going to write a book and call it 'The Bases Are Loaded and So Was I.'" Einstein was a product of that era, and even his fierce loyalty to Mays was not enough to expose the team's racists, including those in the hotel bar. He knew that he had betrayed his hero and his friend, not to mention his readers. "I don't take these guys on," he lamented in his book. "I tell myself I'm not going to change them nohow. I got no guts in me." Chapter 23. There's a Feel in the Air. The year 1961 began on a strange note. For the first time in Mays' career, Stoneham did not offer him a raise. He sent Mays a contract for the same salary, $85,000, as he had the previous year. Mays thought he deserved an increase. "Any time I knock in 100 runs and score another 100, I think I'm entitled to get more money," he said. But neither Mays nor any other player had any leverage. The reserve clause, which bound a player to the team that signed him, would remain intact for another 14 years. Over time, some of the game's superstars, including Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, had engaged in bitter holdouts to extract more money or, in Mickey Mantle's case in 1960, to reduce the size of his pay cut. Don Drysdale and Sandy Koufax would hold out in 1966. Ruth's demands in 1930, which resulted in his receiving an $80,000 salary, $5,000 more than President Hoover, prompted his most famous quip, "I had a better year." Holding out usually affected the start of spring training, but DiMaggio actually missed the beginning of the regular season in 1938. He wanted $40,000. The Yankees offered him $25,000. After 12 games, DiMaggio settled for $25,000, and the New York fans booed him his first time at bat. Mays didn't like confrontation, so he had always been the dutiful son, the first Giant to sign his contract, often surrounded by reporters and photographers, while he expressed his gratitude to Mr. Stoneham. But with no raise in 1961, Mays had reason to be less gracious. Not only did he post terrific numbers in 1960, but the Giants had their best year ever at the gate. Candlestick Park, for all its deficiencies, drew 1.7 million fans, a 26% increase from the year before, and a 174% increase from their last year in New York. Stoneham received his taxpayer-funded stadium, which in 1 year generated more revenue than he had ever seen. To be sure, not all the business decisions had worked out. Stoneham had hoped to win a pay-per-view television contract, which envisioned putting actual coins in slots on TV sets to watch Giant games. That never happened, but Stoneham still had plenty of money. Among other things, he was building a $1.25 million baseball training facility near his winter home in Phoenix. He could be generous with favorite players, particularly when hardship was involved. But Stoneham was usually stingy, and occasionally petty. And after the 1960 season, he was piqued at his team's rotten play. He decided to give some of the low-paid younger players, such as Felipe Alou and Juan Marichal, small raises, and maintain others at the same level, while cutting the salaries of the underperformers. Sam Jones, the club's leading pitcher, was just grateful that his wages stayed the same, $35,000. Of Mays, Stoneham said, "He has had substantial raises in the past. Willie had a good year in 1960, but not a great one, and we finished 5th. This view was unusually peevish. not only because Mays was his best player, but because he remained the team's premier gate attraction. If Mays had ever had enough standing to hold out, 1961 would have been the year, but it didn't happen. Whatever lingering resentments he may have had, Mays kept them to himself. He was now part of baseball's establishment, and he would no more trigger a confrontation with the Giants or denounce a corrupt system that turned ball players into chattel than he would protest Jim Crow or any other injustice. In the days leading up to spring training, an airline strike delayed some players, but Mays drove to Phoenix from San Francisco, arriving on time, his contract signed. He was eager to get started, for he was reuniting with an old friend. As soon as Rigney was fired, speculation centered on the triumphant return of Leo DeRocher to the Giants, and the rumors had some legitimacy. Stoneham had asked DeRocher to evaluate the club early in 1960, in part to determine if dissension involving the black and Latin players was hindering the team. DeRocher concluded that the team's main problem was that it wasn't as good as Stoneham thought it was, though he still found room to criticize Rigney. DeRocher still believed Rig was too hard on Willie. After Rigney was fired, Stoneham met DeRocher in New York and asked if he was interested in returning. DeRocher, who had been out of baseball since Stoneham had fired him, said he was quite interested. Certainly Mays would have celebrated his return, but given the bad blood between DeRocher and Stoneham, it's questionable whether Stoneham was ever serious. Besides, he could choose one of DeRocher's protégés, who could manage the club in the same aggressive fashion, but without Leo's baggage. While the team was touring in Japan, Stoneham announced that Alvin Dark, who had played for the Giants for 7 years, would be the team's new manager. Dark had never managed before, or even coached. In fact, he had just completed his 13th season as a player, and Stoneham had to trade Andre Rogers to the Milwaukee Braves to get him. But Stoneham liked former Giant players serving in the front office or coaching. They knew the team's history and contributed to Stoneham's image as a patriarch whose club was part of his extended family. Even DeRocher, who loved Dark's tenacity on the field and had made him a co-captain, had to acknowledge it was a terrific choice. Dark, however, was not the most obvious selection for a team in San Francisco, whose fans still pined for Lefty O'Doul to take over the Giants. Dark was part of the New York Giants, and unlike Rigney, had never played or managed in the Pacific Coast League. In his first press conference, he explained that he was from Louisiana, a tithing Baptist who didn't smoke, drink, or swear. Noted Don Sherwood, San Francisco's leading disc jockey, "I've already counted 8 insults to our city. There can't be any left." Stoneham wanted to restore toughness and discipline, and Dark fit the bill. A former Marine who served briefly in China at the end of the war, Dark was a star running back at Louisiana State University and was drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles, but he opted for baseball instead. Like DeRocher, he was a middle infielder who was not afraid to use his fists. He once took out Jackie Robinson on a rolling slide, then popped up and was ready to tangle if Robinson wanted to. DeRocher used to call him his upside-down shortstop, because that's how he always seemed to end up. But Dark had talent as well. The Rookie of the Year in 1948, he amassed a .289 average and twice hit more than 20 homers in a season, an anomaly for a shortstop. At 5'11", he was more imposing than big. He had a shock of black hair, swarthy skin, and intense eyes. The sports writer Leonard Coppett said he looked like a Confederate Army captain. Dark described himself as an aggressive Christian, and his aggression could be destructive. In his first year managing, after a 1-0 loss in which the Giants stranded 12 men, Dark stormed into the locker room. 2 players who followed him in were chirping like a couple of hummingbirds. So Dark picked up a metal stool and threw it with all his strength against a wall. The chatter stopped. Dark then felt a twinge of pain in his finger. His pitching coach almost fainted. Dark looked down and saw that the tip of his little finger was lodged in the bottom of the stool. The bone was sticking out while blood spurted everywhere. The doctor stitched him up and assured him it wouldn't affect his golf swing. The players rescued the fingertip and pickled it in a jar. No matter the game or the circumstance, Dark simply hated to lose. One time, playing bridge on a team flight to Chicago, he looked at his cards, then the score, and said, "The only hope now is if we crash." His players feared him. During his first spring training, 3 Giants, Jim Davenport, Harvey Keene, and Bob Schmidt, were out one night, and they were arrested and jailed on a drunk and disorderly charge after getting into an argument with a 20-year-old. That they were drunk or disorderly was never firmly established, and they were allowed to leave the jailhouse after several hours. But according to their lawyer, they were reluctant to depart. When reporters asked why, the lawyer said, "They heard their manager was downstairs, and I think they'd just as soon stay up there." Dark publicly defended his wayward trio, though privately fined each of them $100, if only to set a precedent. Dark had played with Mays for all or parts of 5 seasons, and knew how sensitive he was to his own failings, and how DeRocher had bolstered his confidence. The only player on the team who doubted Willie Mays' ability was Willie Mays, Dark said. He wore his heart on his sleeve, and every time he had a bad day, he despaired. Dark was aghast when he went to San Francisco as a player and heard the crowd booing Mays. After he was named manager, one of his first acts was to write Mays a letter. "Just a note to say that knowing you will be playing for me is the greatest privilege any manager could ever hope to have." During spring training, he repeatedly told reporters what an honor it was to manage Mays. And when the season began, he taped a radio program in which he always found something that his center fielder did to help them win a game. "Without Willie, the Giants are just an ordinary team," he said on one show. "Willie's the greatest ball player I've ever seen, greater than Ted Williams, Stan Musial, or Mickey Mantle." Dark later claimed that he wasn't trying to build up Willie. "I was trying to give him the credit he deserved," he said. "Wake up, San Francisco, to the facts of life." With or without Dark, Mays was happiest at spring training. His reunion with teammates, the warm weather, the prospects of a new season, all were a balm for his self-imposed pressures. But his optimism seemed to get the better of him during Dark's spring training debut. Mays predicted that the Giants were going to win the pennant, even though they had finished 5th the year before. Reporters asked why Mays was so confident. "It's hard to say," he shrugged, "except there's a feel in the air." Charlie Einstein saw Mays in the clubhouse afterward. "Why'd you give that guy that stuff about a feel in the air?" he asked. "Oh, he ain't gonna print it," Mays responded. "The hell he ain't." "Well, there is a feel in the air. That's what you said last year. Was a feel in the air last year. And the year before. Feel in the air then, too. Matter of fact, you think this way every year around this time." "I know it," Mays said. "Well, why didn't you explain that to the poor writer?" "He only asked about this year." Mays felt he did have reason to be hopeful. The new manager was creating a different atmosphere. Dark was, in the tradition of DeRocher, a strategist who thought he could outsmart the other teams, and who tried mind games to help certain players. The previous season, Cepeda and McCovey each played about 60 games at first base, while Cepeda played another 86 games in left field. Dark anointed McCovey his full-time first baseman, while deciding Cepeda would play right field. This appeared to make no sense, for Cepeda complained bitterly about playing left field, and left field was easier than right in Candlestick. Dark's thinking was, by putting him in right field to start the season, fans would have low expectations because he was learning a new position. Errors would be forgiven, and a relaxed Cepeda would hit better and would also not resent his return to left field. The approach seemed to work. In 1961, Cepeda had one of his finest seasons, .311 average, 46 homers, 142 RBIs, and finished second in the MVP race. More than anything, Dark instilled competitiveness, as seen in an exhibition game in Scottsdale, which ended in a near sandstorm. The Giants' pitcher, a 22-year-old rookie named Bobby Bolin, was on the mound in the 9th with the bases loaded and the score tied. A close pitch was called ball 4, sending home the winning run. Grateful the game had ended, everyone ran off the field, except for Dark, who was running in the opposite direction. He started arguing with the umpire, and there on the empty field, amid the swirling dust and sand, Dark, his rookie pitcher, and the umpire stood yelling at one another about the final pitch. Dark knew that Bolin was fighting to make the team, Mays recalled, and Dark was out there fighting with him. That showed us very early that he was a manager who would fight for his players. Bolin did make the team, appearing in 37 games and posting a 3.19 ERA. Mays called Dark Cap, a reference to his former captaincy, and his comfort rose further with the addition of 3 new coaches, Whitey Lockman, Wes Westrom, and Larry Jansen. All had been Giants in 1951, and they, as well as Mays and Dark, had been in the lineup the day Bobby Thompson hit his famous home run. Together again, the 5 of them replayed that game over and over in camp. Their reminiscing fueled the nostalgia of the reporters from New York, who were eager to relive the glory of the Giants. This only antagonized the Bay Area writers. Dark's refusal to drink with them or anyone else created further distance with the local press, who were also provoked when Dark made it clear that lefty O'Doul was no longer welcome. O'Doul had been the Giants' batting coach since the team moved to San Francisco, but with Dark at the helm, he stayed only a week or so. Mays, who had felt the New York-California divide more deeply than anyone, lamented these developments. Though he was beginning his 4th year in San Francisco, he was not yet part of that city. I had the feeling that I was on one side of the Golden Gate Bridge, the side closer to New York, and that the rest of the Giants, the new ones who had joined the team since the move in 1958, were on the other side, along with the local writers. That Willie and Marguerite were having difficulties was hardly a surprise. But in January, the first concrete evidence of their growing estrangement was reported. Willie packed his clothes and his record player and left their home in New Rochelle. The house itself now held 5 people. In addition to Willie, Marguerite, and Michael, Marguerite's daughter Billy was there. So too was one of Willie's half-brothers, William McMorris, whom Willie and Marguerite raised for a number of years. After Willie left the house, Marguerite conceded to reporters that there had been some frictions between them, but she would not say if they were divorcing. She had little information about her husband. "I don't know where Willie is," she said. "I don't know where to tell you to look for him. If you want any details, ask him. I don't expect to see him, at least not very soon." Mays had gone to Birmingham, where he lived in a hotel for a month, spent time with his friends, and tried to clear his head. He did not consult with his father, who had followed his son to San Francisco in 1958 and was living in an apartment there. Willie kept in touch with Marguerite, and by spring training they decided to reunite, with Marguerite and Michael traveling to Phoenix. Willie tried to diffuse speculation about his marriage in a Saturday Evening Post interview. "Why is it every time my wife and I have a fight, rumors start we're getting divorced?" he asked. "For 4 years, all I've read and heard is that our marriage is over, and I think these stories ought to stop. If married people don't fight, they don't love each other. I don't even believe in separation. If you're going to have a separation, get a divorce and get it over with." He said that he went to Birmingham only because Marguerite's family was spending so much time at the house. Leaving was his way of conveying his desire to be with her. News reports suggested that Willie was upset at Marguerite's expensive tastes, so Willie was asked if she spent too much. "I think all wives do," he said. "But in my case, it's been my own fault. I would say I'm just growing up. I've always been the type of guy who would say fine whenever she said she wanted something. I was making money. It would come easy and go easy." Mays, who would turn 30 in a few months, said his free spending could no longer be sustained. "I'm beginning to realize that I'm only going to play maybe 5-6 more years. I've got to start accumulating money right now and begin adjusting myself to a lower bracket. A lot of money was wasted. I had people always trying to live off me." He said his house in New Rochelle was part of the problem, It's too big for us, he said. It's $150 a month just to get the grass cut on an acre and a half. 15 rooms and 7 bedrooms for 5 people is too much. The surplus rooms were a metaphor for the marriage. Willie and Marguerite liked watching television, but different shows. He preferred westerns and action, she mysteries and love stories. So they watched on separate TVs in separate rooms. Their worlds rarely overlapped, and there was no reconciliation. On July 10th, Marguerite filed a maintenance suit in Superior Court in San Francisco, seeking to live separate and apart from William Howard Mays. The separation would not come cheap. She asked for $3,500 a month to support herself and their son, plus $15,000 for lawyers' fees, $3,000 for the cost of the suit and accounting expenses, and all community property, including their home in New Rochelle and their rented house on Spruce Street, where Willie lived during the season. She also wanted sole custody of Michael and a restraining order on the Giants paying Willie his salary. In her suit, she charged that Willie was guilty of extreme cruelty and acted in an indifferent, hostile, and arrogant manner. The suit said that Willie had ignored her presence in the home and has spent almost all of his evenings away from home. Marguerite talked to the press in her lawyer's San Francisco office, where she complained that her well-tailored gray suit, red hat, and matching red gloves were 3 years old, and virtually all that Willie had given her for almost half of their marriage was food money. When he's home. This has been building up almost from the time we were married on Valentine's Day, 1955, she said. Her lawsuit contended that she had been a loyal and devoted wife, but have been rebuffed on each occasion when she has attempted to talk to him. Despite her years of suffering, she said, I think I finally made up my mind last night to take this action. She said she wanted separate maintenance, but she was not seeking a divorce because, according to the Los Angeles Examiner, that was against her Catholic principles. The San Francisco Examiner, showing its capacity to turn a family tragedy into a clumsy joke, wrote in its front-page story, Willie Mays, who scored the winning run in Tuesday's All-Star game, was thrown out at home yesterday. Credit for the put-out goes to his wife of 5 years. The following week, Willie appeared in court with his lawyer, Bergen Van Brunt, and during the hearing, the lawyer delivered some startling news. Willie was broke. Part of the problem, he said, was that Marguerite spends his money as fast as he earns it. His wife is very extravagant. She orders things like $400 shoes and $8,000 mink coats and the like. Marguerite denied the claim. Van Brunt said he had spoken to the Giants' treasurer, Edgar P. Feely, who had reviewed Willie's finances. I don't have the exact figures, Feely told Van Brunt, but it looks to me as if Willie doesn't have anything left. In addition to Mays' salary, he was making about $15,000 in endorsements for such products as razors and syrup. How Mays could be broke on $100,000 a year was probably more newsworthy and embarrassing than the fracturing of his marriage. Willie and Marguerite agreed to certain temporary arrangements. The Giants would deduct $250 a week from Willie's paycheck for Marguerite. Marguerite could use the couple's 1961 Cadillac, but would have to pay for the gas. Marguerite, when in San Francisco, would occupy their home on Spruce Street, though Willie would pay the rent and the utilities. Marguerite told reporters that Willie could stay in the house when he was in town, but in a separate bedroom. This is a large house, she said. He and I have been occupying separate bedrooms at opposite ends of the house for months and months. Despite Marguerite's criticism, Willie declined to return the attack, or even to defend himself. I wouldn't want to say a thing to hurt her, he said, because she might want to get married in the future, and even if I did know something, I wouldn't say anything about her. Mays did make it clear that he wanted a divorce. I want a clean break. If we're going to separate, then let's separate. His main concern was their son, now 2.5 years old. He's growing up so fast, and soon now he'll want to come to the ballpark to see me play. I want him to be proud of me, and I don't want to spoil that by saying anything about his mother." He added, "I just want to make sure I'll be able to visit him, and he'll be able to spend some time with me. It's very important for a growing boy to have a father around." Another hearing was set for August, and Superior Court Judge Joseph Koresh referred the parties to the Domestic Relations Commissioner, Mary Malone. But both Marguerite and Willie said they were not interested in reconciliation. After the July hearing, Mays went to Candlestick Park and hit a home run in his first at-bat against the Phillies. It turned out that Willie's financial problems were worse than initially stated. In August, his lawyer and financial advisor in New York, Edward Rossini, testified before Judge Koresh that Willie was deep in debt. Over the years, the Giants had been advancing him money against future income, so he currently owed the team $65,200. He was also $8,641 in debt to the federal government and to the states of New York and California. Rossini said that Mays had hired him in 1957 as his financial advisor, but "My job was more like that of a scorekeeper." For example, Rossini said, in 1957, Mays had a gross income of $42,555 and expenditures of $34,234. Presumably, that did not include the sale of Marguerite's home in New York and the purchase of the $37,500 house on Miraloma. The following year, he more than doubled his income to $90,537, while paying out $88,375. The increase in income, Rossini said, resulted from an advance from the Giants. The pattern continued. In 1959, Mays earned $60,269, while spending $60,667. In 1960, his income was $108,582. Outflow, $101,532. Asked by Judge Koresh if the Mayses were living beyond their means, Rossini said, "Way, way beyond their means." He said the Giants were now paying Willie $1,900 a month, out of which he gives Marguerite $1,000, while paying the rent on his San Francisco home and the mortgage on his New Rochelle residence. As the Examiner wrote, "This would seem to leave Willie with little more than money with which to buy the gum that he chews constantly while on the diamond." Granted, Willie's lawyer and advisor were trying to paint the bleakest picture possible to minimize his own financial exposure, though Marguerite's lawyer apparently did not present any evidence to contradict the image of a man on the financial brink. Whatever the precise numbers, the hardship was real, and Willie held the unfortunate distinction of being the highest-paid player in baseball, while being in debt to his own team as well as the government. If Marguerite thought the public hearings and her charges would gain her support, she was wrong. Newspaper articles referred to her as sultry and fashion-conscious. She purred on the telephone, lived in a posh home in New Rochelle, and had 2 previous divorces. In photographs, she looked regal but icy. Nothing suggested deprivation. She was also erratic. In September, she told the Examiner that she was withdrawing the maintenance suit and instead hoped to work something out with Willie. Then in January, she filed for a Mexican divorce in Juarez. These were popular at the time among celebrities, though their validity was always in dispute. Marguerite appeared before the judge in Juarez, wearing a full-length white mink coat and 3 diamond rings. She asked for a divorce on the grounds of incompatibility of characters. Marguerite's jaunt to Mexico did little more than annoy Judge Koresh. Divorce papers were eventually filed in San Francisco. The maintenance suit was withdrawn, and a settlement was reached in May 1962. Under the agreement, Willie and Marguerite would sell the house in New Rochelle to pay off debts. Willie would pay Marguerite $15,000 a year, $10,000 in alimony, and $5,000 in child support. That figure was later reduced to $10,000 total when the judge gave Willie more time with Michael. Willie absorbed other related costs, including more than $6,000 in fees and expenses for Marguerite's lawyer, and $950 for her financial counsel. In addition, he would cover a bill of $1,696.70 for her private eye. Willie was paying for the man who spied on him. He initially lost custody of their son, but eventually got him half the time. In later discussing the divorce, Mays said, "I don't blame anybody but ourselves for what went wrong. Basically, Marguerite had trouble adjusting to my way of living, and I guess I didn't adjust to hers. But being a celebrity is no help in either direction." Through it all, Willie never said an unkind word about Marguerite. Not then, not ever. His friends, who had warned him from the outset, were not as forgiving. Even privately, Willie rarely mentions the experience, and when he does, he tries to find something positive, such as that Marguerite broadened his world by showing him places that he would have never seen. But the divorce left him alone and shaken. "When I was first divorced," he said, "it was very lonely. The first 2 months it was bad." Already wary of outsiders, always skeptical of their motives, Mays now had more reason to retreat. "When you trust someone, and all of a sudden that someone betrays you," he says, "it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. It makes it hard for the next person to come along." For all the references to Mays as a loner, he actually wanted family or friends nearby. A year after his divorce, he spoke openly about his desire to marry again because, he said, "I like that kind of life. I've always had a big family around me. I love kids around." But the marriage had reinforced his insecurities about his own celebrity, raised doubts about why people actually liked him, and made him want to disassociate himself from his own fame. "Once I find the right kind of girl," he said, "a girl who wants to be with me because I'm me, not because I play ball, I feel I'll get married in a hurry." He found someone soon enough, but it was a long time before he would trust again. Whatever was happening to Mays off the field, he never brought it inside the ballpark. Few of his teammates knew anything of his personal life unless they read it in the newspaper, and Mays's performance was rarely impaired by the collapse of his marriage or his financial stress. "Lots of times," he later said, "when things were the worst for me personally, playing hard helped take my mind off my troubles." In 1961, he was hoping for a blockbuster start to help Dark, but that caused him to press. At the end of April, the Giants traveled to Milwaukee for 3 games, and in the opener they faced Warren Spahn. 40 years old, and in his 19th season, he was good as ever and threw a no-hitter. The Giants won the following game, wrapping 15 hits, but Mays took the collar and had struck out 3 times in the past 2 games. He was now in a 10-for-40 rut and was hitting .291. Whenever his batting average fell below 300, it was, in the eyes of some San Franciscans, a national emergency. He only had 2 home runs for the month. Mays typically roomed alone, but Dark granted no favors, so he roomed with McCovey. After beating the Braves on a Saturday night, they took a walk and brought some barbecued spare ribs back to the hotel, where they ate them for a midnight snack, watched some television, and turned in. But Mays woke up at 3 a.m. vomiting. He collapsed on the floor and briefly passed out. McCovey called Doc Bowman, who soon arrived. "I was really scared," McCovey recalls. "I was pleading not to let him die." Bowman gave Mays some sleeping pills, and Willie made it through the night fitfully. When he went to County Stadium the next day, April 30th, he felt horrible. Joe Amalfitano, the utility infielder for the Giants, saw how bad he looked. "You going to play today?" he asked. Mays said no. "I was up all night." "If you play at 75%, Amalfitano said, "you're better than most." "The way I've been playing, maybe I should take the day off." Amalfitano had an idea. Each player had his own bats, and Mays's were 34-ounce Adirondacks with a tapered handle and a thick barrel with the weight at the end. But Mays hadn't been using them because he thought they were too light, and had been swinging a 35-ounce bat instead. Amalfitano had been using the 34-ouncer in batting practice and thought the ball jumped off the wood, so he handed one to Mays. "Well, why don't you use this bat?" he said. "It's got a lot of wood in it." Dark then came along and asked Mays how he felt. Mays said not so great, but as long as he had a bat in his hand, he decided to take his cuts in the cage. It seemed everything he hit went into the stands. "You can always tell if a bat has good wood in it," he later said. "It rings when you hit the ball well." He decided he would play. The game would be the 1,234th of his career, on a sunny day before 13,114 people, and it would be televised on NBC's Game of the Week, though blacked out in San Francisco. Even if he'd been feeling well, Mays had no reason to believe he'd have a good day. In addition to his recent struggles at the plate, he'd never had much luck in County Stadium. Of the opposing ballparks that he'd played in at least 6 seasons through 1960, he had his second-worst home run total in Milwaukee. Only in Philadelphia had he hit fewer. And County Stadium, at 402 feet to center and 392 feet in the power alleys, was no bandbox. Starting for the Braves was Lou Burdett, one of the league's better right-handed starters, who had averaged 20 wins over the past 3 seasons. He was a control pitcher who could throw a fastball, a curve, and a slider. He also had a spitter. Mays, batting third, faced Burdett in the first inning with the bases empty. Burdett threw a slider, and Mays socked it 420 feet to dead center for a home run. In the bottom of the first, Hank Aaron, the Braves center fielder, outdid his counterpart with a 3-run homer. In the top of the fourth, shortstop Jose Pagan hit his first homer of the year. Then Mays came to bat with a runner on first. This time Burdett threw a hard sinker, and Mays scorched it 400 feet to left center for a 2-run homer, which also gave the Giants the lead. The Giants pitcher Billy Lowe's settled down and retired 14 in a row before giving up another hit, a second homer by Aaron. A player who hits 2 homers in one game might have merited attention, but not on this day. The Giants went on a long ball binge in the 4th inning. Orlando Cepeda and Felipe Alou both hit homers, while Pagan knocked his second. Mays led off the 5th against Mo Drabowski and lined out to center. But in the 6th, he came to the plate with runners on first and third, with Seth Moorhead now on the mound. The lefty tried to jam Mays with a slider, but the ball caught too much of the plate. Mays turned, and his 34-ounce bat flashed across the strike zone. Crack! It did indeed have good wood. The ball traveled over the highest row of the left field bleachers and landed in a picnic area beyond. The estimated distance? 480 feet. In his game story, Einstein breathlessly described it as one of the longest home runs any human ever hit. Mays could remember only one other hit in St. Louis that might have gone farther. Mays felt as though he were getting stronger as the day progressed. In the 8th, the Braves inserted Don McMahon, a right-hander, and Mays came to the plate with a runner on third. 3 years before, when the front-running Giants came to Milwaukee in July, the Braves swept the series, and McMahon had struck out Mays with men on base to help secure one of the wins. He may have been thinking of that at-bat when first baseman Joe Adcock called time. "I walked to the mound," Adcock later recalled, "and I told McMahon, 'Don't let this guy hit the ball this time.' McMahon said, 'Don't worry, I got him.' So I got back to first base, and on the next pitch, Mays hits the darndest screaming line drive you ever saw." The ball sailed 430 feet into the top row of the bleachers. The Milwaukee fans cheered as Mays circled the bases. An announcement came over the loudspeaker that with 4 home runs in one game, Mays had tied a major league record. 8 other players, including Lou Gehrig, had reached that mark. Mays knew that he was now part of baseball history, but if he got one more chance, he could hold the record by himself. Mays was due up 5th in the top of the 9th. and George Brunette was pitching. The leadoff hitter, Pagan, singled, but the next two hitters were retired. Jim Davenport needed to reach base, but with Mays on deck, he grounded out. The crowd booed. The Giants won 14-4. They hit 8 home runs, tying the Major League record. Including Aaron's, there were 10 in all, tying a National League record. The lead of the Milwaukee Journal's game story read, "The best thing that could be said about the Braves Sunday was that none of them got hurt." The previous game, the Giants had hit 5 long balls and scoring 7 runs. It was as if the Giants were avenging Spahn's no-hitter to start the series. Mays' hitting line was 4 for 5, with 4 homers, 4 runs scored, and 8 RBIs. He also made the best catch of the game. That it was seen on national television added to the moment. In interviews after the game, he could barely contain his joy. "Man, after you get 2 in a game, you don't start looking for a third one," he said. "I've hit 2 in a game before, and 3 once, but that was in an exhibition. Sure, this was my best game, and it was my biggest thrill in baseball, too. The biggest day for me before this? What difference does it make? Second best don't mean anything. No, my best game wasn't one of those catches I made in the World Series, because I don't count fielding. That's always been easy for me." Asked about his near opportunity in the 9th inning, Mays offered a revealing answer. "Honestly," he said, "I might not have done a thing. I knew what I had done. I heard it over the loudspeakers. I had the greatest day of my career. I probably will never have another like it. If I'd gone up again, I might have pressed, gone for the home run. And when you press, you're dead." The day produced 2 memorable photographs, both from the Giants' locker room. One featured Mays, a huge smile on his face, holding 4 baseballs in his massive right hand. The other showed him eating his post-game meal, barbecued spare ribs. Mays used the magic bat in the next series in Chicago, but he broke it on a single. Amalfitano grabbed it and put it in his locker, but after the game, it was gone. A search yielded nothing. Someone had stolen the historic bat. Amalfitano blamed himself, though Mays didn't hold him responsible. He was just glad that his teammate had helped him. More than 30 years later, the two men saw each other at spring training, and while watching a game, Amalfitano reminded Mays of the mishap. "I feel terrible about that bat," he said. "That's okay," Mays said. "Hey, what were you going to do with it anyway? Give it to the Hall of Fame?" "No, I was going to give it to you." Maybe it was the return of Alvin Dark and the other New York Giants, or the increased presence of the New York Riders, but Mays made several plays in 1961 that stirred memories of his earlier years. There was another big throw, like the peg 10 years before that nailed Billy Cox at the plate. But this one, from 300 feet, gunned down the Dodgers' Maury Wills, who was trying to score on a sacrifice. There was another over-the-shoulder catch, this one at Candlestick. A photograph shows Mays closing in on the fence, his number 24 facing home plate, his glove outstretched, in almost the exact same position as in 1954. Dark said this catch was better, and Mays, noting the wind, agreed, though no throw was necessary. But the most poignant memories of yesteryear occurred when the Giants actually went to New York to play an exhibition game against the Yankees. 4 years after they left for California, their return was hailed as a homecoming. But in truth, it was a rekindling of a baseball love affair. New Yorkers had tried to follow their Giants by listening to Les Kiter on the radio, or by watching the occasional televised game. But now, finally, they could see Willie in person. Fog rolled across New York on the night that the Giants were to fly in from Cincinnati, diverting their landing to Idlewild Airport, later named John F. Kennedy International Airport. They didn't reach their hotel until after 4 a.m., and they woke up on July 24th to a driving summer rainstorm. Mays assumed the weather would limit the crowd. Further, the game was going to be televised. He was also uncertain about his reception. New York, he believed, was now Mickey's town. San Francisco wasn't Siberia, but he felt far removed from the country's media mecca, and he would be playing in Yankee Stadium, not the Polo Grounds. The Yankees had scheduled a home run contest before the game. Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris against Cepeda and Mays. It might have been a dramatic way for Mays to reintroduce himself, but the rain canceled it, and the game itself, to start at 7:55 p.m., appeared in doubt. A delay had already been announced, and the club waited in the locker room. "We'll never play tonight," Dark said. Someone told him if he stepped outside he would change his mind, so he walked down the runway into the visiting dugout and looked. Wow. He saw the people in the stands. There would be 47,346. The rain finally turned to mist, and the game began an hour late. But first came the starting lineups. "Ladies and gentlemen," said the Yankee announcer, "for the Giants at second base, number 14, Joe Amalfitano." The cheering started. "Number 7, Harvey Keene, right field." It got louder. "Number 41, Matty Alou, left field." And louder. "Number 24, Will—" The crowd stood and roared, drowning out the rest of the order. Einstein wrote, "An unbroken, throat-swelling peal of adulation sprang from the hearts of giant-starved New Yorkers. It rolled and volleyed off the great tiering of this triple-decked palace, and against the vague outline of the Bronx County Courthouse, looming in the gray-black mist out beyond the huge scoreboard in right center field. They rocked and tottered and shouted and stamped and sang. It was joy and love and welcome, and you never heard a cascade of sound quite like it." Mays was frozen, overwhelmed, and in tears. In the record books, 1961 is the year of Mays's 4 homers in one game, of leading the league in runs scored with 129, of his best home run, 40, and RBI, 123, totals in 6 seasons, of 2 All-Star games, and 1 Gold Glove, and of helping Alvin Dark restore credibility to the Giants, 85 and 69 for third place. It is also the year of the caustic fallout from a bad marriage, Mays's name ridiculed in newspapers and in court, his tongue forever silent. And it's the year that Willie Mays returned to New York, where he led the Giants to a 4-1 victory with a game-winning single. He drew what amounted to a continuous ovation whenever he was on the field, the Sporting News wrote. And at times it thundered louder than the turbulent storms which almost had washed away the game. It was a glorious moment. New York, Willie later said, hadn't forgotten me. Chapter 24. Acceptance at Last. Walking into the batter's box is an act of faith, for in no other sport does a player rely on the sufferance, the mercy of another, as a hitter relies on a pitcher. Dangers are embedded in other sports, the wayward punch in boxing, the late hit in football. But nothing compares to the life-or-death peril of a rising fastball. In 1920, at the Polo Grounds, in one of the most infamous moments in baseball history, the Cleveland Indians' Ray Chapman faced Carl Mays, a submariner with the Yankees. An 0-1 fastball struck Chapman flush in the temple and fractured his skull, spilling blood out of his ears, nose, and mouth. He was rushed to a hospital and surgery was performed, but he died 12 hours later. Beanballs and brushbacks were part of the game, but some of the dangers were lessened when batters began wearing helmets in 1952. By the early 1960s, most major leaguers wore the hard hat, which offered more safety, but also had the perverse effect of increasing the number of knockdown pitches. After all, the hitter now had protection. But the pitchers were endangering so many batters that umpire Jocko Conlon commented that hitters should try some old Ty Cobb tricks. Bunt the ball down the first baseline and spike the pitcher as he fields it, or push a bunt to the right side, forcing the pitcher to cover first, then bulldoze him with a football block. I don't see these things being done nowadays, Conlon told the Saturday Evening Post in 1961. Willie Mays found the batting helmet uncomfortable and wouldn't wear one. He thought he hit better without it, and was certain he could elude any pitch to his head. His stubbornness infuriated the Giants, who feared for his safety as well as their investment. No one tracks knockdown pitches, but there was little doubt in San Francisco about which player dodged the most heaters each year, and who took the greatest risk every time he stepped into the box. The man who was in the dirt more than any other was Willie Mays, said Hobie Landreth, a catcher who played in the majors for 14 years, 3 with the Giants. He's up and down like a yo-yo, the Examiner wrote in 1962. Nobody over a season is asked to eat more dirt. Mays was targeted because he was so good, and no one aimed at him more often than Don Drysdale. In his rookie season, 1956, the tall right-hander threw a high, hard one that Mays easily ducked. But the next pitch was another fastball at his chin, and Mays, who had dug in, barely avoided getting hit. Drysdale's teammate was Sal Magley, who had instructed Drysdale on how to pitch Mays. "You have to throw at him twice," he had said. "The first time, Mays anticipates it. The second time, he doesn't." Drysdale's excuses were not terribly convincing. In a game in 1960, he knocked Mays down in the first and hit him in the sixth. Afterward, he told reporters, "I was just wild. The wind had something to do with carrying my pitches offline." After Bill Rigney accused Magley of throwing at Mays, Magley said, "That's a damn lie. I never threw at Willie. Maybe I brushed him back with a hard one under the chin once in a while, but I never tried to flatten him. I wouldn't do a thing like that to Willie." Mays believed that the brushbacks were a sign of respect, and even said that if he were pitching, he would knock himself down as well. However, he wanted his own pitchers to protect him, and he became incensed when they didn't. On opening day 1966, a Cub pitcher threw at Mays's head. The Cubs were now managed by Leo DeRocher, who presumably ordered the knockdown. Mays wanted his pitcher, Juan Marichal, to retaliate against Cub star Ernie Banks, but Marichal would only throw a looper over his head. After the game, a Giant radio announcer wanted to interview Mays and Marichal together, but Mays said, "Fuck it, use Marichal." "You don't want to go on?" the announcer asked. "Not with him," Mays said. Marichal was coming off a suspension from the previous year and was in no position to start this one with a beanball. In time, Mays cooled down and apologized. Mays never publicly accused other pitchers of throwing at him, and would rarely yell at the pitcher or make a threatening gesture. Curly Grieve, the Examiner's sports editor, wrote in 1961, "He's such a nice guy that he even refuses to complain when he spends half the game on the seat of his pants." A photograph of Mays from a 1961 game shows him on his butt in the batter's box, his cap off his head, his mouth wide open, as if he's screaming in shock. A fastball by the Dodgers' Larry Sherry had nearly brained him. The Chronicle's Art Rosenbaum wrote, "Normally when Willie is decked, he bounces right up. This time he backed off, shook his head, talked to the umpire and the catcher, walked over to the on-deck circle to discuss it with Willie McCovey, rosined his hands, and finally took his place in the batter's box. I was leaning in when the ball came at me," Willie said later. "Man, that was as close as they come." Rather than impugning the pitcher, he blamed himself. For all his self-confidence, Mays was lucky he was never beamed or seriously injured by a pitch. He had plenty of close calls, and during spring training in 1962, Dark required that Mays wear a helmet. Mays reluctantly complied. "I'll wear it until it falls off," he said. Major League Baseball did not mandate helmets until 1971, though most players wore them by then. Ear flaps were required in 1983. It may be just a coincidence, but the first year that Mays wore the helmet, he was hit by 4 pitches, which equaled the most times he'd been hit in a season. The 1960s saw the major leagues continue to expand, not just into new markets, but also with completely new franchises. For almost 60 years, both leagues had had 8 teams with an Eastern bias. By the end of the 1960s, each league had 2 divisions with 6 clubs apiece. The National League with squads from Atlanta to San Diego to Montreal. The American League with entries in Oakland and Seattle. But for Willie Mays, the most meaningful addition was the New York Mets, created in 1962, which brought the National League back to New York and one of Mays's most devoted fans back into the game. After Joan Whitney Payson, the heiress with a 9% stake in the Giants, failed to persuade Stoneham to sell her the team so she could keep it in New York, she promised to bring Willie back to New York. Just 5 years later, she was the principal owner of the New York Mets, whose uniforms paid homage to both the Dodgers and the Giants. The Mets' blue lettering was Dodger blue, their orange trim was Giant orange, and their curling NY cap logo evoked that of the Giants. The Mets even played in the Polo Grounds until their new stadium was built. Payson, whose first love was actually horse racing, had retained her equity interest in the Giants, but was required to dispose of it after becoming the principal owner of the Mets. So she offered Stoneham her stock, valued at $680,000, and in return, she wanted Willie Mays. Payson was not supposed to be involved in personnel decisions, but Met President George Weiss didn't object. "Who wouldn't approve of a deal for Mays?" he said. "I felt it would have been a 10 strike had we been able to get him." Stoneham said no. The New York Hospital, on whose board of trustees Payson sat, got the stock instead, and San Francisco kept Mays. It was fitting that in the year New York returned to the National League, the Giants and the Dodgers restaged their storied pennant clash of 1951. And just as that year was Mays's debut in New York, 1962 was a breakthrough season for him with the San Francisco fans. But it was also a year when the pressures got the better of him. Mays knocked a home run in his first at-bat, but otherwise began the year tepidly, hitting under .270 when the day began on April 17th. The Giants had a game at Candlestick against the Dodgers, but due to a court hearing for his divorce, Mays got to the stadium in the second inning. Dark decided to keep him on the bench. It was only the 8th game of the season, and the crowd had no idea why he wasn't playing. He finally pinch hit in the 7th inning with the bases loaded, and struck out. Then, with 2 outs in the 9th, and the Dodgers ahead 8-7, Mays batted with the tying run on base, but popped out to end the game. The fans booed him with gusto. Leo DeRocher, now a bench coach for the Dodgers, said after the game, "I don't want to manage Dark's club for him, but I gotta say that if I've got Mays in the ballpark, I've got to play him. There were 2 balls we hit for extra bases that Willie would have caught. What do you want him on the bench for? There are too many ways he can beat you." Asked why Mays was on the bench, Dark declined to comment. He knew that Mays was upset over the court proceedings, but, as Einstein noted, if he had known how upset, he wouldn't have used him even as a pinch hitter. The Giants then traveled to Milwaukee and Cincinnati, and in 5 games, Mays went 3 for 18, dropping his average to .217. The pressure that Mays always put on himself was amplified with his ongoing divorce and deteriorating finances. This was his 5th season in San Francisco, the equivalent of the time he had spent in New York, and the booze still cut him to the bone. He would dream about one of his most persistent hecklers, a guy who sat behind home plate who would always scream, "Hey, pop up Mays!" On the road he roomed alone, and his solitude had always been a source of comfort. He could sleep late, avoid restaurants, invite in those he wanted to see, nap, revive. But after a game one night, he suddenly felt isolated and distraught. He thought about his son, his boy. How could he be a father to Michael as Kat had been to him? Maybe he should have fought for sole custody. But he was a ball player, on the road more than at home. What kind of life was that? Willie started to cry. He couldn't sleep. He got out of bed and called Dark. "I have the shakes," Mays said. Dark told him to come up to his room. When he arrived, Doc Bowman was there, and he gave Mays some sleeping pills. "Sleep here tonight in that other bed, Willie," Dark said. They talked for a bit, and he fell asleep. Dark later said, "I thought the pressure on Mays was greater that year than ever before in his career, even more than 1954 when we won the pennant. I don't think he felt like he was under much pressure then. We had other leaders on the club, and he was much younger. But in 1962, he's a more mature guy, and now he's expected to carry the ball club." Mays rebounded. After his average fell to .211 on April 27th, he hit safely in 10 straight games, ripping 6 home runs, 2 doubles, and a triple, with 14 runs scored and 14 RBIs. His average rose to .309. By May 26th, the Giants were in first place, with a record of 31-14. They were clearly a different team. After Cepeda's big season the previous year, Dark decided to have him play first base and switch McCovey to the outfield, which was not without risk. The running gag was that McCovey didn't need a glove to play the outfield, just a blindfold and a cigarette. But even playing in only 91 games, he hit 20 home runs and was second on the club in slugging percentage, behind Mays, with the 2 Willies, Mays and McCovey, the Alou brothers, Felipe and Matty, and Harvey Keene. The Giants now had more lumber in the outfield than any team in baseball. Third baseman Jim Davenport, sports writers said, was so quiet you forgot he was even there. A fifth-year starter, he had battled injuries throughout, from a broken collarbone to bleeding ulcers. But he stayed healthy in 1962, played in the All-Star game, and won an overdue Gold Glove. The most frequent complaint of the Giants since moving to San Francisco was its lack of leadership. But the acquisitions of Keene and Ed Bailey in 1961, 2 veterans, eased that problem. On the mound, Juan Marichal was trying to rebound from an injury-plagued sophomore season. During spring training, his homeland, the Dominican Republic, was in turmoil following the assassination of its ruler the previous year. Among those in peril was Marichal's fiancée, Alma Rosa, and her entire family. Marichal asked if he could leave camp to marry her so he could bring her back to America. Dark agreed, even giving him 2 plane tickets. When Marichal returned, he asked Mays what he could do to compensate Dark. "Win," Mays replied. Marichal was the Giants' ace for the rest of the decade. If Mays wasn't a vocal leader, he still provided a steadying hand, which he used to minimize the growing tensions between Dark and Cepeda. Cepeda had already clashed with Rigney, who, after leaving the Giants, had claimed that Cepeda's reluctance to play the outfield had cost the Giants 1 or possibly 2 pennants. Cepeda said Rigney lacked the guts to be a manager. When Dark took over, he made several moves that antagonized some of the black and Latin players. He believed the team's 3 factions, whites, blacks, and Latins, needed to spend more time together. So in spring training, he changed the lockers so there was more intermingling. But the social engineering didn't go over well with the players, and Dark restored the previous locker assignments. Another idea of Dark's was even less popular. He posted a sign at spring training that read, "Speak English, you're in America." He called a meeting of the Latin players behind second base and said that the other Giants were complaining that they didn't understand what the Latin players were saying. There were almost a dozen Latins, and many of them, including Cepeda, viewed the edict as an insult. The Alou brothers, there were now 3 in camp, thought it odd to speak among themselves in what was to them a foreign language. The rule was unenforceable, and Dark dropped that one as well. Cepeda held out in spring training in 1962. He had earned $30,000 in 1961 and was demanding, the reports varied, either $50,000 or $60,000. He got $46,000. But the delay angered Dark, who, like other managers at the time, took holdouts personally. Cepeda, meanwhile, resented Dark's refusal to allow players to bring music into the clubhouse, believing it targeted the Latin players. The simmering feud came to a head in Milwaukee on August 19th, a Sunday. The Giants were to leave the Pfister Hotel by bus at 11:15 a.m. Shortly after 11, most of the players, including Cepeda and Dark, were on the bus. Then Cepeda was told that some friends, a Puerto Rican family with whom he had lived in Minneapolis, were here to see him. Cepeda got off the bus and, as he recalls it, embraced his friends and kissed the daughter who had a light complexion. That Dark didn't approve of interracial dating or displays of affection was no secret to reporters. He openly threatened to separate such couples who were nuzzling on the street. When Dark saw Cepeda kissing his friend's daughter, he got angry, according to Cepeda, and told the driver, "Let's go, Bussy." According to an eyewitness, the driver cranked up the motor, and that's when Willie Mays spoke up. He said, "It's not time to leave yet, it's still early." So the driver cut the engine, and Cepeda finally got back on. Most of the people on that bus didn't even notice what happened. In his autobiography, Baby Bull, Cepeda criticized Mays for not speaking out on behalf of Latin players. But Mays's only concern was keeping the Giants focused and together. In this case, had the bus left Cepeda behind, the division between Dark and Cepeda, and probably the other Latin players, would have widened, damaging the team in the midst of a pennant race. Later, Dark said he didn't recall the bus incident. He did, however, scratch Cepeda from the starting lineup that day, which Cepeda viewed as retribution. At 31, Mays still weighed 185 pounds with a 32-inch waist and a finely honed body. "I've seen 800 guys with their shirts off," says Tim McCarver, whose major league career began in 1959, and the two people who stood out were Willie Mays and Stan Musial. What defined their backs were the groups of muscles around their shoulders. They looked like they worked in the mines. If Mays's size hadn't changed, he did look different. His face was no longer young, his afro was longer. When he was happy, his eyes and smile still radiated joy. But when he was worried, every feature seemed to shift into a brooding, tight-lipped expression. Just as his mobile features exaggerated his innocence, they amplified his heartache. His high-pitched laughter could still pierce the air, but his glare could be intimidating. To some in the press corps, Mays hadn't changed at all. When he made his first trip to the Polo Grounds to face the Mets on June 2, 1962, a reporter asked him if he could speak with him. Mays didn't understand the question. "I used to have to ask DeRocher if it was all right to ask you a question," the reporter explained. "I can talk for myself now," Mays said. His return to the Polo Grounds was an echo of the previous year's exhibition at Yankee Stadium. The fans carried "Say Hey Willie" signs and brought their bugles and horns to cheer him. The Giant players had begun to call Cepeda Big Man, so when Mays received a mighty roar before the game had even begun, Gary Schumacher, standing at the batting cage, nodded toward Cepeda and said, "The big man just discovered who the big man really is." Mays responded by hitting 3 home runs in a 4-game sweep. He found the experience strange. He had never been in the visitors' locker room before. But as Arthur Daly of the New York Times wrote, "The center field turf at the Polo Grounds looks normal this weekend for the first time in almost 5 years. Willie has come home. It matters not that he is in an alien uniform. Here is the unforgettable hero from the past, the darling of the gallery gods. They loved him then, and that deep affection, smoldering during his absence, blazed into full flame at his return." The first time the Dodgers played the Mets, Duke Snider was asked how it felt to play again in the Polo Grounds. "The place is full of ghosts," he said. "Dead ghosts?" "Live ghosts," Snider said. "I keep looking up and seeing Willie catching a long one." Mays got into one fight in his major league career. It occurred on May 27, 1962, at Candlestick, and it was over in seconds. It also could have ended his playing days. The game was against the woebegone Mets. The day before, against the same team, Mays had 3 hits, including 2 homers and 3 RBIs. In the first inning the following day, Met pitcher Roger Craig decked him twice. In the top of the seventh, Cepeda was playing first base when his throw to second for an attempted force-out hit the runner in the back of the head, sending him to the hospital for x-rays. In the bottom of the seventh, after Mays singled, Craig hit Cepeda with a pitch. Cepeda took several steps toward the mound, bat in hand, then stopped himself, threw the bat away, and headed for first, where Alvin Dark waited to calm him down. Cepeda and Craig continued to bait each other, until Cepeda lit after him, but he was dragged down from behind by Dark, momentarily preventing a brawl. When play resumed, Craig alternated throws to first and second, trying to pick off Cepeda or Mays. On his first throw to second, he rifled the ball right on the bag and narrowly missed Mays's head. On the next throw to second, Mays slid hard into shortstop Elio Chacon. As he was getting off the ground, the infielder began punching him. Mays, according to Chacon, had spiked him the year before, and he said Mays had done it again, so he started the fight. Unfortunately for Chacon, he was only 5'9" and 163 pounds. Dark said that Mays eats guys like Chacon for breakfast. In this case, a 4-photo sequence shows what happened. Mays was initially surprised by the punches. Then the two men stood face to face as Mays clasped his right hand around Chacon's back. Next, he lifted Chacon off the ground like a sack of flour as second baseman Felix Mantilla came over to help. And then he drove Chacon into Mantilla, landing on top of them both. As the Sporting News reported, Chacon bounced on the ground like a rag doll, Mays sprawling on top, fists still flying. Cepeda and Craig then began pummeling each other near second base as the dugouts and bullpens emptied. For triggering the Donnybrook, Chacon was the only player ejected. He was also fined $100. Mays said after the game, "Yeah, my first fight, and I hope my last one. Heck, I didn't want to hurt the kid." During the melee, however, somebody's spikes ripped through Mays' stockings and scraped across the Achilles tendon of the right heel. "Willie," Doc Bowman said, "is a lucky boy. He was wearing 2 pair of white sanitary stockings, and perhaps they saved him. A little bit deeper cut, and Willie's Achilles tendon could have been severed. Those spikes had to be razor sharp to make that slash." Mays also suffered an abrasion over his left eye when the Mets' Gil Hodges pulled him off Chacon. The game itself was the first of a doubleheader. Mays played in the nightcap and got 2 hits. If any club seemed like a team of destiny, it was the Los Angeles Dodgers of 1962. It was their first season in beautiful Dodger Stadium, drawing 2.7 million fans, a major league record. Shortstop Maury Wills stole 104 bases, shattering Ty Cobb's 1915 single-season total of 96. The last time a National League player had swiped more than 50 a year was 1916. The Dodgers had the best young outfield in baseball, Tommy Davis, who, after Mays, was the league's best all-around performer, Willie Davis, perhaps the game's fastest runner, and Frank Howard, one of the game's biggest players, 6'7", 250 pounds. Leading the pitching staff was Don Drysdale, who with 25 wins would capture the Cy Young Award, and Sandy Koufax, in the second season of his brilliant 6-year run. Starting on May 10th, the Dodgers and Giants would be numbers 1 and 2 in the standings for the rest of the year. But the Dodgers, winning 17 of 19 games during one stretch that began in May, appeared unstoppable. And they probably wouldn't have been stopped had Koufax not injured the index finger on his pitching hand on July 17th. At the time, he was 14-4, with a 2.06 ERA, and was also leading the league in strikeouts. But he was lost for most of the rest of the year, and didn't win another game. With no other teams in contention, the first real Giant-Dodger showdown in California drew national attention. Across the state, according to David Plout's definitive account of the race, the battle shared front-page headlines with the stock market's worst drop since 1929, Israel's execution of the Nazi war criminal Adolf Eichmann, and Project Mercury space flights. When the Giants swept 3 from the Dodgers in August, thanks in part to Alvin Dark's watering down of the base paths at Candlestick. San Francisco narrowed the lead to 2.5 games. While Mays's average hovered around 300, his power numbers were on the rise. On September 10th, he hit his 43rd home run and drove in his 123rd run. With 17 games left, he had already exceeded his long ball totals for all but 1 year, and had equaled or exceeded his RBI numbers for all but 1 year. He was on his way to having one of his best seasons. But the year was different in one respect. With expansion, Major League Baseball had added 8 games, a total of 162, but the season began and ended at the same time. The extra games were therefore squeezed into the same number of days, and with New York and Houston joining the National League, the travel demands increased. Mays never asked for a day off, and despite Dark's promises to rest him, he played in every game. The legal proceedings for his divorce were still ongoing, and that pressure, combined with the lengthy, feverish pennant race, weighed heavily on Mays. He had worn down in past seasons, but not quite like this. It was getting hot in the pennant race, Mays said, but none of us wanted to take a day off. I pushed myself, as I always did. Then one day it got to me. There were warnings. In early August, Mays told Milton Gross, "I've never been so tired." On Sunday, September 9th, during a home game against the Cubs, he felt tired every place in my body, and that fatigue stayed with him the next 2 days. After winning on September 11th, the Giants began an 11-game road trip, a half game behind the Dodgers. On the flight to Cincinnati, Examiner reporter Harry Jupiter saw how drained Mays looked. Mays said, "Next year I ain't going to play no more doubleheaders. I guess I need a day or two off from time to time now if I'm going to keep playing another 8 or 9 years like I want to. All these games with all this traveling, it takes something out of you, no matter how strong you may think you are." They landed in Cincinnati in the middle of a heat wave. The trip from the West Coast was a jolt for everyone used to playing in the cooler air of San Francisco and Los Angeles, rookie pitcher Gaylord Perry said. "I had to change shirts twice that night. And he never even got into the game. The sweat was pouring off me just sitting in the dugout before going out to the bullpen." Mays normally sat in the dugout before the game, but on this night, he cut his batting practice short and headed to the clubhouse. When the game began, he was feeling dizzy, and in the first inning, he struck out. He continued to feel as though he was in a haze, but he didn't want to say anything. Finally, in the top of the 3rd inning, he was sitting on the bench, waiting his turn to bat, when he slumped over, collapsed, and passed out. He was quickly surrounded by his teammates, and when Russ Hodges saw who it was from the radio booth, he had tears in his eyes. Mays was put on a stretcher and carried to the clubhouse, where Doc Bowman estimated that he was unconscious for a few minutes. Others said it was closer to 20 minutes. Bowman used smelling salts to revive him, and when Mays opened his eyes, Bowman asked, "Do you know me?" Mays replied, "Sure." Bowman offered him some water. "What's wrong with me?" Mays asked. "It's all right, Buck, you just fainted. How do you feel now?" "I just feel like I don't want to move. I can move, but I don't want to move." The Reds' team physician, Dr. George Ballou, examined Mays and initially thought he just needed some rest, then decided he should go to Christ Hospital. Still, the doctor downplayed the severity of the incident. "Anybody who has played all these games would be tired," he said. "The Reds are tired, the Giants are tired, the managers, the coaches, they're all tired. I don't think Mays' condition is serious at all. I believe he'll be all right and should be playing tomorrow night." But Mays didn't play the next night, or the night after that, or even the following night. He stayed in the hospital, where he was photographed lying in bed, his face drawn, his eyes sagging, a white identification band around his wrist, an image of bewildered despair. Another photograph, however, showed a relaxed Mays with a smile on his face. One headline in the Chronicle asked, "What is wrong with Willie?" Dr. Ballou didn't help matters with his revised assessment. "It is not normal for a finely tuned athlete to black out for 5 or more minutes," he said. "It is a cause for concern." Rumors flourished, some of which were printed. Mays had venereal disease, epilepsy, a heart attack, depression, a mental breakdown, or he drank a Mickey Finn. Herb Cain wrote that Mays had been punched by a teammate. Bigots used the incident to make racist jokes, one of Dark's darkies taking some time off, while the Chronicle's Charles McCabe, a frequent critic, wrote, "It is an interesting speculation whether Mays's annual collapses are physical or neurotic, or even conceivably feigned." McCabe was not known for his light touch. He once compared Russ Hodges' signature description of a giant hitting a homer, "Bye, bye, baby," to the sound of the sportscasters having an orgasm. Pitcher Billy O'Dell described Mays as friendly with everybody on the team, but they respected his privacy. Few of the players asked about his personal life, and they were not about to ask about his hospitalization. After it happened, Billy Pierce later recalled, nobody really discussed it. He said Mays's health issues were not major. But Alvin Dark, who knew Mays far better, said the cumulative pressures on him were more than any one man could handle. "Willie doesn't know how tired he is," Dark said. "There is nothing wrong with him physically. He's simply exhausted mentally and doesn't know it. He leads such an unnatural life. In every city in the league and at home he has precious little privacy. On the road he can't open his door without having to fight his way through autograph seekers or writers scratching for a story. He can't go out in public. He's always in demand. Kids are always after him for autographs. Grown-ups are always calling him on the telephone. He has to eat in his room. He can't go to a movie or a theater. Finally, things mount until the pressure is unendurable and something snaps. You black out. That's all that is wrong with Willie. He's tired." While exhaustion may have seemed simplistic, Mays's contemporaries recognized the unique pressures he was under. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, for example, recalls that when he was in the 8th grade in 1960, he met Mays at a Harlem Globetrotter game at Madison Square Garden. Mays stopped by the locker room, and the reporters descended. "They just mobbed him, and they pushed him back until he fell backwards over some chairs," Abdul-Jabbar says. "They knocked him over, literally. I was just amazed that he had to deal with that type of mania. Willie was like, 'Hey, you guys gotta back off and give me some space.' He wasn't there to do an interview. He got out of there in a hurry." Mays's style on the field was another factor. His hell-bent approach, slamming into catchers or fences, exacted an obvious price. But what really took its toll was what happened in between pitches. Filled with nervous energy, Mays seemed incapable of relaxing in between the white lines. A Chicago White Sox scout named Charlie Metro once spent an entire game looking at Mays through his binoculars. "You won't believe what I saw," Metro said afterward. "The man is never still out there." Noting how he repositioned players every batter, and sometimes every pitch, Metro said Mays looks like the signal man on the Yorktown. Yet to the casual fan, as well as to many reporters, Mays was forever described as a natural, whose skills flowed effortlessly from his body. Hank Aaron says that most African-American players were jealous of Willie. They were jealous of his skills on the baseball field. Every day was a struggle to stay in the league, but things came easily to him. Even his peers didn't understand the stress Mays was under. The day after he entered the hospital in Cincinnati, he was allowed to see 3 people, Dr. Ballou, Alvin Dark, and Harry Jupiter, all of whom had to walk past a police officer guarding the door because so many hospital employees had been interrupting the patient for his autograph. Fueled, perhaps, by the hospital photograph depicting Mays in such dire straits, some writers later speculated ominously that he suffered from depression or had a complete breakdown. But as Jupiter's story in the Examiner made clear, the reality was different. The headline was, "Lively Day in Hospital with Mays." Jupiter's first sight of Mays was alarming. He was being pushed to his room in a wheelchair after some x-rays. Then Mays grinned when he saw the reporter. "I don't need this chair," he said. "But my buddy," he jerked his thumb at the hospital attendant, "told me he'd get in trouble if I didn't ride in the chair." Mays then walked into his room and sprawled on the bed in his hospital pajamas and looked at Jupiter with his chin on his left fist. "I'm feeling pretty good now," he said. "But Harry, I was just plain scared last night. I don't think it was indigestion. I just didn't eat that much. But man, I've been tired, real tired, ever since we went to Los Angeles." Another attendant knocked on the door, and Mays asked him to buy him a comb, toothbrush, toothpaste, and a whole lot of magazines, all kinds of magazines. "But don't buy any of the ones with my picture on the cover. I've got all of them." He reached into the drawer of a small table next to the bed and handed the attendant a $10 bill. When he left, Mays continued, "People think it's funny when a ball player says he's tired. I don't complain much, but I'm real tired. I'm not as tired as I was last night. I took a sleeping pill and went right to sleep." Jupiter didn't ask why someone so tired needed a sedative, though it appears Mays's physicians were often eager to give him sleeping pills. He said he probably needed one more day of rest. "I ain't no good to the team when I'm tired anyway," he said. He wondered if he could have his contract changed so he didn't have to play both games of a doubleheader. "They leave me pooped for 4 or 5 days after," and complained about the extensive tests in the hospital. "They've even stuck pins in my head checking my brain," he said. "Man, that stuff hurts. And they're going to do it again tomorrow, too. They took blood from 2 places. They stuck a pin in my finger and they stuck a needle in my arm." Mays groaned when a nurse entered to give him a vitamin B12 shot. When she moved toward his right arm, he stopped her. "Not that one. Put it in the left arm." Then he turned to Jupiter. "That's all right, Harry. These vitamin shots are good for you." Jupiter said he was still glad he wasn't getting one. Mays called out, "Hey, nurse, give Harry a shot. Might pep him up a little bit." Everyone laughed. But Jupiter tried to turn the conversation to more serious matters. Was Willie concerned about his health? "Ain't nothing worrying me except maybe winning the pennant," he said. He thought for a moment. "You know what I worry about? I worry about Stretch McCovey. He ought to get married. Do him good. I've been taking care of Stretch in the outfield. I tell him where to play and try to keep boosting his confidence. He's done real nice. There are a lot of outfielders in the league that ain't as good as Stretch." He also commended Felipe Alou and Harvey Keene. "Those guys made it easier for me in center field," he said. The attendant returned with the magazines and toiletries, and Mays tried to tip him another $1. The young man declined the bill. "Take it," Mays said. "I gotta make a living, and so do you." The attendant smiled, took the $1, and turned at the door. "I'll be back," he said. "My girl said I had better get your autograph for her or not call her any more." Mays waved. "Any time. I'll be here tomorrow." He was released from the hospital after 2 nights and 3 days. Whenever asked about these episodes, and there were more, Mays cited the relentless demands of the long season. But other players were not hospitalized for 3 days because of tired legs. Mays, however, needed the break. He pushed himself up to and beyond his physical and emotional limits. Sometimes it seemed the burden of being Willie Mays was too much even for Willie Mays. He did acknowledge in an Associated Press interview 3 weeks after his collapse that his penchant for bottling up his emotions, for refusing to reach out to others, had hurt him. "I had a lot of trouble last year," he said, referring to his divorce. "Everybody knows what it was, and I don't want to get into it. The doctor told me those things can store up in a person, especially one like me who keeps it inside him. Then all of a sudden it busts out all at once. I really believe that's what happened to me." He continued, "I try not to think of anything but what's happening on the field. It's when I'm off the field that I start to think, and then I get tired." Mays joined the team in Pittsburgh on September 14th. But Dark scratched him from the lineup on that day as well as the following. He was clearly concerned. Nobody, but nobody wants to win a pennant more than I, he said. But I'm not going to do it at the risk of shattering somebody's nerves, perhaps permanently. Dark's caution was not simply humane, but courageous. The Giants lost all 4 of the games that Mays missed, dropping from 1.5 games behind the Dodgers to 4, with only 13 games left. It appears that Mays's collapse, combined with Dark's concerns, would cost the Giants a chance at the pennant. But when pressed by reporters, Dark held his ground. The tests taken of Willie in Cincinnati didn't show anything wrong with him, and yet I won't let him play, he said. How, tell me, can tests tell what goes on inside a Keene, a Davenport, a Sanford, an Alou, or a Mays in a pennant fight such as this? These players are human beings. They're individuals, and no stethoscope or hypo needle or X-ray machine yet made can explore and detect that pressure. While the team was in Pittsburgh, a wire service photograph showed a sad Giant player wearing a warm-up jacket, sitting in the dugout at Forbes Field. The caption said that Mays was aching to play, which was true, except the picture was of Carl Bowles, a reserve outfielder who looked like Mays. Bowles was accustomed to the confusion. The first time he walked onto the field at the Polo Grounds, the fans cheered. Then when they saw my number 14, they booed me, he said. Crazy, man. When Willie appeared, they cheered for several minutes, and then turned on me, booing me again. Mulling on the importance of Mays, a reporter discovered that he had missed 19 games in his career. The Giants lost each of those games. The Chronicle's Will Connolly wrote, "There is a big hole in center field when Willie Mays is out. Not only in the Giants lineup, but also in the National League and the whole of baseball." In his first game back on Sunday, September 16th, Mays came to bat in the 8th inning with 2 on and the Giants trailing 4-1. He hit a 3-run homer, but the Giants lost in extra innings. They lost the next day as well, extending their losing streak to 6. That day, the Chronicle's Art Rosenbaum wrote, "Ticket applications for World Series seats at Candlestick went to season subscribers on Thursday last, the morning after Mays blacked out. Awkward timing, to say the least. By now it seems a trifle late for miracles, but the undying San Francisco fans will wait. Maybe a pennant was never intended anyway." Some fans reminisced about the furious comeback in 1951, but nostalgia gave way to reality. The Giants split their next 4 games, leaving them on September 22nd, 4 behind the Dodgers, with only 7 games remaining. The Dodgers had already won 100 games. Their final 6 games were at home, and Koufax was back in the rotation. Dark was one of the few optimists remaining. "Willie, the Dodgers could have taken charge, and they haven't," he said. "I think something's wrong down there in L.A." Dark told the rest of the team the same thing, and predicted that the Giants would catch the Dodgers and beat them in the playoffs. Everybody thought he was nuts, Carl Bowles said. He wasn't. The Dodgers lost 2 of 3 at home against the Houston Colt 45s, while the Giants were winning 3 of 4. With 3 games left, the Dodgers were still leading by 2 games. They were to finish the season against the Cardinals, the Giants against the Colt 45s. On Friday, September 28th, the Giants game was rained out, and the Dodgers lost in extra innings, cutting their lead to 1.5. Before the Giants' doubleheader the following day, Mays saw his old friend Joey Amalfitano, now playing for the Colt 45s, who had just won 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers. And Amalfitano said something strange to Mays. "Can you guys score a run? If you can score, you got the pennant. The Dodgers are never going to score another run." The Dodgers had indeed gone into a slump. Except for one 13-run outburst, they had averaged 2.8 runs over the past 10 games. The Cardinals, meanwhile, were plenty loose. Long out of contention, they loved playing in Los Angeles for its late-night diversions. The Cardinals were staying out until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning for day games, and they didn't care, Ron Fairley of the Dodgers said. They were as free and easy as you please. On the penultimate day of the regular season, the Giants won the first game of their doubleheader 11-5, moving to one game out. In the nightcap, Juan Marichal, recovering from a twisted ankle, started his first game since September 5th. He was still in pain, but felt that Dark didn't believe him. He took the ball and lasted only 4 innings, and the Giants lost. After the game, the Latin players, including Cepeda and Alou, gathered around Marichal's locker, and according to one account, shot wrathful glances over at Dark and the coaching staff, apparently upset that the manager would risk Marichal's career for one game. The following day, neither Cepeda nor Alou was in the starting lineup. It's possible that Dark simply preferred left-handed bats against a right-handed starter, but the Latin players thought it was another act of Dark's vengeance. The Dodgers, in their second-to-last game, couldn't score against the Cardinals and lost again, setting up the final day of the regular season with a one-game lead. Willie Mays had had a terrible stretch run. In his last 4 games, he had gone 1 for 14 with 1 RBI. He also committed one of his most embarrassing gaffes. In the last game before their final series, the Giants were losing 7-1, when Mays reached third base with 1 out in the 6th inning. Cepeda struck out, and Mays walked off the bag thinking it was the 3rd out. He was tagged to end the inning. He told reporters after the game, "I just didn't realize how many outs there were. I guess it can happen to a guy once in a lifetime." He received little forgiveness. As the Examiner's Curly Grieve wrote, "Because he makes more money than anyone in baseball, $90,000, Mays isn't supposed to make mistakes. And this one was compounded by the fact that he fanned dismally for the last out with 2 on in the 9th. On the final day of the regular season, with the Giants trailing by 1 game before a packed house of 41,327, Mays came to bat in the first inning and was met with loud boos. He drew a walk, pacifying some people. The Giants faced Colt 45 pitcher Dick Farrell, a hard-throwing right-hander who had beaten the Dodgers earlier that week. But the Giants had 19-game winner Billy O'Dell on the mound, and the two staged a classic pitcher's duel. The Giants took a 1-0 lead on a home run by Ed Bailey in the 4th, but Houston tied it with a run in the 7th. A Dodger victory would have made the Giants game moot, but the Dodgers and Cardinals, whose game began an hour later, were locked in their own scoreless battle, which was monitored on the Giants scoreboard. After Mays' walk, he struck out and popped out, and was 0 for his last 10. No one had more at stake in this game than Mays. If the Giants lost, he would be blamed. The columnists had already said as much. So, too, did the jeers of the fans. Never mind that Mays led the league with 49 home runs, drove in 141, scored 130, and hit 304, and his slugging percentage of .615 was the 4th best in his career. Hitting in front of McCovey, he had reduced his attempted steals to keep the hole open on the right side, but he still led the team with 18 stolen bases, and he led the team in every offensive category, except average, hits, and triples. What seemed to matter most, however, was that Mays' mysterious ailment had cost him and the Giants 4 games down the stretch. The last time Farrell had pitched against the Giants on July 24th, Mays had nailed him for 2 home runs, both on fastballs. So today he was throwing mostly curves. Mays led off the 8th, and organist Lloyd Fox played a few bars of the Giants' fight song, "Bye Bye Baby." Mays took a big swing on the first pitch, a curve, and hit it far but foul into the right field stands. He guessed that on the next pitch, Farrell would try to slip a fastball by him, which is exactly what Farrell tried to do. Except the pitch didn't get by him. Mays swung, and as the Chronicle's Bob Stevens wrote, the ball became a blur of white, smashed through the noise of roaring throats, sailing high into the blue, and it gave San Francisco the best shot it has ever had at the long-awaited pennant. In what may have been the most important home run of Mays' career, the ball landed in the 14th row of the left field seats, Mays, restored as hero, had gone deep on his first swing of the regular season and his last. The Giants won the game. Even Mays' critics had to acknowledge him. "Willie Mays is salaried at $90,000 a year," wrote the Chronicle's Prescott Sullivan. "At times, he is worth it." But nothing yet had been won. Most of the crowd stayed at Candlestick. It was Fan Appreciation Day, and the Giants were giving away 5 cars. The fans could follow the Dodger game on the radio. Russ Hodges was using the Western Union tape to call the contest. The Giants clustered around their own radio in the locker room. The game remained scoreless until the top of the 8th, when Cardinal catcher Gene Oliver tagged Johnny Padres for a homer. Alvin Dark let out a soft wahoo, while the crowd at Candlestick, as well as Kezar Stadium in San Francisco, where the 49ers were playing the Vikings, but the fans were listening to baseball, went wild. The Dodgers lost 1-0. After the final out, the fans at Candlestick threw seat cushions from the upper deck. Strangers hugged each other. Men and women danced. Everyone was yelling, and a long line had begun to form for playoff tickets. The Dodgers had been shut out the last 2 games of the season and were scoreless in 21 consecutive innings. They had lost 10 of their last 13, though the Giants had won only 7 in that span. It was a far cry from the glorious run in 1951, but the San Francisco newspapers called it a miracle. The longest regular season in baseball history had decided nothing in the National League, which would now have a 3-game playoff. Duke Snider, thinking back to 1951, said, "We owe the Giants something." The playoff allowed the press to focus on baseball's radical changes over the previous 11 years. The expansion to the West Coast, the increase in the number of teams, the longer season, the resurgence of the stolen base. What had also changed was Willie Mays, from the bubbling rookie to the world-weary veteran. "I think I'm a better ball player," he said. "I'm older and wiser, but tireder." Mays was the only Giant who had played in New York, and Duke Snider was the only Dodger who had played in the 1951 series. Leo DeRocher was the Dodgers' third base coach, though he liked nothing more than ignoring Walter Alston's take sign and signaling the hit and run. The first game of the playoff was at Candlestick, where Dark was up to his old tricks, instructing the grounds crew to soak the left side of the infield to slow down ground balls. The field was in bad shape, but it probably didn't matter, because everything went right for the Giants and for Mays. Koufax pitched for the Dodgers, but after his long layoff, he said he felt as though he was in his 3rd week of spring training. In the first inning, Felipe Alou doubled, and Mays followed with a crushing blow over the right center field fence. Koufax lasted only 1 inning, giving up 3, and was replaced by Ed Roebuck. In the 3rd, Mays came up, and Roebuck threw 1 pitch behind him. Then the next pitch knocked him down. Mays wrapped the 3rd pitch to left for a single. In the 6th, the Giants were still leading by only 3, and the Dodgers again tried to rattle Mays. Larry Sherry fired a brushback. Mays dusted himself off and hit another homer, inspiring an even louder torrent of cheers. Asked after the game about the knockdown pitches, Mays said, "Maybe the ball got away. No trouble. I wasn't hit. Sometimes those pitches make you mad and you just dig in and try harder." Giant pitcher Billy Pierce, who threw a shutout that day, detected a turning point for Mays with the 2nd home run. "I think it was the moment where San Francisco fans finally took him to heart," he said. "They believed he was doing something for San Francisco, not the Giants, but San Francisco. He was doing something to try to bring a winner to the city. Willie heard those cheers, and he liked it." The Giants won 8-0, and Mays had a perfect day, going 3 for 3, with 2 homers, 3 runs scored, 3 RBIs, and a walk. "I think the fans are starting to warm up to me," he said. The Dodgers had now gone 30 straight innings without scoring. DeRocher, who had always been superstitious, was so desperate that for the next game he wore the same T-shirt he had on when Bobby Thompson hit his home run. At least that's what he said. He also claimed to have the same underwear and socks. The Dodger fans, however, had lost confidence. Only 25,231 Angelenos, almost 30,000 short of capacity at Dodger Stadium, attended that game, and the city's lack of faith appeared to be warranted. The Giants took a 5-0 lead against Drysdale and had their best pitcher, 24-game winner Jack Sanford, on the mound. But Sanford, battling a cold, tired in the 6th inning and was knocked out as the Dodgers took the lead 7-5 in the 8th. Davenport and Mays led off the 9th inning with back-to-back singles. Then Ed Bailey singled to center. Davenport scored, and Mays, his hat flying off, tried for third. But Tommy Davis's throw arrived just as Mays's foot slid in. The umpire's arms appeared to signal safe, but Jocko Conlon called him out. Mays bounced off the ground in disbelief, jumped high in the air, and began to argue, joined by his equally animated third-base coach, Whitey Lockman. It was the most emotion Mays had ever displayed over a call, and was probably the closest he ever came to getting thrown out. He even complained respectfully after the game. "I let him know it was a bad call," he said. "That would have been a big play for us. It would have meant at least one run, and probably changed the complexion of the game." Lockman was less diplomatic, calling it a joke decision. "I doubt whether Conlon even saw the play. He just called it from memory." Even with the out, the Giants still tied the score that inning, but the Dodgers got a run in the bottom of the 9th to win 8-7. Mays wondered if Leo's underwear really did bring him luck. The Dodgers' victory set up the decisive game in Los Angeles on October 3rd, 11 years to the day that the two teams had met in their historic clash at the Polo Grounds. A reporter asked Dark if he had any good luck charms from 1951, as DeRocher had. "Only Willie Mays," Dark said. On a sun-splashed day, the fans turned out wearing short sleeves and sundresses, with Doris Day, Rosalind Russell, and Frank Sinatra among the 45,693 in attendance. Marichal, rested, but still nursing his ankle, pitched for the Giants, while Johnny Padres, with only 2 days' rest, started for the Dodgers. The Giants grabbed a 2-0 lead in the 3rd, and could have had more, but Cepeda grounded into a double play with the bases loaded. Snyder scored a run for the Dodgers in the 4th. In the top of the 6th, the Giants had the bases loaded with none out. Reliever Ed Roebuck was called into the game, and he induced 2 ground balls, including a double play, to keep it a 1-run game. The momentum swung back to the Dodgers, who promptly took the lead on a 2-run homer by Tommy Davis. In the 7th, Maury Wills singled, stole second base, and then stole third. The throw to third was wild, and Wills galloped home, with DeRocher running with him down the line. When Wills slid, so did DeRocher. Both men were safe. DeRocher got up laughing, Felipe Alou recalled. Right then he thought he had the game won. I wanted to beat them after what DeRocher did, sliding, like it was a show. The Dodgers led 4-2. Roebuck, a 30-year-old right-hander, had been a workhorse all year. He had a 10-1 record and had pitched masterfully in the game. But it was muggy, with smog hanging over the park, and after he retired the side in the 8th, he had gone 3 innings and was spent. In the bottom of the 8th, the Dodgers loaded the bases with 2 outs, and the pitcher was due up. It seemed like a good time for Alston to pinch hit to try to seal the win, then use a fresh arm for the 9th. The Dodgers' Ron Perinoski, who led the team in saves with 20, was available. So was Don Drysdale, who had pitched only 5 innings the day before, or even Koufax. But Alston didn't want to lift Roebuck, who dragged his bat to the plate and made the final out. The Giants now came to bat in the top of the 9th, still down 4-2, very close to the bottom of the 9th score from 1951. The Giants were losing 4-1. Dark offered no words of inspiration. He just said, "Matty, get your bat." Matty Alou pinch hit for the pitcher and ripped the second pitch for a single to right. The dugout suddenly stirred to life. The next batter, Harvey Keene, grounded into a force-out, leaving the Dodgers only 2 outs away from a pennant. Then Roebuck unraveled. He walked pinch hitter Willie McCovey, and he walked Felipe Alou to load the bases. The next hitter was Willie Mays. Alston went out to the mound to ask Roebuck how he felt. Roebuck, who had kept Mays in check that year, wanted to finish the game one way or the other. He told Alston he felt fine. As Mays watched the inning unfold, he recalled the rally from 1951, and as he waited in the on-deck circle, he thought about one thing. This time, he wanted to be at the plate. He was still embarrassed by the memory of his quivering fears in the on-deck circle with Bobby Thompson in the batter's box. History had repeated itself, so he could prove himself in the clutch. With the bases loaded and down by 2 runs, a long hit could give the Giants the lead, though a double play would give the Dodgers the pennant. The stunned crowd was so quiet that the national television audience could hear the Giants calling out encouragement. Roebuck, who normally had a good sinker, was hoping for a ground ball. He threw a pitch down on the inside part of the plate, a tough pitch to handle, and Mays swung, smashing a line drive toward the pitcher. Bob Bragg, the veteran sports columnist for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, wrote 17 years later, "Even the most famous player of his day might top that sinker into a double play. Instead, hitting straight away, Mays drove a torrid shot through the box as hard as I ever saw." Accounts vary on whether the ball hit Roebuck's bare hand, his glove, or his leg. DeRocher said the ball actually ripped the glove off Roebuck's hand. But what's known is that Mays's cannon shot bounced off the pitcher and rolled away. A run scored as Mays reached first on the single, and the bases remained loaded, with the Dodgers still leading 4-3. Belatedly, Alston removed Roebuck, but instead of calling in Perranoski or Drysdale, he summoned starting pitcher Stan Williams, who had pitched effectively in 1 2/3 innings of relief the day before, but could be wild. He averaged 1 walk every 2 innings. "To be truthful," Roebuck said, "I was surprised to see Stanley coming in." DeRocher thought Alston had lost his mind. Except for the Giant fans, the rest of the inning was painful to watch. Cepeda hit a sacrifice fly to tie the score. Felipe Alou moved to third. Williams threw a wild pitch, allowing Mays to move to second. After intentionally walking Ed Bailey, Williams walked Jim Davenport, forcing in the go-ahead run. Perranoski finally replaced Williams, and he got Pagan to hit a grounder. But rookie second baseman Larry Burright kicked it, allowing another run to score. The inning ended with a strikeout, but the Giants had plated 4 runs on only 2 singles. "Worst inning I ever saw in my life," DeRocher said. The Giants led 6-4, and Dark brought in Billy Pierce, the starting pitcher who had shut out the Dodgers only 2 days before. He hadn't recorded a save all year, but as Mays said, Dark wasn't taking any chances. The first batter, Maury Wills, grounded out. Jim Gilliam then flew out to right field. The Dodgers' final hope was pinch hitter Lee Walls, and on a 1-1 pitch, he hit a soft liner into right center. At first, it appeared it might fall, which would bring up the tying run. But the ball hung up, and Mays was closing fast. When he pounded the pocket of his glove with his fist, his teammates knew the game was over. Mays caught the ball, but not with his usual basket catch. He grabbed it chest high. Asked why in the locker room, Mays laughed. "You crazy?" he squealed. "That was $15,000 a man." Before the final out, Mays had thought to himself that if he caught the ball, he would give it to Pierce. But in all the excitement, he flung it into the stands, a rare display of celebration. Throughout his career, Mays avoided the boisterous screams, hugs, and dances, or after winning a pennant or World Series, the spraying of champagne. On this occasion, the stadium crew had to wheel the victory champagne from one clubhouse to the next 3 different times, until finally settling in the Giants' clubhouse. Amid the crush of reporters and bulky television cameras and hot lights and joyous, rowdy teammates who were imbibing voraciously after their longest season, someone offered Mays a glass of champagne. He declined. In the Dodger clubhouse, a black rage had taken over. Players smashed beer bottles, ripped their uniforms, cursed Alston, and wept. They had won 102 games and had nothing to show for it. The World Series money, at least $12,000 a person, would have doubled the annual salary of some players. Padres accused Alston of stealing it. A Dodger passed around bottles of whiskey to every player, some of whom literally dropped to the floor drunk. "I don't like to be around drunks," Johnny Roseborough recalled, "so I got dressed and left. It was the worst scene I ever saw with the Dodgers." There was little time to celebrate. The World Series against the Yankees would begin the next day. But that didn't stop San Franciscans from enjoying the moment. In the financial district, ticker tape, torn telephone books, and papers were thrown from office buildings. Cable cars clanged and horns blared. Some streetcars were rocked, and trolleys were pulled off wires. Market Street was jammed until long past midnight. The police barred vehicles from 3rd to 8th Streets, and in North Beach, howling fans demonstrated. The Yankees were already in town, staying at a townhouse on Market Street. Had the Dodgers won, the Yankees would have flown to Los Angeles that night, which might have been safer. Some unruly fans, according to the Sporting News, burst into the townhouse and threw furniture around, but police finally restored order. The city's delirious throng headed for San Francisco International Airport, where the Giants were due to arrive. No one on the plane could have predicted what happened next. The pilot, Orv Schmidt, made the announcement. "Fellas, there is a little disturbance down below. We're told that there are at least 25,000 people down there. Maybe it's 75,000. And they've blocked off the runway. They thought we were coming in on an earlier jet and they ran out on the landing strip to meet it. Then they ran to another jet. The police can't get them back out of the entranceways. We don't know if we can land. We may have to land in Oakland." Groans were heard in the cabin, with someone saying, "What a way to end the day. First we win the pennant, and then we go up in flames." The DC-7 banked east for Oakland, then turned around and continued to circle as the chaos unfolded below. Cars were jammed for miles along the Bayshore Freeway. Some people simply abandoned their vehicles to join the crowd, later estimated at 50,000, at the airport. The police could not clear the runways. Almost 40 minutes after the first announcement, Schmidt took the microphone again. "We can't go in. 2 big jets are stalled down there. We'll have to land at the west runway." The pilot had received clearance to land at an old United Airlines maintenance base behind locked gates. Finally, the National League champions reached the ground to the polite cheers of the hangar police, maintenance men, switchboard attendants, and a bus driver. But their night wasn't over. The bus was available. Some players, however, simply started walking for the highway in search of a ride. According to Cepeda, a lot of us ended up hitchhiking. Maddie and Felipe Alou, Pierce, Marichal. People we'd never met in our lives pulled up, offered us rides, and we jumped in. The others boarded the bus and headed to the main concourse, where the mob was waiting. Any hope of making an inconspicuous exit was quickly dashed. The fans, some of whom were waving signs and banners, broke through the police barricades and circled the vehicle. "Those folks meant well," Dark said, "but they really shook us up." The horde pushed ahead, rocked the bus, and shattered windows. "I really thought they were going to turn the thing over and crush some of the people," Billy Odell said. Added Ed Bailey, "That was as scared as I've ever been." Fortunately, no one was hurt, and an episode that could have turned tragic was remembered as a defining moment of the Giants in San Francisco, the moment when the team and city became one. "Hysteria is not a Bay Area trait," wrote Art Rosenbaum and Bob Stevens. "Sedate enthusiasm is the proper role for a proper San Franciscan. The sophisticates would never have the bad taste to lose their heads over a baseball team, but when the fans were trying to break through the windows, the Giants knew they were home."